future. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang tournament features 16 teams of up to 6 competitors. The game is played in a 5 versus 5 format until 2 wins or 3 wins in the finals. Each team has one reserve player. Replacements can be made between the matches, and in the event of a player injury or other force majeure, a replacement can be made during the game. The tournament consists of 2 stages, group competitions and playoffs, and the matches themselves will be held in a best-of-3 format. Only 12 teams will advance to the second stage. The group stage is played in the GSL format, the playoffs in the Olympic format. Teams that finish the group stage without defeat go directly to the quarterfinals, and those that lose one match will compete in the last 16. Teams that lose both their group matches are eliminated from the tournament. Good luck and have fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Games of the Future 2024. One of the hottest events in the Mobile Legends Bang Bang scene. You are going to be seeing 16 of your favorite international teams fighting it out for a $1 million cash prize. One of the biggest cash prizes we have ever had for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And that is just telling half the story, as you're going to be seeing all the top teams who competed all across the world, and also multiple familiar faces from M5. My name is Steph Weezy. It's going to be a pleasure being able to cast these amazing games, and we're also joined by another familiar face.
Oh, hello, and that's War Barbie. That's me. Nice to meet you.
That's right, War Barbie in the building, and we're both looking at the virtual stadium as these teams are getting ready to fight it out, and couldn't be more proud to be able to represent our regions and cast these games. Now, today's going to be fun. We've got a lot of interesting teams to kind of look through. We are currently in group stage, so we're going to be seeing only 3 teams kind of push out of here, and 1 team from our group get knocked out. We are streaming Group A, so definitely shout out your guys' favorite teams and make sure you show them some support. But speaking of support, just look at that amazing virtual stadium.
Yeah, these are the winter games.
Yeah, the winter games indeed. Now we have myself. I'm all the way out in North America representing. For those who don't know, I'm an NACT caster. I cast our teams that get out of our region and represent us inside of MSC, represent us inside of the World Series, such as M5 and the M6 this year. And then War Barbie, you're all the way out in Ukraine.
Yeah, that's true. I'm from Kiev, and that's so unique experience to cast this way, and I'm having a fun time.
You know, and it's funny too, because me and you were kind of talking. You got a lot of experience playing with some teams, and you'll be able to get to see a team that you've played with today.
Yeah. That's like, wow, they gonna play. Deus Wold gonna play against Burmese Goals, and that might be a revenge matchup, because on M2 we were in the same group and kind of lost to the Burmese Goals, but they end up to be a runner-up there, so I guess that's okay. But yeah, now we might see the revenge.
Yeah, we are going to definitely be looking forward to seeing these matches today. Like we said, guys, a lot of powerhouses are on the schedule, so definitely get ready and enjoy the show. Make sure you get some popcorn, make sure you get some drinks, because the competition is definitely here. Now, let's go ahead and pan on over.
Мощнейшая энергия созидания, способная объединять народы, вселенные и сохранять баланс мироздания. С развитием технологий люди стали больше погружаться в виртуальные миры, забывая про мир физический, обрекая гармонию на угасание. Чтобы восстановить баланс, гармония переродилась жар птицы мира отправилась сквозь вселенные в поисках героев, способных вернуть утраченную энергию. Избрав 5 сильнейших представителей, Мира собрала их у Куба Советов, наделив их уникальной силой. Они стали хранителями гармонии, чья задача — охранять и поддерживать баланс. Советом было принято решение провести турнир, победитель которого распространит гармонию по свету. Для этой цели Куб преобразовал частицу гармонии во Flame, древний артефакт для сбора энергии. Хранителями было выбрано место для проведения турнира – город с самым сильным соприкосновением энергии. Именно здесь миллионы зрителей и сильнейшие атлеты примут участие в величайших играх всех времен, чтобы определить достойнейших и восстановить баланс миров. Да начнутся игры!
And here we are, straight to the casters. That's Group A, Round 1. Again, my name is Steph Weezy, all the way out from North America, representing our region. Nice to meet you guys, and proud to be on the Game of Futures scene.
Yeah, hi, and I'm Barbie. Nice to meet you as well, and I'm ready to cast. These two games is going to be a bangers, especially the second one.
Yeah, the second one indeed, because you talked about, you get to see a team you've competed with go up against a team that defeated you guys. So it's going to be a little bit of a blast from the past and hopefully a different outcome for you. Now, we are going to be seeing two teams fight it out today for the first round. It's going to be RRQ, Hoshi, and Team Logun. Excited to see where this goes, right? You have Viva RRQ all the way out from Indonesia, and then you have Team Logun from Mongolia. Both of these teams we've seen compete in the world stages, and couldn't be more excited to see where this goes. As we go ahead and take a quick look at the schedule, we are currently on the group stage today, February 26th, and we'll be in the group stage tomorrow as well. There are 4 teams competing in our group. There are 4 different groups. Only 3 teams will make it out. 1 will be eliminated. On the 28th of February, it is going to be the finals. And then we will be seeing all these teams fight it out February 29th as well. Semifinals will be on March 1st, and the grand finals in a battle for 3rd place. Finishing off the Game of Futures 2024 will be March 2nd. So definitely get your notebooks out and take these dates, because there's going to be some exciting matches.
Last time Team Lil Gun actually won the Phygital games because, like, I felt like, you know, Lil Gun is the kind of team who like ramp up while these like live games. You know what I mean? They might play like average, but when they are on stage, they are playing much more better. And this is kind of team, and this is like the ultimate quality of a team, to be able to play better on a live stage. This is rare.
You know, and I always say pressure does one or two things, right? It either bursts pipes or makes diamonds. And it looks like the Team Lil Gun is going to make diamonds when they are on stage. Definitely a little bit more comfortable on the professional scene. As we are taking a look at the current group stage brackets for all 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. A lot of familiar faces on there. Like we said, RQ Hoshi today up against Team Lil Gun will be the first match of the day. These are all going to be best of 3s. So they do have a chance to kind of fight it out and try and get that sweep, or a possible 2-1, or make it an upset. But as we are looking for, like we said, Group A currently, the 2 matches we will be going over today is RRQ Hoshi versus Team Lil Gun. And then following right after, as War Barbie mentioned, Burmese Schools versus Deuce Volts, round 2.
Wow, I'm watching the brackets. I'm watching the brackets, and I kind of noticed that there are no like baby games, like, you know, these are all the top competitors. There are no easy groups here.
Yeah, nobody's going to get a free ride here. Like we said, all these teams have definitely has the experience. I mean, even Burmese Schools, we've seen them compete in M5. They lost to CU soon. They came in like 7th place. Didn't have the easiest ride, and hopefully this time around they'll be able to have a little bit of a stronger match. We see other teams such as RQ Hoshi. We got to see them compete in MPLI. They got taken down by CU soon. But we also got to see them compete in the MPL Season 12 for Indonesia. So, yeah, like you said, there's a lot of harder competition in these tournaments. And this is, like we said, one of the biggest prize pools for MLBB in general. This actually, with this $1 million prize pool, this is bigger than M5. It was like 800,000, 900,000 cash prize overall for the prize pool. But this one is like $100,000 over that.
Yeah, that's Finally, finally arrived. Nice. And RQ Hoshi on M1 was like second place. He was the first one, so it's like super experienced team. I understand that a lot of players are kind of left the team and joined the team, and it's kind of a different team now, but the experience, I guess, is still there.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to see which teams have the synergy, right? I mean, they have a best of 3, so there's definitely
of the future.
Hello.
All right, we are back after a brief intermission, but missed you guys, everybody. Me and MoreBarbie definitely holding down the fort as we're getting ready to jump into our first match of the day for Group A. That's right, we're going to be looking at RRQ Hoshi going up against Team Lil Gun. RRQ Hoshi, we didn't get to see them in the World Series, but we did get to see them compete in MPLI and also Indonesia's regular season for 12 for the MPL. So I can't wait to see how they kind of perform today. Team Lil Gun, on the other hand, we did get to see them inside of the M Series M5. They got knocked down pretty early, though. AP Bryn, the champions, the world champions currently, are the ones who took them down with a 0-2 sweep. So today they got a lot of merit to prove, and hopefully they'll have some great games. It is going to be a best of 3, like we said, that will be starting here momentarily. Appreciate everybody tuning in and your patience on the slight brief intermission. But MoreBarbie, we're back. How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. RRQ Hoshi couldn't participate on the last Worlds tournaments, but they participate almost at all another different M tournaments. So I'm stoked. I can't wait to see the level they're gonna bring at the Phygital games today. And the Team Lil Gun, can they like defend the title?
Yeah, I'm wondering the same thing. And you know, honestly, I'm so glad to just be able to be here. Casting in the NACT for North America, I like to kind of compare our meta to what's going on worldwide. And that's what we get to see, a blend of meta between all these different regions and seeing who actually, what's prioritized. I know over here for our region, just from watching our NACT, because we're currently going through our qualifier stage, we see a lot of Aurora being picked up, Nana, things of that nature. And I'm wondering if it's going to be like the similar story over here, especially on an international level, and see if we can find some similarities.
You know, I always saw the similar things. It's like, let's say they pick Aurora, they pick Nana, but when the games are going, everybody start to pick in like Lunox and Farsa and like classic mages. Like, you know, can we see it today? Though I don't know. They reward Nana and Aurora pretty good, so I think it's one thing is lacking is like mobility, and that's it. Only mobility is kind of lacking.
Yep, they definitely have the damage though. That's a big statement right there. And honestly, being able to see a lot of the marksman picks, I like watching the international meta just because it's a lot more creative than what we typically see in NA. We're kind of more of a developing region, so to be able to see some things on the international level, take some notes, and hopefully bring it back to our home turf is the goal. But Like we said, we're definitely going to be expecting that today, especially from RQ Hoshi, a team from Indonesia, one of the top regions inside of the MLBB scene. So we've got Mongolia right behind them, though. Team Lil Gun looking promising. Like we said, they did make it all the way out to the World Series, so they definitely have some talent and some great experience. Let us know what you guys think about these two teams, though. Definitely drop your favorite teams in the comment of today's stream as well, as we are getting ready to jump into our first match. So it is going to be, like we said, a best of three. And there's going to be 3 teams moving forward out of the group stage today, right? So we're going to be covering the first 2 matches, me and War Barbie, and then we're going to be transitioning over to some other familiar faces, some other casters around the scene who will be casting the remaining 2 teams. Now, it's also pretty cool, not just to see a blended meta, but also to see a blend of casters. I mean, it's not too often where an NA caster gets to cast with a caster from and pro player and coach from Ukraine.
Yeah, that's really good. I mean, the casters meta is different as well, it seems like. And so I was thinking about Lil Gun, and they brought up the meta of like tanky heroes with STS and with carry. And it worked pretty good. So I guess this is the other type of meta we have in here, like tanky meta, tanky pick meta. Early game, if enemy have like no insanely high amounts of damage output, they can't like kill you basically on level 4. So you kind of start ramping up from that and snowballing. And I don't know, we might see this kind of meta as well.
Yeah, and speaking of meta, we will slowly be jumping into the game, and you kind of mentioned the carry. That's one of those few marksmen that we see often, time and time again, get picked up, at least in the NA side of things, as we are now jumping into the draft. First match of the day, best of 3, Group Stage A. RQ Hoshi holding it down for Indonesia, and Team Lil Gun from Mongolia. Already seeing some of the bans on the table, at least for my side with RQ Hoshi. We're looking at the Guinevere stacked up with the Arlot.
That's pretty standard, I would say. The Joy and the Arlot are pretty standard, but the Guinevere is like latest addition to the meta, and everybody picks it for jungle, for roam. You can even see some other variations, but this is most common. Nolan actually being banned despite getting nerfed a lot, still playable, still dangerous, and so he gets banned. And Matilda, pretty standard, I would say, as well.
Yeah, and I would say, looking at this is very similar to my region, actually, with the way this draft is going. That's going to open up some of the mages on the table. We haven't seen a single mage be banned out yet. Possibly, like we said, the Aurora, maybe the Nana, who's been sneaking up in the scene as a current meta. Could be a viable pickup. I've actually been seeing a lot of Exanas kind of walk as well. There is still some pretty good marksmen on the table that could be picked up. Like you mentioned, the carry a little bit earlier. It's definitely been a high-value target. Some other things that at least we see for North America is like the Claude, trying to go for that late game damage, but like we said, still some secret weapons on the table. You know, interesting enough, we've been seeing a lot of Barats as well.
And the Lunox is quite viable now, because it's easier to combo. No need to like this insane double, quadruple ultimate setups. You just straight up go in for one of them. And the Ruby being banned, which is unorthodox, I would say. The uncomfortable hero for like assassin type of heroes. When you're going in, Ruby can just easy second skill ult, and they can pick you up. So maybe Team Lil Gun is going to pick an assassin.
You know, that would be interesting to see. We are going to see the first pick on the table, though. Not something I would have expected. Is going to be the Navaria. So definitely can be a secret weapon. It's going to have that Astro Echo, able to provide a lot of slow on the map as well, and some CC. They don't have the R-Lot that kind of synergizes really well with it, with that Demon Gaze, though. So I'm wondering how this is going to kind of go. Are they going to be able to pick up something like a Nana, or maybe that Aurora that we're looking for? Or there goes the Vexana that we kind of mentioned earlier, starting to make a big staple on the competitive scene.
Yeah, just like you said, I noticed that Vexana and kind of Whale have this similar stuff. When assassins going in, or like maybe fighters going in, they gonna be catched with the CC and might be burst down, because a lot of damage here. So it's kind of uncomfortable to play against Vexana these days. And the CC is pretty standard, I would say, for the X-Plane, insanely strong. And Navaria, I don't know, kind of early damage is lacking, but Vixana as well, so they kind of matched on the mid lane now.
Yeah, and looking at a lot of mobility, I would say, though, from RQ Hoshi, just due to having that Benedetta, who did get picked up alongside the Cho. This is not too standard from what I've been familiar with, at least on the NACT and the North American side of things when it comes to drafting. This is going to be the first Benedetta game I think I've actually seen. We haven't had a single one in our competitive scene yet. The Cho, I would say it comes a little here and there. I mean, it is single target CC, has great mobility. They have a little bit of crowd control, though. I mean, I guess the Navario can make up for it for the slow, but I feel like they need some more group set potential as they jump into this, at least for the side of RQ Hoshi. I mean, you did mention the CC. I think that's a great option. Definitely one of the stronger heroes in the XP lane. And the Vexana definitely can provide that Eternal Guardian for some good frontline presence and some also quick burst damage. Now, marksmans are still available. Who do you think we're going to get for both sides?
Oh, Claude and Carry, probably. It's like, I don't know. But I would love to see some, like, Nathan or Leslie being picked. I don't mind. And yeah, Chu is being picked here and there from, like, what, season 1? He's being picked here and there. But I've concluded that you can pick Chu in only one case, is when the player is, like, top-notch with the Chu. Because it's, like... so heavily skill dependent hero which can fit pretty much any game, any meta, if you play good with it.
Ooh, speaking of playing good, there goes that Barat we were talking about a little bit earlier, starting to sneak into the scene again. That strong frontline presence, definitely running it in the jungle. Normally we see it stacked up with the support. We did see the Mathilda banned out, though. It could go with the Rafaela and Angela. I've actually seen it paired up with the Florian as well. And these are still all options available on the table as we're now jumping into the second phase of bans. Looks like the Minotaur was banned out. Now, there is no Diggy ban. At least in North America, we have been seeing a rise of the Tigreal sneaking up into the scene again and making a huge statement. And without the Diggy being banned out, they may be able to slot in. I mean, it would have to be last pick, though, especially because that Diggy is still on the table, unless we see one of the sides ban the Diggy.
And honorable mention is Estes, I guess, with the Barats is like, let's say, classic combo. We might see it here as well. Darius being banned, and the Minotaur from the other side. Minotaur is pretty reasonable ban here because it fits really good and the front lane, but it's lacking mobility, though. If they would pick Minotaur here, I don't know. Last time, actually, it kind of fits that kind of meta I spoke earlier, like fat heroes meta, let's say. And if they pick Minotaur here, it would be that kind of pick.
Yeah, especially because they're probably thinking RQ Hoshi's expecting that support to come out, and they think it's going to be, like you said, it could be the Estes. It could be the Rafaela. It could definitely be the Angela. And that would open up the opportunity for them to grab a Group CC roamer. I mean, they did ban out the Minotaur, though. They, like I said, they could take a Tig. They could take really anything. They could also take away a support. But this may be a Cho, actually, in the roam position. So it looks like they're not going to go in for probably that Tig. As we are looking, though, we said the marksmen are still on the table. Looks like they're going to ban the Kaja. A little bit of that suppression has been taken away. And the Martis, which has been a really good hero, especially in the early game in the jungle. Able to use that decimation, take those neutral objectives, and kind of hunt down those enemies with low HP. Now, marksmen still are available. Every single marksman, matter of fact, not a single marksman has been banned at all in the first game today between RQ Hoshi and Team Lil Gun. You mentioned the carry. Can definitely burst down that Barat, is a heavy hitter. They could provide some late game damage, but I still think RQ Hoshi needs something on their roster for the early phase.
Yeah, early phase is definitely lacking here because Novaria and Vixana are not that kind of early gamers. Yeah, and the carry from Lil Gun, kind of to be expected. And yeah, I don't know, but you know, like both teams are not that early game oriented. Okay, Benedetta can be early game, pressure, and the Cho as well, but other ones, I don't know, kind of supporting this kind of behavior, if we're gonna see one. And the Claude, like, expected.
it is expected. I asked you the question, which ones we were gonna see, and you said Carry and Claude. No doubt about it. There it is. The proof is in the pudding. looks like the meta is blending well across all levels of the MLBB scene between all these different competitors. Now, that is a finalized roster. They are going to go in for that Fredrin. This most likely will be the Fredrin in the jungle and Benedetta in the XP lane. At least that's what I'm expecting. But hey, you never know when it comes to international scenes. They can definitely switch it up and keep you on your toes. We're still waiting for the final pick from Team Lil Gun. We are going to need to see a
I just picked that
support.
I was just thinking, like, just grab it, just take it, and it's yeah, nice. A pretty interesting matchup is going on. Like Estes and Barats is like level 4 is unbeatable. But I don't know about Vixana. It's from my perspective, it's kind of not that good in this kind of draft. But we'll see. Maybe the personal skills are that high that we're picking Vixana like first 2 picks.
Yeah, and you know, honestly, seeing the way this is gonna go, I mean, the Bratz is a bully when it comes to these neutral objectives. He's not the easiest hero to kind of invade on, especially early for the orange and purple buff. Like you said, stacked up with the Estes is gonna make him even stronger in terms of the heals. And the later this goes, if Estes doesn't fall, he'll be able to get those heals even better as we get to that mid to late game and pretty much make Barats unkillable. Now, we didn't see a lot of early game damage, though, from the side of RQ Hoshi, and that's the only thing that I'm kind of concerned about as this is going to go on. Yes, they do have the Claude. I mean, the later this goes, you can pick up something like that Demon Hunter Sword, maybe a Golden Staff, and be able to rush in and deal the damage necessary to take down the Barats. But maybe that's the game plan with them. Maybe it's the Benedetta. It can definitely rush in with the Electo Final Blow. Whereas Barats is not the most mobile hero. But it's definitely going to be a challenge to see which way this kind of plays out. There are 2 bullies in the jungle, though. We're looking at a Fredrin going up against a Barats.
Yeah, I think the Brat's going to have an upper hand in this matchup because, like, Fredrin kind of nerfed a little bit. His ultimate is not doing that a lot of burst damage, and Estes can easily heal up everything he's gonna get. So it's gonna get tough for RQ for like 6-7 minutes, I would say, and then if Lil Gun don't have much snowball to kind of lock in RQ at their base, we're gonna get to see RQ is kind of comebacking. So that's my guess.
Yeah, and speaking of guesses, as we are looking at the virtual stadium winding up, jumping into our first series of the day, Group Stage A, RRQ Hoshi, all the way out from Indonesia, going up against Team Lil Gun from Mongolia. Into the land of Dawn we go. Best of 3. Who will be able to make it out of Group Stage A?
So we're jumping right into the action here, and level 4 is being farmed, almost being farmed. We're gonna see first engage in the turtle, I guess, in like 20 seconds.
Yeah, gonna be looking out for that engagement. On the top side, though, we are looking at a little bit of some late game marksmen, but look at a battle in the mid-river already. First blood, Zara able to pick it up. That was within the first 2 minutes, and they didn't just take down anybody. They took down the jungler from RQ Hoshi, which means they won't have the retribution.
1 versus 3 he went. It's so, and the Electro Final Blow with the Petrify on side, trying to steal the turtle, and the turtle being farmed still by the retribution on the Barats, and trying to kill, clean up the kills, and Choice dies as well, and the rough start for RQ Hoshi.
Yeah, rough start, down by 1 kill, not able to take the first neutral objective. Is going to put him slightly behind 500 gold. You're going to have to see how that kind of plays out with that turtle. We'll have a massive XP boost, but there's a lot of mobility. I mean, you're already seeing the Benedetta trying to out-rotate on the CC in the bot lane.
Yeah, that's what she should do. She should skip like the wave and pressure the mid lane or the jungle. If it's not happening, RQ Hoshi is going to have a problem because, as you said, it's mobility hero should take advantage on the rotation.
Yeah, and speaking of rotations, a couple items showcasing. You are going to see that elegant gem picked up from this Novaria. We mentioned, though, who's going to be the one to kind of deal the damage to the Brats, especially in the early phase. We feel like that's kind of lacking for the side of RQ Hoshi right now, and it kind of is painting the story how they're not able to take that first neutral objective. If they don't find a way to take down the Barats and the Estes, this is going to be dangerous because they're only going to get beefier. Those heals are only going to get stronger. And pretty much going to be unkillable until they can get Skylar on point to be able to burst him down.
Absolutely agree, and it's like going just like I think it would go. RQ Hoshi need to stop this snowball because it's going to continue when the Estes gonna have his ultimate, and he does. And now I guess Team Lilgan going to try to take some objective, and they trying to force some fights now, and the fights is heavily in favor of Team Lilgan because RQ Hoshi, just like you said, have no damage.
Yeah, they weren't able to take the first neutral objective, but the second one 4 seconds away from spawning in. Can RQ Hoshi even out the odds? Are we going to start seeing Team Lilgan form up this snowball that War Barbie was talking about? Brat's able to get a kill and also able to get that first turtle, pulling the objective and aggro from the turtle, getting ready for this engagement. As you are going to see a big knock up to Jean Kondo in the way of the dragon. Just Satan's going to take down 4-bit with the electro final blow. Blazing duet from Skylar into the back lane, find Easton trying to run away. Zara is going to take down Jesse though. One member falling for the side of Team Lilgan and one from RQ Hoshi. Irad will find a kill, is going to take down Aizen. That's going to be one for... Oh, make that one
wow,
for
pretty
three.
Good Joe with a flicker. The first skill initiating right.
Should be
right
able to take this.
Yeah, sorry. Go on.
Oh, should be able to take this objective. Had a little bit of a slight connection issue. My bad, War Barbie. But as we are jumping into this 4-3, that looks like RQ Hoshi was able to take that turtle. So now, oh no, did they take the turtle? Or did they lose it?
Yeah, the super good initiation with the Cho with the flicker on the Estes and the follow-up with Benedetta on the 4 people elect a final blow with the Petrify bursting down the targets, and RQ Hoshi winning the fight because of the Chu initiation, and he get wrecked because of it now, I guess.
Ooh, and you are seeing some heavy focus from the side of Team Lilgan. 4-man rotation, trying to get to the side lane, trying to possibly proxy it as well. And look at the bullying from Zara on this Barats, trying to zone out Irad from his farm.
Yeah, that's exactly what they should do. Take some objectives now, and the ultimate is being popped by the Estes and 4 people being healed, but no pressure. I mean, there is some pressure on the tower, but not enough to fall down.
Yeah, not enough to fall down. Still hanging on by about 25% HP. 2,000 gold lead for Team Lilgan right now. I mean, they're having a pretty good game. Maybe be able to take one of these turrets, but their bot side is hanging on pretty low too.
Yeah, but the counter pressure is there. Chu is going up on the bot lane, on the X plane, and the Claude is for farming pretty good actually. Like RQ last fight on the turtle is super good, super good. I didn't expect that. Kinda should take Purify probably on the Estes, and this flicker might be a problem later in the game because of the super good initiations on the show.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to watch out. Without having that Purify, is gonna be easily grouped up with some CC if not careful. Bebex is gonna go ahead and take that turret on the top side. Turtle has spawned in. Both sides able to claim one, but who will be able to take this next objective? You're already seeing Team Lilgan in position to be able to hit the retribution.
Yeah, they kinda, but Chu is already can. Oh, 4 people petrify again with select the final blow, follow up with everything, every bit of damage they have, but not enough.
Yeah, just showcasing his mastery of that show, but it looks like RQ Hoshi able to take this turtle in their hands. We'll get that XP boost they were looking for. Slowly starting to try and equalize this economy. They are down by about 1,000 gold. But that's just telling half of the story. As both these teams fighting out early aggression, 5-4 already on the scoreboard. And it's just a battle back and forth. I wouldn't say this is really a one-sided story, but a seize for the tier 1 turret is on the way.
Yeah, they should take the tier 1 turret. They should take all of the tier 1 turrets. Team Lilgan, I mean, they need to use all of the stronger parts of the Estes, which is his ultimate, to pressure all of first turrets and second turrets, and you kind of don't want to go to the super late game here because of Navaria and the Claude and the Electro final blow, and I mean RQ Hoshi in the late games seems super strong. Oh, the attempt of the taking on a blue buff here from Fredrin.
Yeah, we are going to see a turret fall for both sides, both tier 1s on opposite lanes, which means these teams are still pretty even. Honestly, even though they don't have the late game or early game damage to be able to burst down the Barats, RQ Hoshi still doing pretty decent on making this an even match. And if they can hold off long enough, like you mentioned, the late game is going to be a problem. They'll be able to kind of take down Zara and Ethan, especially with Ethan not having a Purify. We'll be able to kind of be hit with the way the Dragon from Bruce, who's been rotating around really well with this Cho. You already see in the showcase right there. High mobility team so far for the composition of RQ Hoshi.
Yeah, the RQ Hoshi have the initiation. They have the Cho. They have, I mean, sometimes Benedetta can initiate even, and that's what they're doing. They're trying to initiate and make a kill, and it will eventually work. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and you've seen the Electofauna blow, possible seats for tier 1. Skylar will find one off screen though on the top side. Bebex is going to clear the bot one. An objective going to both teams so far. Lord has spawned in and aggro has been pulled. And it looks like Team Lilgun may go for this objective. Are going to shift focus to the mid lane though, as they almost lost their tier 1 turret.
I mean, I guess all turrets gonna fall if the Lord is taken here. I mean, at least 3 of them, my guess.
Yeah, both teams getting ready to fight it out. Lord at about 25% HP. Look at Cho with the concealed play. Flicker in, not able to get the knockup. Irab with the retribution though. Will claim it for RQ Hoshi. Speedy Light Wheel's going down. Ethan takes down Bruce's skirt. Down goes Cho, but they got what they came for. Now need to get out of the Lord pit. Oh, but it looks like Irad trapped, hit with the Appraiser's Wrath. Forbid will be able to shut him down. Blazing Duet from Skylar, hitting the full team of Team Lilgun. Not able to draw a kill, and both sides will disengage, but the Lord goes to RQ Hoshi.
Wow, the Cho eventually did enough. He went in and Barats used his ultimate on the Cho, but missed the smite though, and Cho kinda interrupted him. So that's kinda cool. I guess he's was trying to use the Way of the Dragon on the Barats to not let him retribution, but this kind of initiation was still enough.
Ooh, look at the positioning from Genesis Saints right there. Gonna go ahead and hide in that bush on that purple buff. They did trade though, even though they RQ Hoshi got that Lord. Team Lilgun was able to clear that tier 1 turret in the mid lane, which is I would say a fair enough trade. As long as they can kind of defend this Lord, they don't lose much from that engagement, but they open up the opportunity to invade. But speaking of invasion, a little bit too overextended, and Bruce getting caught in a lot of CC, may not be able to get out of there as Ein's on the chase. Able to shut him down with the power of CC from the XP lane. Big Astro Echo going out. 4 members caught with it. Actually, full 5-man caught with that. Tier 2 turret top side may drop if they're not careful.
Yeah, I think RQ Hoshi are in position they wanna be, because they have these Novaria, Benedetta and Claude, which is like super high mobility heroes who can clear the lanes. So Team Lilgun are composition are like they want to be 5 people stacked up, one on top of another, and RQ Hoshi are going to split push them, in my opinion, because of the mobility heroes, and now is the stage when they gonna shine.
Yeah, and you are going to already see a 4-kill lead for the side of Team Lilgun, down by 1,000 gold. You are looking at RQ Hoshi leading by 1 turret as well, but still overall a pretty close game. Now at that 12-minute mark, you are seeing some of the items being populated on the screen so far. Corrosion Scythe from the Claude alongside the Demon Hunter Sword and the Golden Staff. Just picked up the Windtalker. Definitely getting to that late game build needed to kind of burst down this Barats.
Yeah, surely they're gonna try to burst Barats, but I think this start of the fight when Chu just ulting the Estes or the Vixana probably is going to RQ Hoshi going to try to start this way fight. To burst down fast one target and then like kind of 5 versus 4 slowly grinding another.
And you're seeing both teams getting ready. Lord is going to spawn in again. Last one went to RQ Hoshi. Can Team Lilgun defend this and take this objective? If not, RQ Hoshi may be able to start working on opening up their base and taking some of the inhibitors. As you are seeing both teams trying to pull the aggro. Big knockup. Denton is welcome. Connected. Zara with the set. A couple of knockups on the way. G-Kondo rushing in. But Erad will claim the Lord again for RQ Hoshi. Retry Finger Gods. Skylight is going to take down the Brat. Zara will fall. Erad takes down Ethan. You're going to find another member falling as Octa takes down Eisen. 3 members down for Team Lilgun. Still rushing in, trying to get the game ender. Trying to close this out. They did take out that Lord. may be able to do it as down goes the tier 2 turret for the mid lane.
Whew, what a fight. Chu again used Flicker and the ultimate, but this time on the carry, and the Purify worked super good for carry, but it wasn't still like not there. I guess carry is building like tanky items right now, and there is like no actual damage here because like it's not enough. She should like one-shot people, but not working out.
Yeah, you're going to go ahead and see Team Logan now forced in their base. Both teams trying to fight it out. Will RQ Hoshi be able to take this one? Team Logan trying to hold him off, trying to stop this Lord from making his way into the base. This is Luminous, though. Scarlard able to take the inhibitor on the top side. One more turret to go for a possible game ender in game 1 of Group Stage A.
Yeah, it's a... There are chances, but this is the point when actually Team Logan is like can't be split pushed at, at the base. So maybe if they hold up for like some extra 3-4 minutes, maybe they're gonna farm some damage. I mean, they need to start bursting down someone.
Yeah, you are gonna go ahead and see RQ Hoshi versus Team Logan so far working in RQ Hoshi's favor. A lot of the items are showcasing on the board so far. Anti-heal picked up from the Navaria, trying to find a way to counter this Estus. You are looking at Cho picking up the Dominance Ice. Everybody having some anti-heal for the most part, and doing a really good job on their itemization. Team Logan doesn't really have too many chances to be able to hold them off. They're going to definitely have to try and fight for this next neutral objective, because if RQ Hoshi can take this Luminous Lord, could be a possible game ender.
I don't know. Yeah, but it's going to be really hard to come back for Team Logan from here, because, like, you know, every fight Claude has this ability to like ult in the late stages of the fight, which you don't want to be happening every single time, because like Benedetta starts damaging people, Navaria damaging people, and only then Cloud is jumping in to like kind of finish all of them off. You don't want to see this, because it's pretty hard to defend.
Yeah, you are going to go ahead and see both teams getting ready for this next neutral objective. Luminous Lord will spawn in the next 4 seconds. And we were able to see RQ Hoshi, for the most part, take this with little to no problem. Able to win these 5v5 engagements, but it looks like Team Logan is going to try and contest this. They know everything is on the line right here, and they need this objective in order to turn this game on the backside.
Meanwhile, Third Lord is going in. It's not like Luminous Lord, like level 3 Lord. Oh, and again, Flicker and the Veil, the Dragon used on the CC. Immediately Vengeance popped out and going back to disengage.
Yeah, a little bit of a disengage. RQ Hoshi, Team Logan, getting ready for this battle. 50% HP for the Lord. But on the top side, Benedetta doing a really good job of splitting these lanes. It's going to force them to push off. You are going to see the Vexana go back to try and clear these minions, which will open up the opportunity in terms of numbers for RQ Hoshi, as the Lord is very low. Zara may be able to get the Retribution. Ooh. Able to take it for Team Logan. First Lord of the day for them. And Mortality has been proc. Blazing Duet from Skylar into Zara, into the full 5-man team of Team Logan. Octa able to take down Zara. One member will fall. Like to find a blow going down. Jenna Saint with a huge play. What a turnaround, Team Logan.
Didn't went for the finish up. Wow, such a good fight. But I guess like RQ Hoshi should went for the kills, I think, and super good. Like Benedetta went for like 2 people at the end, but didn't quite finish them off, and just safely went back because there's a Lord to death on top of that. Just look at that freeze from the Estes, completely dodging all of the damage from the Claude, make him survive of this. I wonder if Claude build anti-heal here.
Yeah, that's definitely something I'm wondering as well, as you are going to go ahead and see a possible siege for the base. The turnaround from Team Logan, a love set on the way, but you are going to see the Astro Echo go out. They are going to disengage, not going to go in for that inhibitor turret, but now this is an even game. Anybody can take this match.
Yeah, that's Lord. They always going for this 50-50 Lord. I don't know. Why don't just they fight on the full HP, kind of trying to get 1-2 person and then kind of bait Lord and attack the team instead of going of this like 50-50 retribution every time.
Yeah, you know, but they do have the Benedetta and like I said, they have a lot of mobility for the side of RQ Hoshi. So they can split push. It was the right idea, but they were not able to get Zara away from that Lord. We talked about his sustainability, especially running this Barats. You're looking at him very heavy with the Guardian Helmet, the Anti-Cuirass, the Athena Shield, and the Dominant Sights to be able to protect himself. And then Estus to keep him alive, has those additional healing effects from the Flask of Oasis to top that off. And it has been a problem. I mean, they don't really have anybody to kind of push him back. They have Irad on this Fredrin to be able to get the knockup and an Energy Eruption for a possible stun. But Zara pretty much has free range when it comes to kind of being that bully inside of these neutral zones.
Yeah, it's working out, but what you can see, like the classics is like the pop train strategy versus split push strategy. Like these are the classics of the all MOBA, I guess. The pop train versus the split push.
Yeah, now you're gonna go ahead and see both teams getting ready again for the next neutral objective. I wonder who will be able to take this one. This may actually be the possible game ender. We're now sitting at 20 minutes. This is officially the late game. This is longer than what we typically see even on the North American scene. Most of our matches are like 14, 15 minutes, with some of the long ones going past the 20-minute mark. Everybody full game build with that late damage. RQ Hoshi, Team Logun. Both of these teams need this match. This is a best of 3. And this will definitely give them a huge advantage for a possible sweep as the Luminous Lord spawns in.
Yeah, I agree with this one. And I kind of thinking that Fredrin is not fit very good in the RQ Hoshi team composition. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I think the composition is definitely interesting. I mean, I feel like it's kind of working out for both sides, though. Like I said, it's not really a one-sided story. I would have expected the Barats to have had a little bit more pressure in the early phase, but it looks like RQ Hoshi was able to make up with their macro and their micro. With the Lord spawned in, though, 50% HP, you are going to see Irad pulling the aggro. Some good split pushing from Genesante, though, on the bot side, running this Benedetta. You see him kind of camping on that purple buff, waiting for the opportunity to kind of split this lane. And maybe an actual backdoor play if Team Lilgun is not careful.
Oh, the Benedetta might go for the draw. No. It's just a bait. She's just waiting. And yeah, RQ Hoshi are doing the absolutely right thing, because you don't want to engage 5 versus 5 like straight up bold fight. You want to like kind of split them up a little bit to make this like quick attack with the Chu and the Flicker, or Benedetta elect the final blow with Petrify.
Yeah, with the Lord spawned in, Irad again pulling the aggro, trying to bait Team Lilgun to take this engagement. A little bit of a knockup though. Zara taking the fight. Very low though. Massive damage to Skylar, take him down. Big play, as they won't have the retribution to be able to contest this Lord. RQ Hoshi though may go in for the fight, but look at the Benedetta on the base. May go for the back door. Skylight trying to hold him from getting back. Not going to allow nobody to recall. Benedetta now on the base. Crystal dealing some massive damage. 15%. 5. RQ Hoshi backdoors Team Lilgun for game 1 in our best of 3. One step closer to making it out of the group stage.
Oh man, this is experience. This is experience. Like, what can I say? This is just an experienced game, because I think the mistake on the Team Lilgan was that they should have so much more with the Estes and Barats combo early game, like level 4+. They should force the objective so much more aggressively, and take all first turrets and go on to take in second turrets. Just like I said, like they want to like 6 to 8 minutes into the game have solid gold lead, but more importantly map control, and what you wanna hold RQ Hoshi on at the base and trying to pressure this third tower, and that's how you win with Barats. You can't just like casually walk in like this. Okay, will a little bit damage of tower here, a little bit damage tower there. No, you need to rush because late game it's not gonna work.
Yeah, Genesante, definitely credits to him, rotating around, getting that backdoor play. We were kind of watching him, oftentimes just hiding in that purple buff bush and waiting for the opportunity to force somebody to split off these lords. And when they didn't split, hey, he just went straight to the heart of the game, shut down that base crystal. Now, not the easiest thing to pull off. You usually see a marksman kind of go for the backdoor play. But we talked about the mobility that he provided to the team at the Benedetta, and that's something I really see in NA be kind of slotted in. And it's interesting seeing as meta's shifting in Indonesia, pulling out some tricks from their bag, able to get it. That is game number 1, though, for the side of RQ Hoshi, one step closer. Like we said, this is a best of 3. And there is still a chance for Team Lilgun to turn this around. But I do agree with you. The Barats, when there was no early game damage, I would have liked to see them kind of dominate a little bit more of that early phase. But we just really didn't get to see that. And I think maybe it's just from Genesante opening up these opportunities with the split push and mobility.
And I don't know, is it just me, but I didn't quite saw the Vexana here. It's not was not that big here. I would love to see the stats of this game, how much damage did she dealt. And but yeah, Team Lilgun need to play like faster phase, like more aggressive pressure with this kind of comp, and it might work. But if they should understand, if they go to like 15-16 minutes into the game and with no lead, they're gonna lose. Most likely they're gonna lose, because it's just the damage is just overwhelming. It's just Claude is insanely high damage output.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Skylar did a really good job rotating around, getting to the back lane. Almost every single time you'd see him pop that BMI and use that Blazing Duet and hit pretty much the full team of Lilgun on those 5v5 engagements. And that's what really opened up the opportunity. It was kind of zoning them out from even being able to push these lords. And definitely some good rotations. Between Skylar and Genesante, both side laners definitely doing an excellent job. I would say, though, hopefully for Team Lilgun in Game 2, we see a little bit of a stronger pressure in the early phase. It wasn't too one-sided, though. I would say it was kind of even up until a couple of these lords. As we are now panning over to some of the highlights that made this story. Zara able to take that first turtle. You are seeing the second turtle on the way. The engagement. Genesante, just speaking about him, able to find forward. Blazing Duet from Skylar, the other side laner. Zara taking out Genesante. Skylar providing some massive damage with the Blazing Duet. Battle over the third turtle. Skylar taking down Ethan. 4-3 though, like we said, not the highest kill game, and pretty even with across the board in terms of kills. We are seeing some massive CC though. Fourth turtle popping up on the scoreboard so far. Like to find a blow going in, and Erad able to claim it. A lot of these objectives were going to the side of RQ Hoshi though the later this game went, as you've seen Erad starting to kind of rack these up with the retribution. Ethan taking down Burst right there, who also had a really good game, rotating around and had some big G-Condos, knocking up 3 members from the side of Team Lilgun. Blazing Duet from Skylar again. Full man, able to connect to 4 members from the side.
He's just stacking damage, like, you know, to be in the top of the stats. But yeah, I just was thinking about the lords. 2 of them was taken by the Lilgun, but they actually couldn't make anything good off of them, and like. This is my point is, why would you risk to take the Lord and 2 people from your team is dead and now you cannot use the Lord? Like, why are you going for it? Just go for the kills. Try to kill, prioritize the heroes instead of prioritizing Lord. It's not gonna give you anything.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot of those battles on the way, the immortality being procced, both sides fighting it out. But again, this is where you start to see the side of RQ Hoshi take the advantage. Big play over there from Genesante with the Electro Final Blow. Skylar taking down Zara, especially here, taking down the jungler super early before even going for this Lord, opening up the opportunity for a possible taking, but they don't even go for it. There goes Genesante with the excellent macro, excellent micro, the backdoor play to close out game 1.
Yeah, but I'm, you know, I'm thinking that even if he didn't backdoor the crystal here, they still was like 5 versus 3, and they would overwhelm. RQ Hoshi would overwhelm probably with just the regular minions, even without Lord.
Yeah, and speaking of RQ Hoshi, there goes the MVP himself, Skylar. KDA 304, 36% damage dealt, 15,000 gold per minute. That's a little high. But definitely was leading the way in this game. And that only paints half the story. His execution on the BMIs and the Blazing Duet really kind of made the difference in a lot of these neutral engagement fights.
that's not a lot. It's like impossible high. Imagine like 15k gold per minute. Game would end it probably in like 5 minutes. But yeah, I would like to take a to give a credit on Skylar, because not every time you can see the Claude who's actually start to play from like early game, because he's pretty much rotated from the gold lane to the bot lane to finish up Estes. Like, where can you see this? Because Cloud is kind of useless until he get like Demon Hunter Sword and the golden staff, but this Cloud is probably like ganking up with just a boot. And it's enough for him, works for him.
Well, if he was getting 15,000 gold per minute, I think he would have had full build in like 2 minutes. But that was overall, guys. That wasn't the that wasn't gold per
overall.
minute.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we just having fun.
Yeah, that was definitely funny, though, to be able to see that. Really just a good game. I want to see how Team Logan kind of responds to this. Like we said, we don't want to see one-sided stories or see these sweeps. This is Group Stage A, though. Not every team is going to make it out. One team will fall out of Games of Future before we progress on to the next phase. So Team Logan's definitely going to have to step up their energy for round 2 if they want to have a chance to compete in here, because now they're sitting at match point for RQ Hoshi for a chance for a sweep.
Yeah, you know, in my opinion, for now, from analysis from game 1, I would say that draft doesn't matter at this point, because RQ Hoshi seems like to play much more faster game. They are one like class above Team Dilgan, and when this happened, draft is not that big of a deal. It seemed like Team Dilgan are hesitating with their decisions. They like not going all in or not going all the way back, which is RQ. They committed to one decision. They like go all in this decision. They not double thinking because it's too slow. They just doing and then retreating, just going in, going out, and Dilgan are like kind of, should we go? No, we shouldn't go, and this is like not gonna work. They need to switch this particular thing to match up RQ Hoshi tempo, and then the draft going to matter. But at this point, RQ can draft anything they want.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, when we were looking at Team Logan in the beginning for the first turtle, they were able to kind of take it, and I thought they were going to be online to be able to keep pushing forward and have full control of the early game. But like you said, not being able to make a concise decision between the entire team kind of costed them on a lot of these neutral engagements, as you are seeing again, Skylar with a strong presence inside of that gold lane. But also, I want to paint some picture into Genesante, right? The dude was a menace with the Benedetta in those rotations. Had a really good match. But we also got to look at the mid lane, right? They had the Navaria, who doesn't really often get that much credit. But when you use those Astro Echoes to slow down the entire team, it does have such a strong impact. Even though he's not getting the kills, he's racking up those assists and also making it easier to be able to take down the members of Team Logan, which was giving them a hard time pushing into these neutral objectives, especially with the Barats, who's kind of frontline heavy, who has to kind of rush in before the team. And oftentimes, you were seeing him get bursted down first inside of these Lord fights, especially with Skylar getting all that gold and getting those core items nice and early to be able to deal that massive damage output.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. And you know, the Navaria ult shines even more when she ult and immediately team follow up with the initiation. And they are using this information right away, and that's how it should be played.
Yeah, definitely should be played. And like you said, a couple of things have to change for game number 2 if Team Lil Gun wants to have a chance to stay in here. Number 1, have a stronger early game presence, right? Try and focus on making RQ Hoshi uncomfortable. You see, once they find their groove, once they find their rhythm, they're very hard to stop. It started being more of a one-sided story when RQ Hoshi was able to kind of zone out these neutral objectives. Number 2, stop the side lanes. Find a way to disrupt Skylar's synergy. Try and stop him from getting a lot of gold, especially early in the game, to deal that massive damage. Maybe going and getting a gank. Trading a turtle possibly for a kill in the gold lane could delay that from even happening. But then also in the XP lane, find a way to rotate with Genesante. Either have a high mobility XP laner that can keep up with him, or be a lane bully to force him to not moving out of that lane.
Yeah, a lot of things might work for the team. I feel like if the team Lilgan picks something else, not Vixana, but more like constantly damaging hero, maybe Lunox, like, I don't know, maybe. But Vixana seems like a support hero, but Lilgan was lacking damage a little bit, so they should probably have something like Aurora, Lunox, like some steady damage. It felt like they might be able to kind of counter-attack more, because even though Team Lilgan had this team composition, 5 people, like super strong tanky setup, RQ Hoshi still initiate on them with the Cho or with the Alecto Final Blow Petrify and the Novaria ult combo, and they being bullied. but they the one who should bully, so that's kind of counterintuitive.
Yeah, and we want to see kind of how this kind of plays into game number 2, right? Like we said, this is a best of 3, so there's a possibility for that sweep out there, especially for the first series of the day. That's a bold statement from the side of RQ Hoshi if they can pull that off. And I expect them to be even more aggressive jumping into this game. And there's a lot of things that they did right there. Their early game, they lost the first neutral objective, didn't get that turtle, but they're able to make up for it from rotating around the lanes. You often see them trade a turtle or a lord for a turret. And I think that was some really good trade-offs to be able to not go for those neutral objectives that a lot of teams don't really go in for. So they're keeping Team Lilgun on their toes. The further this match goes, I can't wait to see how Team Lilgun responds. I do expect them to kind of pick it up a little bit. I wouldn't say that RQ Hoshi just completely annihilated them or dominated them. I just think they did slightly better on the rotations for the side laners, which made the massive difference for the neutral engagement. So if we can see Team Lilgun kind of pick up their momentum, their mobility, it may be a little bit of a better outcome for them, as we are now jumping into game number 2 for the first series of the day. Team Lilgun all the way out from Mongolia up against RQ Hoshi. Currently match point and a possible sweep if Team Lilgun does not stay on their toes.
Yeah, and the bans are pretty similar from the last games. Nolan and Arlout being closed up. Matilda straight away being banned by the RQ Hoshi on the first ban. The mobility heroes being banned and uncomfortable. RQ Hoshi are showed that they absolutely understand how to use the mobility on their hero to gain maximum advantage from it, and we'll see how Team Lilgan going to adapt and what is their response is going to be.
I'm expecting RQ Hoshi to ban out the Minotaur again. I mean, this is similar to the last match with the bans in terms of RQ Hoshi. Actually, the exact same for both sides. So possibly a Minotaur ban may be on the way. It's probably a comfort ban that they know Team Lilgun likes to run. So there is going to still open up some of their favorite picks. Maybe we see the Benedetta again. It definitely worked out before. It was very hard to keep up with. The Claude, if Skylar can pick that up, I think he executes well on that. And it looks like they're not going to ban it out. They do go in for the Navaria, though. We've talked about the Navaria not really being talked about that much or shown as one of those key heroes last game, but it had a heavy impact, especially with the slow that it was providing and also the massive damage output that the team would be able to input from that that slow CC. So jumping into this, like we said, a couple of adjustments to the ban phase for the side of Team Lilgun.
And the Guinevere again, like it's pretty much the same bans except of Navaria being added to this, and Ruby is being picked straight away. So the ban of Ruby last game from RQ Hoshi, I believe, right? And was for a reason, and Ruby being picked, like, yeah, well, let's see. I'm stoked to see what is so dangerous Ruby doing in these games that being drafted on the first pick and being banned. So I would love to see that.
I like the Ruby too. Honestly, it's something that we see in the NA scene. It's been having such a strong impact. You can flex it to the XP, you can flex it to the roam position, and it does just as well in both. But again, if they run that heavy mobility composition, Ruby has a little bit of mobility, but against the Benedetta, I'm not sure how that's going to kind of play out. But you are going to see, again, a similar pickup. The CC will be slotted in for RRQ Hoshi, but this time, the sustainability is going to be this Faramis, which will be kind of fun to watch. Now, there is a Valentina still on the table, so I'm wondering if Team Lilgun is going to go in for that so that they can have another realm as well.
No, I don't think they Valentina, but I don't know, maybe. I feel like even Faramis would be so much better the last game, but they went with the Valentina. But you know, about Ruby, it's like kind of hero when this hero play on your side, you cannot feel her impact that good, but when you play against it, oh my god, it's like it stuns you every single time when you not want to be stunned. It's keep going with the stuns. Yeah, so annoying.
Yeah, you're going to see the Lilia picked up though, so they're going to have early game damage this side for Team Lilgun. They are going to go in for the jungle nice and early. The Martis, we know he has the anti-CC in his kit. The motor coils definitely can be a problem hitting somebody with some chain CC. And he's overall just a really good jungler for the first neutral objectives. He does fall off a little bit later in the game, which we will have to watch out for. Team Lilgun, they had the Barats before. It was a jungle bully, but it just didn't really work out the way they kind of planned it to. And it looks like they're going to be a little bit more aggressive now with this Martis, which could possibly open the doors for them in the early game. But you are going to see RQ Hoshi picking up there.
Yeah, and then the Kaja is like, I don't know. It's we saw this hero a lot. Like, you know, it reminds me the game from the Team Fireflags when they went from Kaja and build the fleeing time like almost like first or second item, and keep using this ultimate, keep ulting, keep killing, but it didn't kind of work because when team fight appears, it's not that effective. It's effective on the solo kills, but with a team fight, like, I don't know. So I want to see how RQ Hoshi is going to use the Kaja, because it seems like they are using heroes to their maximum potential.
Yeah, speaking of maximum potential, there goes the carry banned out. One of those more prevalent marksmans that we've been seeing this time around. In terms of meta, like the Claude is still on the table, definitely can be picked up for either side. We've seen Skylar perform really well on it. I wonder if he's going to try and get that, since they are going to have first pick this time around, being second on the and on the red side for today's draft. Now, there's still a couple of bans on the table. Looking at Team Lilgun, like I said, the Ruby can be flexed into the roam position, or it could be XP. Either way, they can decide if they want to run a support, they can, to match up, especially against the heals that the Faramis is going to provide with the Nether Realm. Or they can go in for some more additional CC. There is no Diggy banned out, and there's no Minotaur actually banned out this time around, which could be a viable option if they do want to kind of last pick that and catch RQ Hoshi off guard.
Yeah, but again, mobility is kind of like, I don't know. Martis is super strong hero, but when he's like being attacked and he's forced to counter attack, otherwise they need to have some, I don't know, maybe Rafaela, something like that, and because they need to fix the mobility. Ruby is not that good as well in this department. The carry and the Cloud being banned, like double marksman this time. They not play around. They taking notes and using them straight away.
Yeah, they are trying to limit some of the marksmans available. A couple of other ones that we do see sometimes sneaking up in there is the Irithel, the Natan can be a viable option, the Bruno, the Brody.
Natan,
all of these still some strong picks to be able to be slotted for either side. I am watching for RQ Hoshi though, having that Kaja, that suppression. It can work, especially on the Martis, right? He's going to go in for these neutral objectives. If they can grab him right before that retribution mark, then you're going to be able to see Team Lilgun be able to, or RQ Hoshi be able to take some of these early turtles. So that is something to watch out for. And the Kaja is a counter to the Lilia, because the Lilia can use the black shoes, be able to get all that HP back that she has lost. But if the Kaja can hit him with the Divine Judgment right beforehand, then it'll be an easy kill.
The classic, the Beatrix. Yeah, it's a super strong hero. Still super strong hero. Like, you know this when some hero being nerfed just a little bit, everybody is like, it's unplayable now. We're not going to pick him anymore. And that you can see it's not. Should be not treated this way, because if it's like minor fix, it's not the reason to not stop picking this hero. And Beatrix is there, and I would love to see how.
I was actually interested with the Beatrix. We don't see the Beatrix that often anymore inside of the NA side of things. Honestly, it's one of the least picked marksmen. You see usually the Bruno, the Aerothel, the Claude, the Carry, the Natan, all usually picked before her. So to be able to see this in the international scene, I want to see how it kind of plays out. But there it goes. The final pick on the side for Team Lilgun. It will be the Ixia.
And the Tamus as well. And I love to see Tamus. It's like, it's one of those heroes, kind of like Lunox in my perspective, because it's every time it's good. Every meta is good. Like, he's win the lane, he pressures the lane, he's good at team fights, he's good in aggression. Why not everybody picking him? He's good at X-Plane, he's good at like jungle, might be played as well. And the Lunox is kind of same stuff, so nobody picks it. But the Ixia, yeah, as well. It's like wombo combo potential.
The Wombo combo. Now, they are keeping things interesting for the side of RQ Hoshi. Right before the band's draft finished, we did see Lancelot picked up, which means it's going to be Assassin in the jungle. I haven't actually got to see a Lancelot game in a minute. I want to see if he can kind of dance around with them dashes, as we are going to be jumping into the land of Dawn. But like we said, this is a best of 3 group stage A, and we're seeing RQ Hoshi currently sitting with a possible match point for a sweep over Team Lilgun, kind of leading the way for Indonesia up against Mongolia. Revving into the land of Dawn. You see it right there, the virtual arena. As ladies and gentlemen, definitely support your favorite teams. Let us know which way you think this will go. Do we see the 2-0 sweep, or do we see a turnaround to even out the scoreboard 1-1? Team Lilgun up against RQ Hoshi.
Yes. Typical start on the mid lane here. Farm is trying to burst down the minions and takes as much souls as possible and succeeding in this kind of things. Kaja staying on the mid lane, just showing up the enemy heroes. Is he going to work on the Tamus here? But Tamus is pushing the wave and not going to the mid lane. He's trying to get the jungle minion, but like, the typical start.
It's funny. This is the first time I've seen a Thomas go up against a CC. So I'm going to be paying very close attention to that bot side. But already some early aggression from Team Lilgun. Massive damage. Lancelot with Thorn Rose is going to rush in. One more hit. Zara finds Bruce. But Octa very low as well. We'll get a double kill. Down goes Octa. Team Lilgun. A possible secret weapon with the Martis pickup. We talked about how much potential he provides in the early game, and 2 kills before the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, this is exactly how you should use Martis. You should use his early game advantage as much as possible with the invades on the enemy jungle and on the lane pressures. And that's exactly what Team Lilgun is doing. Wow, that's super good.
Yeah, this is definitely a different story that we've seen in game number 1. I mean, some early aggression is going to work in their favor. With Martis picking up 2 kills, he's definitely going to be ahead of Irad on the Lancelot. We are seeing this turtle spawn in the next 2 seconds, and you're already seeing Zara with the game plan to take this. He didn't have the best match with the Barats, but it's looking like a different story for him this time around.
Yeah, but it's like too early to judge, but it's a good start to like 1.5k gold lead already and working on that turtle.
Ooh, and some now another kills.
Kill. Yeah,
decimation.
Being punished for his curiosity.
Yeah, and Curiosity killed the cat, and Zara killed 3 cats so far. 3-0.
This time killed the bird. Curiosity killed the bird.
That is true, because I do have that Kaja. And speaking of the bird, Kaja, Bruce, that's 2 deaths that he's had so far. Definitely need to play a little bit more passive, especially being the roamer. He's kind of opening up the opportunity for Team Lilgun to have a massive advantage in the early phase.
Yeah, but this Lancelot is still dangerous, even though he's kind of in a disadvantage here, level 5 against almost level 7, and but still trying to fight for it, and it's pretty good to see. And now he's going to pay for this, like trying to steal I mean, trying to not give the steal of this Ursa to the Martis, but being punished for that. Team Gun seems like they reloaded.
Yeah, and you're going to see Bruce off screen. He's going to catch Baybex. That's going to be the first kill for RQ Hoshi. Irad finding his first death of the game. That is going to go over to Ethan on the Ruby. 4-1 lead, 3-kill lead for the side of Team Lil Gun, and now up by 2,000 gold. Some of those items popping up on the board as well, as you are seeing the Hunter Strike scythe be picked up from the Martis for that additional pin and mobility, already being such an early aggressive jungler.
But look on the farm table, the Beatrix is dominating actually Ixia with that quite good gold lead at this point, and there's going to be a deciding factor, the fight, when Beatrix is going to join the fight and maybe burst somebody.
Yeah, you see Baybex did pick up that Corrosion Scythe, so it'll be a little bit of slowest alongside the Thomas. On top of that, looks like Skylar is going for that Blade of Despair. I mean, I did see a Legion Sword over there, so that may be possibly what he's trying to build up. It's going to be a little bit of a higher pricey item to be able to pull off, but once he gets it, it'll definitely deal some massive physical damage. Next turtle has been spawned in, though, and it looks like Zara is going to go in for it. He was able to take the last one and get a kill on top of it, and it looks like RQ Hoshi won't be able to contest.
Yeah, they absolutely won't be able to contest, and the red buff is probably going to be pressured as well. I want to mention a good dodge, the Ruby's ultimate on the Lancelot second skill, but didn't quite result anything. And here is the pressure on the Ixia as well, and being slowly farmed down, and now the RQ Hoshi are trying to come back using this disadvantage on the Ixia.
Yeah, Ixia, I mean, 0-2 and 0 right there. Definitely needing to find a way to get their marksman online. Kind of struggling to find the rhythm so far. You're going to go ahead and see on the bot side, though, Ruby going to go ahead and clear those minions. 4-2 so far. Team Lil Gun off to a great start in the early phase. RQ Hoshi now sitting on the back end. This may be an even series if they're not careful. They are sitting at match point, though, so if they find the rhythm, could be a game ender, but I'm offended for a two-man set. Ethan finds Skylar. You're going to see them still battling it out inside of the tier 1 turret. Thorn Rose going down, the dash in, but no Phantom Execution to take down Ethan.
Ethan initiation is so good, just like Cho last game. He's kind of vengeance, having his vengeance on this one, but prioritizing the most important target, which is Beatrix, ult in plus flicker, and immediately follow up all his team. And this is a bad news for RQ Hoshi, might be.
Zara able to take down Bruce, almost able to get another. The Netherrealm as a saving grace, keeping Genesante alive right there. But you're looking at Zara with a really good start. 4-0-2 on the Martis.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see on the Martis. And let's see it. But as you mentioned, Ixia need to start to play with the gold, and she need to farm a lot, because it's the only side of the Team Lil Guns is not matching with the other one, is the Ixia. Need to start farming, otherwise this domination not gonna be there for a long time, because it will be a point when Ixia need to like one-shot people with her ultimate.
Yeah, you're looking at a 4,000 gold lead so far for the side of Team Lil Gun, and that's increasing the further we go inside of this game. RQ Hoshi need to find a way to pump the brakes on their momentum right now, as you're going to see Zara take the next turtle with little to no contest, giving them a massive XP boost right now, which means when it comes to these team fights, you're going to see Team Lil Gun just do a little bit better, especially with Zara, with how much he already has on his plate, sitting at 5,700 gold, highest gold in this game for their jungler. Beatrix right behind him at 53, though. Definitely ahead of the Ixia, who's having a little bit of a harder time getting online. But you are seeing the battle, the invasion over the purple buff. Zara going in for it. Irad not going to be able to... no, he looks like he was able to get it with this Retribution right at the last second.
Yeah, and the Beatrix is pushing, split pushing the wave and immediately TPing back. This is like exactly what she should do in this position of not power. No position of power here from RQ Hoshi, but if they manage to hold up for like 6-7 minutes additional, I mean, not 6-7 minutes, I mean basically it's one fight if Team Lilgan lose one fight, they might come back here, but we'll see.
Yeah, as the battle on the way. A siege for the tier 2 turret in the proxy of the lane. Massive damage goes out. Forbid takes on Brazzara, gets another, finds Skylar. And now we'll be able to take this tier 2 turret on the bot side. But in the mid lane, pay attention to Irad trying to go in, trying to find a trade. Bebex will find a turret off screen as well.
That's exactly what they are doing in terms of like aggressive defense. Like, you know, they Team Lilgan killing RQ Hoshi people, but the Lancelot trying to even that out and like split push, defend, don't let them get the objectives because of that kills. And yeah, that's the right thing to do, to kind of drag the game a little bit, hold it for more minutes.
Yeah, and right now, RQ Hoshi trying to hold off Team Lilgan from claiming even more real estate on today's match. Off to a great start with a 6-kill lead and also up by 5,000 gold as this Lord spawns in. So far, we haven't been able to see Team RQ Hoshi be able to take any of these neutral objectives. Team Lilgan just getting everything they came for, not asking any questions, and just handling their business at every stage of the early game. Can we see RQ Hoshi turn this around? Divine Judgment goes out. Skylar gets the kill, takes down Forbid. We just talked about this. The Kaja being the counter for the Lilia.
Oh, and the Lord is being contested probably. Lancelot is kind of far away, and the second skill with the Retribution gonna steal the Lord. It was so like, I can saw it from the far away, like, you know, he's like, oh, there's Lord there. Let me try to steal it. And like, and just took it.
Skylar, though, on the chase, he wants Zara. You are going to see Aizen try and kite him. A little bit of an overextension, and Aizen will be able to get the kill, but able to shut down Zara. Phantom Execution in. Thorn Rose connecting Bebex. 15% HP will make his way back into the tier 2 turret. And now the Lord intact, making his way down the mid lane. And you're looking at RQ Hoshi turning this game around. Team Lilgan now on the defense. Aizen very low, forced to go back. Forbid may not be able to get out of there. You're going to see Arad going in, trying to get the kill. Not able to close the distance on Aizen as he makes his way back to the base, and down goes the Lord.
Ethan was a little bit hesitating with his ultimate because he cashed Lancelot with his second skill and he should ult immediately afterwards, but he ulted like a little bit longer, so it opens up a window for the Lancelot to dodge with the second skill, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, you see, he was definitely on the chase. It was funny watching Skylar trying to chase down a kill, getting punished over there by Aizen, and then the same thing with Irad trying to find Aizen on his way out. Neither side able to kind of close that distance. But so far, 10-5. Even though RQ Hoshi is behind in kills, they are now leading the way in terms of turrets, and the gold has almost equalized for both sides. Team Lilgan up by 1,000, but in terms of map control, it is now favoring RQ Hoshi.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with this one. I'm just wondering why Team Lilgan keep doing the same mistake. Like, they not focusing the heroes. They like going for these like 50-50 lords. I don't know.
Ooh, but this match is not 50-50 with this engagement on the side of Skylar. Will find Aizen on the 4v2. Ethan left by himself to pick up the pieces, and they may go in to take this turret. Ethan not really in a position to contest, and it looks like Skylar is going to seize this opportunity. Skylar already 2,000 gold ahead of Bebex.
Yeah, and the double ultimate on the Beatrix just to follow up Kaja's ultimate, Divine Judgment, and like so synchronized. Like as soon as Kaja ult, they're like grenades are flying in, and the pistols are already being loaded, ready to follow up, and the super fast kill. No vengeance for Tamus because it's impossible to use while being ulted with Kaja or Franco. And yeah, taking the full advantage out of that.
And you are looking at the highest kills in the game so far, going over to Zara. Had a really good start on that Martis, now sitting 6-1-3 for the side of Team Lilgan. But on RQ Hoshi, even though they're not high on kills, their synergy is definitely coming alive as we are now officially in the mid game. They don't have the high mobility that we saw in game 1, especially with that Benedetta rotating around and keeping Team Lilgan on their toes, but they're making up for it with their IQ. Conceal play has been called out though from the side of Team Lilgan, trying to rush in, trying to catch Genesante, but he puts on the skates and slides away, but hit over there by Ruby with the CC, and massive damage going out. Mortar coils from Zara, trying to get a decimation off. Phantom Execution in. Irad will find Ethan, gets a double, shuts down Bebex, a 2-for-none trade, gets that triple, on his way to a possible Maniac as Octa will be able to find one as well. Forbid all by himself, trying to get away. RQ Hoshi on the chase. Can they get him?
No.
He's gonna sandwich around. Irad not letting him go, showing no mercy. Black Shoes, though, a massive play to be able to escape the full team of RQ Hoshi as they're now going in for a possible game ender. They have minions and only one member to go through, but Ethan will spawn in time for some additional CC. Do they try and close it out here? I'm not sure if they can pull it off, and it looks like they are now going to shift their focus onto this Luminous Lord.
Wow, what a turnaround, like. And Lancelot was kind of reminding me of this game, like Checkers, you call it, right? When he was jumping on the minions, it was like like that kind of stuff.
I will say Irad is thirsty for the kills. The way he's rotating around, the way he pathed over into the inhibitor turret to try and box out Forbid from escaping, but the Black Shoes at the last second to wrap back around into the inhibitor for the mid lane saved his life right there and avoided a full wipeout in a game ender. That could have been everything out for Team Lil Guns, as they're currently sitting 0-1. If RQ Hoshi closes this game out with this Luminous Lord, it will be a 2-0 sweep, and they will have a big advantage for Group Stage A.
Yeah, Radis definitely want to like give them taste of their own medicine because of the early game. Like every time is invading his buffs, every time like harassing him into the jungle, and now they gonna pay for it.
Yeah, Team Lowgun backs against the wall. Everything to lose right here if they're not careful. RQ Hoshi, Viva RRQ, as they are alive right now and doing well. 10-10 on the scoreboard, but down goes the Lord. Some great defense from Team Lilgun, but now stripped down to only the base crystal and no inhibitors.
Yeah, RQ Hoshi being able to defend all of the attacks of the Team Lilgun. Only 3 towers are down, and the mid lane, like most important tower, is still up, and RQ Hoshi maintain their composure and not nervous and under the immense pressure Team Lilgun putting on them, and gathering their thoughts for this like final counter attack, and they did it quite good. Just like waited for some items, I guess.
Yeah, now they have all the lanes synced. It looks like they're going to go in for the close. They don't have the Lord, but no worries. We have the minions and the damage. Massive play. Big on a fitted set, though. Baybex will find Octa. Forbid takes down Bruce. A turnaround. Team Lil Gun on the defense. Phantom Execution out. You're going to look at Irad doing a quick 180. Not going in with what they came for. RQ Hoshi, a little bit of a miscalculated play right there. And Team Lil Gun able to turn it around.
I mean, RQ Hoshi damage every single target for like 20-30%, maybe even lower, but they should like... They was damaging everyone instead of like trying to focus priority. They thought they can kill all of them, but damage wasn't there in when you put it like that on the every single person you can see around you. And yeah, now they go into defend, and the Team Lilgun has a small window to actually come back and maybe potentially 5 versus 4 somebody. But Kazan is running straight from the base already. 10 seconds for the Lord, and it's going to be 5-5 on the Lord.
Ooh, but the aggressive play. Genesante caught in the middle, uses the Winter Truncheon, but not going to be able to hold him off. Second saving grace, Immortality, been procced, and he goes down. Zara with the decimation. One member falling for RRQ Hoshi. And now you're seeing some heavy focus in the mid lane. Luminous Lord spawned in, and Team Lilgun with the advantage of numbers.
Wow, insanely good, you know, the freeze into the immortality, and on top of that, Faramis tried to ult, but he actually like slipped a little bit, and the ult didn't proc on him with the immunity effect. It might be enough to survive for the counter attack, and the ultimate Divine Judgment goes into Martis and trying to follow up on Beatrix with the damage, but it's not enough, and now Martis is gonna keep working on the Lord. I don't know it's a good idea or not, but Phantom Execution going in, trying to get the Lilia, but not gonna happen because of that Ruby with the spoke on the drop against Assassins is so good.
Yeah, Irad did fall though, so there's no retribution for RQ Hoshi, and now a possible opportunity with the numbers from Team Lil Gun to close this game out. Octa gets a kill. Zora takes down Skylar. That's gonna be a 2-for-2 trade so far. Looks like the numbers have equalized. RQ Hoshi finding a way, finding a will. Burst will take down Forbid. 2 more members left to go through. Make it 1. Zara Immortality has been procced. May not be able to get out of there. Ringo order for the slow burst on his tail. Can they take him down? Octa will. He will fall. That's going to leave Genesante in the base trying to close it out. Ethan left to defend against the 3-man team of RQ Hoshi, looking for the 2-0 sweep. Eisen joining the party. Going to use that Cotter Inferno last minute, trying to hold him off. 25%, 5%. Viva RRQ as they get the 2-0 sweep out from Indonesia, taking down Team Lil Gun from Mongolia in Group Stage A, Game of Futures 2024.
Yeah, congratulations RRQ with 2-0 Team Lil Gun, and nice. RRQ are so good. Like, you know, the Lil Gun, it seems like from my perspective, they kind of pressure RRQ, but I guess when they practice, they didn't saw this kind of like hard defense, and they don't understand how to crack this kind of defense. And you should go more aggressive. You should do like a little bit more risk, like go maybe in, maybe kill, and then do something prioritizing. But they are lacking in this department, how to secure the objective when you have the advantage. And what is advantage? It's maybe like the point in the game when your team just have like stronger ultimates, stronger heroes, and this is like the advantage, not the gold advantage, but the like tempo, in-game tempo heroes advantage, and they kind of not using it for full potential. But it might be because RRQ are so good at defense and Lil Gun not used to this kind of good defense, and don't know how to crack it.
Yeah, definitely need to find a way to break the code. Team Lil Gun just having a hard time. They did really well in the beginning, right? It was looking very promising. They were hitting all the objectives on time. But RQ Hoshi able to stay resilient as it got to that mid game, able to find a way to turn this around after that Lord play, and they were able to do it even with that amazing start from that Martis just kind of dominating, leading 4-0, taking both neutral objective turtles in the beginning. It just wasn't enough. Indonesia looking stronger than ever so far, though, with RQ Hoshi just showcasing their mastery. Mongolia not out of the mix yet, though. Team Lil Gun will have another shot. Like we said, this is Group Stage A, and whoever goes out with the best win-loss ratio will be able to move forward. The top 3 teams. One will fall, though, but RQ Hoshi, 2-0 sweep to start off the day.
Looking strong, yeah. And, you know, the difference from my perspective, again, the understanding of the importance of the regular minions, just regular minions. Like, you know, when Team Lil Gun like kind of forcing the fights, you can see Beatrix or Lancelot just clearing up the waves on the like opposite lane. So Team Lil Gun get the kills, but they can't do anything, they can't push anything because of these kills. So it's just like kills, not gonna do anything for you, because you really want to like get the kills and get the map control, get the kills, get the like at least buffs, and RQ Hoshi understand this concept, and the Team Lil Gun kind of not, maybe they do, maybe they understand, but the tempo of the game is so high, so it seems like it's not prioritizing Team Lil Gun. It's just they just prioritizing kills and then doing nothing with the kills. Just like in this moment, look, Martis going in, 3 people stun, and they gonna kill all of them. But on the mid lane, Lancelot is rotating to the mid lane just to clear up and don't let their mid to fall down. So the defense in terms of macro gaming are so much ahead on the RQ Hoshi than Team Lil Gun.
Yeah, definitely credits to being able to focus on these objectives, especially when under pressure. Because like we said, the early game, Lil Gun was looking stronger than ever. I mean, you looked like they were going to kind of close this game out with ease, but they're able to hold on to their entire mid lane for the side of RQ Hoshi, and I think that's what kind of kept them in there, alongside rotating around, like you mentioned, and taking some of these mid lane turrets, while the side of Lil Gun was kind of focused on trying to go for the kills. Speaking of kills, though, as you are seeing about that 12-minute mark, this is where we started to see them turn it around. This is where RRQ Hoshi came alive. Viva RRQ. Irad with the triple kill. Octa taking down Aizen. And then the battle for a possible siege, trying to close this out. But this is some good defense where they tried to kind of hold them from trying to close this game out for the side of Logan. You see the suppression go down. You see both teams fight it out, but a massive I'm Infinite for 3-man set from Ethan to keep Lil Gun inside of this game.
Yeah, and there's still no damage for RRQ. They tried to finish the game. They kind of didn't make it, one dead, and they just retreat, wait a little bit, reload, and even now they kind of like not winning, not losing the fight, but they having their composure and just keep going, and keep doing right stuff. And Team Lil Gun is being overwhelmed by the actions of the RRQ Hoshi and don't know what to do.
Yeah, and speaking of actions speak louder than words. We are seeing the MVP on the board. Octa with the Faramis, 3, 2, and 8, stacking up those assists, 22% damage dealt, 557 gold per minute. But it was really the power of the Netherrealm keeping RRQ Hoshi alive inside of a lot of these engagements, which made up a lot of the difference, especially in that mid to late game when RRQ Hoshi was able to turn this around. Great synergy overall and a well-deserved MVP on today's first series of the day, ending in a 2-0 sweep. It was definitely entertaining, though. I wouldn't say it was one-sided. Team Logan just needing to work a little bit more on their late game to be able to close it out when they do have the massive objectives in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And in this game in particular, they should help their gold laner more. Just like you said, they need to take like online their gold laner, and they kind of like had this like, I don't know, rush, like, okay, we're winning, let's keep killing them, like instead of like helping these like pieces on the board to kind of work all. And I don't know, 14% damage on the gold laner, that's not what you want to see. And on the other hand, the CC actually is a top damage on the RRQ Hoshi. Yeah, Genosante both games insanely strong.
Yeah, you're right. We got to see the CC in action from Genosante. Game 1, we got to see the Benedetta with some flawless execution. Skylar, though, on the Beatrix did pretty decently. You're looking at that 57% team participation, making sure to do a lot of turret damage as well. 53% of the turrets were claimed from him in today's match. And also in the last game, he had a very high damage against the entire team of Team Lil Gun with that Claude. Definitely showcasing some mastery at its finest in the gold lane and kind of showcasing just how good RQ Hoshi is looking this time around for Game of Futures. Team Lil Gun, on the other hand, though, like we said, don't count them out yet. They still have another shot. Not off to the best start in the group stage, but hey, there's always another day, and that will be today, as we'll be seeing them continue to compete. Now, I will say, Babex had a really hard time getting online with the Ixia. We saw him getting shut down really often, even when Team Lil Gun had a huge advantage. Zara was going crazy with the Martis. I'm talking about the dude had like 9 kills. But like you said, a little too kill thirsty and not objective focus is what kind of costed them the game. They were chasing the kills, but they weren't translating this over to turrets on the map. And that's where you started to see RQ Hoshi make up the difference.
Or help gold laner, or like, I don't know, he just was farming the kills, it seemed like. And I felt like, you know, a little bit of frustration on the Ixia here, because like every ultimate is kind of like late and missed. So I don't think the player is bad. I think it's like mentally, like in the game, you're not there. So I felt like kind of frustration there, and that's a very bad sign.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to work under pressure, as these teams are not playing no games. Like we said, guys, this is Game of Futures. All your favorite international teams are competing here for the biggest prize pool that we have seen probably ever in the Mobile Legends scene, with $1 million on the line right now. And you're already seeing RQ Hoshi wanting it more than ever, able to take our first series of the day in Group Stage A with a 2-0 sweep. Still a lot of heavy teams on the board. We're only doing Group Stage A. Group Stage B is also live as well with some amazing matches, so definitely make sure you guys are tuning in to your favorite teams. A lot of good players on the board. Some teams that we are going to be seeing up next, actually, you played for in the past, Deuce Volts, and they're going to be going up against Burmese Ghouls. How do you kind of feel about that matchup?
Yeah, I was a sixth player, by the way. I didn't played live. I was a backup player, but still was in the team. Yeah, I'm. Of course, for me personally, it's going to be the most interesting matchup. I would love to see the maybe retribution for the M2 group stage because lost to Burmese Ghouls. But like I said, a lot of players are switched with, so it's not like the same teams playing, but there are players there years ago. So yeah, I'm very much interested. And Deuce Wold looking super strong here. Finished the fourth place at M5, like latest M tournament, which is like insanely good result. So yeah, I'm waiting for this matchup.
You know, it's funny, too. You talked about Deuce Volts, but we take a look at Burmese Schools as well. They competed in M5. They placed 7th to 8th place, losing to CU soon, and they actually got swept 0-3. They are coming out of Myanmar as well to represent their region, and like we said, this is going to be the first match of, or the first series of the day that we actually get to see two M-Series talents go head-to-head this time around. So we're going to expect some excellent micro, some excellent macro from both sides of the table. We haven't got to see Burmese Skills compete since the M-Series, so I want to kind of see how they kind of fare, especially up against Deuce Volts, who placed, like you said, way higher inside of the M-Series, sitting at that 4th place position. Surprising the world. Kid Bomb over there, definitely shout out to him. Amazing player as well.
Burmese Ghouls was like 2nd place with a super like intense matchup versus Bren, which was like Bren won like 3-2 or like 4-3. I don't quite remember, but it was like, wow, Burmese Ghouls. It was so unexpected, like out of nowhere, Burmese Ghouls come and like win up to grand finals. Like, wow.
Yeah, we haven't actually got to see neither of these teams compete since the M-Series. So we're going to kind of see, have they been practicing, what have they been working on, and what adjustments have they made since the M-Series tournament, and who will kind of be able to push off this victory. Is it going to be 2-0? Will it be a 1-2? Will it be a 2-1? Or will it be in either of these sides' favors? Definitely let us know, guys. Do you think the side of Deuce Volts will be able to take down Burmese Schools? Or do you think it'll be the other way around for this match? I would love to hear your guys' input as we are getting ready to jump into the next match. But like we said, Group Stage A, definitely full of some bangers. And shout out to all these teams who are currently competing. But only 3 are going to make it forward. 1 will be knocked down after today. And I'm wondering who that's going to be. Like I said, a lot of heavy hitters are on the table, as you already see in Burmese Schools and Deuce Volts on the board as we get ready for their match to start. I'm excited to see where this goes. Our first match or series for the day with 2 M-Series talents.
Yeah, can't wait to see. Like, we can like kind of speculate on the draft if you want. Are we going to see again, like, are these 4 heroes on the gold lane, like Claude, Carrie, Beatrix and Ixia, and that's it? Like, all of the tournament again? The meta is right there.
Yeah, meta's definitely shifting, and like I said, that's one of the most things that I'm paying attention to, especially because, like I said, we got our tournament going on for North America to qualify for the MSC, the NACT, and being able to see our teams compete and compare the meta to the international level, there are some similarities, but there are also some major differences. Like I said, some of the newer picks that we've seen walk on the board, at least with the last series that me and you got to cast together, was the Benedetta. I haven't actually got to see a Benedetta play too often, but it performed really well. Some of the similarities that we do see, though, is like the mages, like the Varia sliding in there, definitely having a strong impact.
Yeah, I think Benedetta is a skill-dependent hero. Like, you know, you do one mistake and you're dead if you're going full damage, which you are probably when you're playing Benedetta, and that's why we can see her a lot of times, because teams trying to pick heroes with not that big of a cost of a mistake. because of the personal skill. But on this level, you have the players who are able to play without mistakes. So this opens up a window for heroes like Lancelot, like Benedetta as well, and a lot of different heroes, Fanny as well, you can see, which is like, yeah, always in the meta. And I would like to talk about the meta, actually, from as far as I'm understanding, like, you know, everybody talks about the meta, but what is meta? For my perspective, meta is like, stands for most effective tactic available, which means it's not only the heroes to pick. So it involves the better heroes, but it actually not all circling around only the heroes. So from my perspective, meta is being the same for years now. So 3 people mid lane, I mean roughly 3 people, roamer, mage and the jungler, making pressure on the enemy side, trying to dominate this river side, trying to do even more pressure on the jungle and eventually help the lanes. So this is the meta for me. And this is like at the first place, this is like the fundament, but the base of the meta. And on top of that, you place the heroes who are better in this kind of department. And that's it, like, and the teams are showing that actually a lot of heroes can fit into this kind of concept. And what do you need for this is like balanced blend of mobility, high input of damage early game, this is really important, and the scaling to the late game. And you need to be the master of this like blend of these aspects. And that's kind of exactly what we saw from RRQ. They understand this quite well, and Team Lilgan are not quite understand this, because there was in the moments into the game when, in my opinion, they should go harder, go like they need to take this turret. They cannot let RRQ defend this turret. They need to do more, and they kind of like, okay, this time we don't get the turret, let's get it next time. They don't have this time, they need to go now, and yeah, kind of harder. So yeah, this is, from my perspective, this is meta, not only the heroes that I was trying to say.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I mean, when it comes to meta, there's a couple things that, you know, teams have to kind of check off. First of all, it's definitely focusing on the draft, finding a way to get the most optimal composition for your team. It's not always about chasing necessarily the top most picked heroes, but understanding what's most effective for your team and the way they kind of play, and drafting toward their play style, but also trying to limit those top picks and comfort picks from the opposing team. I like to say, like, draft is half the battle. Definitely execution after that, once you jump into the Land of Dawn, is something that we have to see the teams be able to focus on. When you pick these heroes, such as we saw the Barats, we saw the Estus come out, we didn't really get to see them really use what they were kind of drafted for, right? The Barats having a strong frontline presence and the Estus being able to keep them alive. We were seeing the Barats get bursted down really fast, and there wasn't even really that much late or early game damage from the side of RRQ Hoshi to even be able to pull that off, but they were still able to execute it. And again, like we said, it's just boiling down to executing the draft that you put on the playing field as definitely second part of that. You kind of talked about the team compositions and what you like to see, like early game damage, late game damage, things of that nature. I'm in the same boat as you. I like to see a couple of things checked off the board when I see a team draft. First is going to be a possible single target CC, like suppression, but if you can't get it, that's fine. At least some hero with group CC. I like to see a hero with sustainability and mobility on top of that, may possibly slot it into the XP lane. I think works out really well. And then either your mage being a late game damage dealer or early game damage dealer, and then balance it out with your marksman being the opposite. Those are two things that I like to see currently checked off to be able to have a good composition and kind of shift toward what we would consider meta. Here in North America, some things that we don't really traditionally see is a lot of assassin gameplay anymore. We've been kind of shifting over to more of the tankier lineup in the fighter style for the jungle. I think the most assassins that we currently seen, at least this NACT spring season that's currently going on right now, we saw Hayabusa come out of nowhere, which is not really that often. Only one team pulled it out. The most common assassin that we'll see nowadays is a Fanny. Hasn't had the highest win rate.
And how did he perform, sorry?
Honestly, the Fanny, I feel like back in the day, it used to be a little bit better with not being able to CC when the cables were going in, but now you can kind of catch the Fanny in its tracks. It's not really as explosive, at least in the NA side of things, to be able to open up that bridge in the early game with those nice kills. But this time around, you know, hopefully we're going to see some different shifts in meta and see what the international scene is looking like as we're getting ready for Group A round 1. Deuce Volts up against Burmese Ghouls. Deuce Volts ready to take it to the ground. Burmese Ghouls as well, representing out of Mongolia. This is our second series of the day, and it will be a best of 3. Definitely let us know which way you guys think it will go as we are getting ready to jump into the Land of Dawn and get this draft going. But like I said, meta is definitely important. It's going to boil down to execution as well and just a solid overall team composition.
Yeah, but I saw this meta as well, the tanky meta. But in my opinion, because the tanks are easier to use, the full potential of the hero is easier to use. Like you need to like press 2, press 1, press ult, and you're done. You don't need to like hit the wall with the cables, with Lancelot like jumping around and catching with the Ling like all of his blades after the ultimate, which is basically just hard to do. It's just hard to do, like with your fingers. It's hard to hit all of it perfectly. You don't need to do that when you play the tankier hero. You just go in and like auto cast skill and just go better, and it works. So when you have these players who actually can perform with the harder heroes, you can see meta is different. But why is it different? It's not because of the hero is better, it's because of the player is better.
Yeah, and speaking of players, a little bit of showcase of the rosters from both sides. We just got a little bit of a sneak peek at Deuce Volts. Saw Kid Bomba over there representing. Sunset Lover as well. Sawo. And now looking at Burmese Ghouls. We got Blink, Nico, Stitch, Saksa, and D-Lar. I know there's definitely a lot of fan favorites out there, so definitely support your favorite teams as you're getting ready to fight it out. But like I said, these are 2 powerhouse teams. These are 2 teams that made it all the way to the M Series. We got to see Deuce Volts go a little bit further, sitting at that 4th position, losing to Blacklist, currently inside of M5. And then Burmese Ghouls right behind them. They fell, though, to See You Soon, a little 0-3 sweep. But still, nonetheless, like we said, World Series competition.
Yeah, this is experience, and both teams are having a bunch of it, and we are going to see maybe something like off meta. Like we had a team, the Umbrella Squad, which get renamed on a. This team was on a wild card on M5, so you can check that. And they always going off meta, and it works. Like example, Lapu Lapu jungle, example like Goshen mid lane mage with the Petrify, and it worked. It worked every time. It worked. Like so, it shows that there is no such thing as a meta, because you can, you know, I always speaking about it. You can talk about, I mean, not talk, but you can bring out the best version of meta only if you have theoretically all of the heroes maximized potential. Like imagine you playing absolutely perfect on every hero in the game, and only in these circumstances you can pick like the better heroes and bring up like absolute meta. But in this moment of time, it seems like the meta is heavily dependent on the player skills on the particular heroes.
Yeah, and I feel like meta is going to shift just depending on each region. Where the most similar ones probably being the Philippines and Indonesia, and then everybody else right behind them. Now, I want to see how this kind of rolls out between these 2 teams, right? I mean, we're seeing Mongolia step into the scene, Deuce Volts as well, out there from Russia. So I want to see how they kind of play into this match, right? Are we going to see the meta kind of shift from what we saw in the last series? We noticed Mongolia was having a hard time keeping up with a more mobile team. We saw the side of Indonesia, they went in for that Benedetta. They went in for that high mobility in the XP lane. And then they had the Claude, who had mobility as well with the BMI from that Battle Mirror image. So I wonder if we see some similarities. Some things that have been kind of the same as, like I said, the NA region is the Ruby pickup. That's been more of that staple XP laner, or also a possible roamer to be flexed into. We also got to see, like I said, the Claude, the carry. You mentioned it. We asked which 2 marksmen were going to be picked up, and it was almost a no-brainer. And that just shows you the similarities all across the world on what 2 marksmen are mostly picked up, at least this time around. Yeah, they're strong pickups indeed, at least for the marksmen. I would say for mages, from what I've seen, the Navaria, the Vexana, and the Aurora and the Nana have been really the most picked so far. The Faramis will slide in here and there to kind of run in that mid lane on occasions. Usually in NA, though, we'll counter it with a Valentina or something of that nature, which I did not see last game. I kind of expected a Valentina to be the response, but no, they went in for the Lilia instead, which was a surprise.
And I would like to add that Claude is actually like hard to play hero. Like I mean, I tried to play Claude, but it's not working the way the Skylar is playing Claude. Like it's an absolutely different hero. Like he's aggressive from without even items. I couldn't achieve that kind of thing. So it shows up. It's not like the Claude is good. It's the player. The player understands all of the in-game situation and acts with the maximum efficiency to execute the better result for his team. And we can move into the draft already. And the Diggy is like first ban here. It's like those were favorite picks, I guess, last couple of tournaments. So yeah, they absolutely prepared for this kind of stuff and just decided to ban it.
Yeah, the Diggy's going to open up the possibility for a Minotaur play for either side. I mean, in NA, we usually see the Minotaur slotted in, or right after that, a possible Tig could be an answer. You are seeing that Claude banned out. That is one of the major marksmen that's been currently slotted. The carry is still available, is a strong option. The Guinevere actually made it through the first ban phase of this draft, can be a viable jungler or flex to the XP lane or flexed as a roamer if necessary. A very strong pickup. The Arlott is gone though, which means it won't be the best synergy paired up with the Guinevere with that additional CC, but the Gwyn still a solid option. Mathilda was banned out though. Barat's still on the table. Like we said, a heavy picked up roamer, or not roamer, but jungler. But speaking of roamers and possible XP laners, you're going to see Burmese Skills wasting no time picking up the Ruby.
Yeah, Ruby, second time is going for the first pick here, and yeah, last time it went super good, but it wasn't quite enough, but still good. And the Guinevere and the carry, we was talking about carry, by the way, Deus Vult have new gold laner now from the different team. It was like young prospect, and it's going to be the good test for him, and starting from this game with carry.
Yeah, I like the carry. I mean, especially with that Claude being banned out, Deus Vult's had a game plan. They said, hey, we're not going to let both marksmen walk. We'll definitely get one of the major ones slotted in that carry and not allowing the Claude. There is a Brody still on the table, though. I wonder if Burmese Skills will take that, especially with the Guinevere, which is a heavily dive-oriented hero. When you have the Brody, you have the Corrosive Strike. It's a little bit of that stun paired up with the Flicker, and you have some great mobility. Ooh. But they are going to go in for something that's just as good, I feel like, at least recently. But it's the Natan. I feel like the Brody's a little bit better. I haven't seen the highest success rate with the Natan in the NA scene yet. But it has been slotted a lot, surprisingly. So hopefully today we get to see some mastery from the side of Burmese Schools pulling it out. But something that we got to see work really well last game but not pull off the victory, they are going to pull in the Martis.
Yeah, it seems like they watched the previous game and thought like, oh, the draft is good, but the execution isn't there. We're gonna go do all this perfect. But a couple of words about Nathan. Like, I don't know. I played Nathan a lot, and it's like good hero, but it seems like, at least for me, he's working only when enemy don't know how Nathan works exactly. And when you kind of know how he worked, it's not that hard to counter him. He's like pretty good, but he's a glass cannon. He really wants to like stay in with the ult, have his stacks, and like fast kills. He has insane amount of damage, but he need to achieve that window when he just can stay on a one place and damage a lot. And this might not happen if your enemy is aware of what you want to do. So it's going to be really interesting game. I love to see Nathan, and in my opinion, he can't win on the lane carry, but he can't either lose the carry as well. If carry goes like with this region HP region build, he's not going to be able to harass her out. She's way too tanky. And on top of that, if he make a mistake and he catches first kill from the carry, he might even lose the lane. But I guess the players on this level understand all of this.
I think the Minotaur would be great here. Looking at Deuce Volt, they can definitely... either side can use it. Burmese Ghouls would be great because they'd be able to definitely catch a lot of those heroes at bay, especially with the Diggy being banned out nice and early. But they don't have priority on the second phase of this draft, which means Deuce Volt may be able to steal it if they're keeping their eyes on it. Now, CC was picked up from Kid Bomba, which is going to work in his favor. I can't wait to see how that kind of goes. Did excellent inside of M5. Definitely a crowd favorite over there from the side of Deuce Volts. Burmese Ghouls, they have the Martis, good anti-CC, especially up against that Guinevere, who's going to be trying to dive in. Now, I wonder why they banned the Diggy, though. Are they trying to bait out the Minotaur? Are they trying to get it themselves? Time will tell. As the final ban has been finalized for both sides, they're going to go ahead and take out the Brats, trying to limit the jungling capability. It looks like they might expect this to be a Guinevere roam, which is the beauty about it, right? It can be a flex pick, it could be XP, roam, jungle, you name it, it can do it. But definitely with the CC in there, that'll be the XP laner. Now, do we even consider Ruby the XP for this one? It's a flex pick as well, which could also be the roamer for Burmese Schools.
It's like, you know, this draft, two-sided variations when you can, like, make your enemy guess, because it can be either roam, like last game we saw the roam Ruby, and it might be exp as well, but exp, like, I don't know, Ruby is way too defensive on the X plane, and especially CC is going to pressure Ruby, and Ruby is gonna be forced to clear the wave second under turret, and this allows enemy X-planer to rotate and pressure your team, which you don't want to appear. And the Minotaur, yeah, Minotaur. I just wanted to credit the Diggy ban. I don't think Diggy ban is because Burmese Ghouls want to pick big crowd control. I think it's part of the reason, sure, but the most part of this reason is because the Deus Vult are so good with playing with this kind of vision-given heroes, which is Selena and Diggy. They like play using this information super good. I think this is the main reason, and it also scales to the late game and start being the problem, Diggy.
Yeah, it definitely could also be, you know, because Sawo, on how well he kind of performs on the Diggy as well. A little bit of that comfort pick, taking it out of his hands, a secret weapon on the way. And we're going to see Burmese Skills. They're not really going to waste any time in the draft, just quickly selecting their final picks. They are going to pick up that Boxia. So this may be a Boxia in the jungle, which means the Martis will be in the XP lane, and the Ruby will be the roamer, if I'm looking at this correctly, for the side of Burmese Schools. Looking at Deuce Volts, though, they do have that Minotaur. Nobody to really stop him from popping up that Minoan's Fury for that group set. They do have a Lilia, though, to be able to deal some damage and burst him down. And then the final pick on the way for the side of Deuce Volts, it's the Nana. How do you feel about that?
Oh, you called it. You called it. You wanted to see it. And yeah, that's a pretty good hero. Pretty solid rework on the second skill and the third skill as well. Now you can like guaranteed combo it, and this is a lot, because now when you have ultimate, you basically can use it every single time, like second skill ult, and it's guaranteed stun if you master the skills. No randomness, because, like, you know, when the second skill was running for the target, he was like running, and he at the last possible second he can like 180 to backwards, and Nana gonna ult on top of that and gonna miss, and like it's almost impossible to guarantee.
Yeah, speaking of guaranteed, we are jumping into the land of Dawn. Inside of the virtual arena we go for Games of Future 2024. Two M-Series talents going head-to-head in Group Stage A. We're going to be seeing all the way outside from Russia. That's right, Deuce Volts is back in action again, placing fourth in M5, going up against Burmese Ghouls. all the way from Myanmar. Which way will this game go? Will we see D-Lar leading the way on this Martis, which is actually in the XP lane in the Boxia jungle? Or will we see Magister pull out some magic tricks from his bag with the Guinevere jungle?
Yeah, we're going to see, but mid lane is being slightly pressured by Dios Wolf, and the river minion is being contested. Ruby joins. Ruby is actually Baxia is there, ready to fight, but nobody contesting the river minion. Guinevere going for the X-plane rotation and almost level 4, gonna try to probably use the ultimate, but it's not the best target to gank. Actually, the Martis can easily dodge all of this CC.
Yeah, and speaking of Martis, you can tell he's definitely going a little bit more defensive, right? He picked up the concussive blast over there. So I'm definitely going to be kind of keeping my eyes on him. On the bot side, though, you are going to be seeing Stitch running on this Natan, going up against Hiko on the carry. Both really good heroes when it comes to bursting down your opponents, and it's going to be a battle of who can get to the late game items first. Now, I would definitely expect some heavy prioritization into the gold lanes. If you can delay either the Natan or the carry, by getting a kill on them, especially this early in the game, it's going to be huge to be able to take control of this match, as we are going to go ahead and see both teams ready to rotate around. Turtle has spawned in, and Soxa and Magister in position for the aggro.
And the Minotaur and the Ruby, which are the roamers, trying to take the level 4 on the mid lane, which not going to work, obviously, but if Turtle is being farmed, the team gonna get level 4 first. And the Guinevere going in right into the Saxa and follow up with the team, which make the kill, but the Lar is revenging his fallen jungler with his own ultimate and trying to get the double kill, which absolutely works with the concussive blast you mentioned, which make unnecessary damage. And going for the turtle, I guess it's not... Saxa gonna join right there, and the turtle is going to get farmed.
And that's going to be a double kill for a double kill. Kid Bomba able to get one first, and then D-Lar right on his back with the decimation is able to claim that and get the turtle, and now maybe able to get a kill as Sunset Lever trying to get out. Big flicker play, able to escape with 1 HP, and now the flank from the side bush in the mid lane. Kid Bomba trying to find on Magister very low, using the spatial migration to expand that distance back to his orange buff.
Yeah, 300 gold difference and red buff being farmed. And again, like, gold laners are just like X-planers, like, I don't know, just 1v1, and the carry is actually being pressured a lot here. Ultimate probably popped out on the Nathan. Here Minotaur gonna get for the bot lane for some heals, and the Ruby is reading that kind of behavior, rotating as well, and the Guinevere going to gank Nathan, I guess, but it's going to be hard because of the pet purifies.
Yeah, definitely going to be a challenge. Both teams even so far, as we are looking at Myanmar up against Russia, Deuce Volts up against Burmese Ghouls. Kid Bomba, a crowd favorite, definitely leading the way so far. Highest kills on the board for the side of Deuce Volts, and then Burmese Ghouls leading the way with D-Lar stampeding through 2-0-0. Interesting enough, it's both XP laners leading the way in terms of the kills right now for both sides, but you're seeing some heavy focus onto the bot lane. You can see the I'm Finna go in, catch Sawo, but not able to deal massive damage.
Yeah, immediately heals back to almost full with the basic region. And seems like nobody is going to gank the bot lane, because the stacked up roamers on top of the gold laners, nobody wanted to risk it. Everybody wants like kind of unexpected attack, and this is absolutely expected to be expected attack. 300 gold actually still holding up to after the couple of minutes in. It means actually that all of the teams, that's a good thing is carry is doing, making Nathan lose one ballista, which is like 100 gold, and the team on this level absolutely understanding this. Vengeance being popped, but not gonna work for the pure damage Martis is doing with his ultimate with the low HP, trying to go on and secure the turtle, but on the other hand, Ruby is actually ulting on the carry and follow up with the Nathan gonna kill the carry as well, and that's big for Burmese goals. And on top of that, trying to even steal the red buff. No retribution being used on Baxia still, but yeah, that's a good sweep by Burmese goals.
Yeah, able to get that turtle to give him a massive XP boost as well. Off to a great start. Now taking advantage for the early game, at least leading the way. But on the top side, Nico and D-Lar up against Kid Bomba. Stitch will take a turret on the bot lane. Kid Bomba very low, dealing some massive damage though. Able to catch D-Lar. Will shut him down. Soxa though from the side will crash into Kid Bomba.
Ooh,
maybe able to take him down. You are going to see him rush in. Kid Bomba able to escape with 1 HP. Showcasing his mastery over there on the CC. 4-3 so far. Burmese leading the way in terms of kills, but in the mid lane, the narrative may change. Magister expanding that distance with the spatial migration, able to get back to safety, and now focusing on the purple buff.
Wow, so good to see Kid Bomba on the CC, just dancing around that Baxia first skill, couldn't even stun him. Wow, you can rarely. I saw this kind of behavior when Yuzhong, you know, flying in and you kind of like circling him and he can't like touch you, but on the Baxia is very rare to see. Wow, absolutely great. Great follow-up on the first skill, not ultimate, but just first skill with the flicker on the Minotaur, immediately followed up with other CC, and now he's going to probably ultimate here. First skill being popped, only backshot being ulted, but he's trying to burst down. Him no burst down here, like Guinevere tried to go even further, probably should just enjoy the backshot kill, not go for more, but tried to go for more and eventually didn't kill backshot.
Yeah, Stitch able to pick up his first kill though, which means it's going to put him a little bit ahead of Hiko on this carry. Now leading 5,100 to 4,900 for Hiko right behind him. Did pick up the Golden Staff though and the Corrosion Scythe. Hiko trying to get those core items. Feather having picked up over there from Stitch alongside the Arcane Boots and the Holy Crystal. A lot of magic damage and pin, which should be translated into some massive output as he engages in these 5v5s. But like we said, it's 4-4 on the scoreboard. Burmese Schools was able to take that first turtle. Second one has spawned in. Can we see Deuce Volts contest this?
Yeah, they probably, I mean, the Burmese Goals is the one who gonna contest it probably. When you were trying to, like, it seems like they're trying to just bait the fight because they're not hitting the turtle, not trying to, just like I said with the Lil Gun, you remember, like they going for the objectives, and the Dios Volt is kind of baiting for the fight. Ruby's two people ultimate immediately getting follow up with the almost killing on Nana proc. The passive, exactly, to be exact, and no good answers from Deus Vult actually might result the Lord kill here.
Yeah, Stitch able to take his second kill of the game. Takes down Hiko, actually, the marksman for the side of Deuce Volts, which now is going to give him a massive advantage compared to the marksmans both scaling to that late game. And then I want to kind of put some presence on D-Lar. Some great rotations across the map. He cleared his lane and then went to go join the fight on the turtle, which allowed them to get turret advantage for the side of Burmese Schools, now leading up by 1 turret and also able to claim that turret for the turtle for the XP boost. Lord has spawned in. Burmese Schools at a slight advantage now, leading by 2,000 gold. May be able to clash it out and win these fights. Hiko off to a little bit of a rough start.
Yeah, rough start a little bit, but the carries also can't find the kind of space for a good fight. Always being in the range of that ultimate of Ruby and not being able to like kind of dodge with its second skill or the flicker. Kind of should go with the Purify, I guess, but it's too late. Need to work with the flicker now.
Yeah, and you're looking at 2 Purifies from Stitch and Nico, which would work great when Sawa tries to pop up that Minoan Fury, but with them on cooldown, could see a possible set on the way. Aggro from the Lord has been pulled, sitting at 50% HP. Kid Bomba rotating around, having some good zonage, trying to keep the side of Burmese Schools at bay, but it looks like they may be able to take this Lord. You're looking at a conceal play called out, though. Soxa winding up inside of the wheel, trying to find somebody to crash into. Double set with the I'm Offended, catching 2 members of Deuce Volts. Big knock up, though, on the way from the Minoan Fury. Burmese Schools trying to hold out, but dealing some massive blows. You're going to see Deuce Volts rushing in for the kill. Hiko finds D-Lar, gets another, takes down Blink. A 2-for-none trade. Make that buy 3, get 0. deaths as he's going to be able to take all 3 of them down for the triple kill. And we were wondering how Hiko would kind of play into this. Off to a little bit of a rough start, but now able to find his proper footing. Great way to be able to take this Lord with little to no contest. And now Deuce Volts may be able to have the lead for this match.
Like, Magister didn't even ult on the Guinevere. He just, like, Minotaur kind of went in. He kind of forced to use his ultimate because he gonna dodge all of the CC, and he did. And the Guinevere at the same time jumped on the different direction just to save up and didn't even do anything in the fight. All of these kills went to Carry and the CC, basically, and the Nana.
Yeah, and now with this Lord, you may be able to see Deuce Volts claim some more of these turrets. They are now leading up by 1, able to take the tier 1 turret in the mid lane, which means now they have the opportunity to invade the orange and purple buffs with little to no contest from Burmese schools, force them a little bit further back in their jungle. And you are going to see Kit Bomba. Great rotation around. We'll be able to proxy off this lane, take the tier 2 turret on the top side, and now a siege for the tier 2 in the mid.
Yeah, tier 2 Lord is being crushed pretty fast, and the second wave of minions on the mid lane probably gonna result the tier 2 tower, but the Deuce Volt actually enjoying like 3 towers, and that's gonna be the Lord. Called for good Lord, I guess.
Yeah, you are gonna see that tier 2 cleared in the mid lane. Now Burmese schools sitting in their base with only the inhibitors to protect them from that base crystal being bursted down from the side of Deuce Volts. Deuce Volts, like you said, 2 M series talents, able to place a little bit higher in M5 over Burmese schools, losing to Blacklist and placing 4th place, showing that they've definitely been practicing since the World Tournament. Burmese schools, though, can't count them out just yet. Definitely have a shot. It's only 5 to 7. They're only down by 2 in terms of kills, but in terms of gold, you're looking at a 3,000 gold lead for the side of Deuce Volts.
Yeah, and the map control just rotate back to Burmese goals. They kind of, Deuce Volt kind of didn't want to presence here on the enemy side of map and just went back, let Burmese goals go out, probably, maybe for next their attack.
Yeah, and you're looking at the item showcased on the board so far. Nana, Sunset Lover, even though he's not high in kills, he has some massive magic damage. Has the Genius Wand, also stacked up the Divine Glaive for some of that additional late pin. You're looking at some good ground control. Deuce Volts playing very comfortably, but they are going to lose that bot side. Nobody there to kind of fend off those minions. Kid Bomba trying to get there in time, but it will fall. There will be another turret into the hands of Burmese schools, and now currently still down by 3. They still need to find a way to equalize this economy. When it comes to the 5v5 engagement, we've seen Deuce Volts able to kind of win it out. Hiko pulling off that massive triple kill and also allowing them to get the Lord has definitely turned this back around in their favor. But can they maintain this lead, or will we see Burmese schools find a way to disrupt their synergy?
Yeah, and the Nana having this James Bond stats gonna try to, I don't know, get some kills probably in the next fight. Nathan here with the Ruby trying to maybe pick some random kills on the other side of map of the Lord, knowing that whole team of Deuce Volt are probably gonna get for the Lord here. I mean, I don't know, that's a kind of weird decision, and they might find carry here, which spot them immediately, even pop the ultimate for additional movement speed, just to keep herself safe and running into the Lord.
Just look at Kid Bomba with the mobility over there with the CC, pressuring D-Lar and Soxa from even being able to enter the Lord Pit, providing some great vision for the side of Deuce Volts right there.
As well.
Yeah, and the damage is there, definitely being a problem. He just picked up that Athena shield too. Looks like he was a little bit worried about Nico, possibly Stitch as well, dealing some massive damage. But now able to kind of frontline, provide the vision, and keep Burmese schools from entering the Lord Pit seems to be his primary objective. But it's a battle of patience, right? Both teams trying to bait out some utility to be able to engage and take this neutral objective.
Yeah, just like I saw, like you can clearly see what I meant by the why Lil Gun is going for the 50-50 Lord. Like, see, Deuce Volt don't want to go towards the 50-50 Lord. They baiting enemy to attack the enemy and only then taking the Lords. That's exactly what I was asking. Like, why do you want to go for these fights?
Speaking of fights, Kid Bomba now taking a little bit of damage, sitting at about 75% HP. Entropy being activated by Stitch a little early, not inside of the Lord Pit though. Magister will claim the Lord for Deuce Volts, and now going to go in for the punish knockup with the Minoan Fury. Going to go ahead and get Soxa airborne. Not going to be able to get the kill. Hiko, though, will take down D-Lar. One member falling from the side of Burmese Schools, and also a Lord into the hands for Deuce Volts.
And Minotaur couldn't, he used first skill plus flicker, but he couldn't press ult right immediately, and he got stunned, and only then he ulted. If he just spammed the ultimate, it would resulted probably more kills at this point.
Yeah, now with this Luminous Lord make his way on the top side, Deuce Volts in a great position to be able to open up the base from Burmese School. They only have their inhibitors to really go through. We're sitting at that 15-minute mark, 45,000 gold compared to 41. This is officially the late game, and you are looking at Deuce Volts going to go ahead and sink these lanes. Lord will be making his way on the top side. Will the shields of Burmese Schools all the way out from Myanmar be able to hold off the dagger from Russia with Deuce Volts pushing through?
The mid lane is probably gonna get pushed, and the top lane, actually Lord is going to cast his skill on the turret, and when you're trying to catch the Ruby here, jumping in, having the second phase of the second skill, baiting ultimate and trying to risk it. All three lanes is being pressured, top lane by the Lord and other two lanes by the heroes, mid lane is fallen already. Ultimate here on Minotaur, but it's super risky. He still gets the ultimate, but stuns no one. Lar can't get his own ultimate decapitate on the Minotaur and try to reverse and take it, and kind of failed a lot. Not the place you want to be here.
Ooh, they're going for the game ender, though. They don't have that much minions, though. 50% on the base crystal. Saksa very low. Kibamba able to get the kill. Maybe able to get another. Pops the Vengeance. Another will fall. Sunset Lever will find Stitch. Pay attention to the base crystal, though. Hiko will find Blink. Blink gets Sawa right before he falls. Hiko takes down Nico. Full wipeout for Burmese Skills out from Myanmar's Deuce Volts will claim victorious, only losing Sawo. And we'll be able to claim the first match of the series today in Group Stage A. Off to a great start and showcasing their mastery since the M Series.
Yeah, Deuce Volts show that they have the patience, especially on the objective patience. Like with the first Lord, they just didn't rush the tier 3 turret. They didn't even rush the passive, because the plan was clearly to take Luminous Lord and go with the Lord, and the mid wave not even contested by the Burmese goals, not even trying to defend, and the top side of a match just Lord farmed and all turrets have fallen. But Deuce Volts have this priority on the heroes, which we actually discussed back in the days with them, that you shouldn't go for the crystal, just go for the kills. You're gonna pressure with other minions, and that's absolutely fine. And that's exactly what they do. They don't rush the crystal. They make enemies like kind of do this like suicidal attacks on the minion to try to defend the crystal, and you just kill the minions and attack with more minions just gonna come in soon. And the spawn timer isn't there. They don't spawn that fast.
Yeah, and Kid Bomba off to a really good start, too. I mean, he did such a good job over there on that CC. We saw some strong frontline presence, some great itemization, and you can tell he was very comfortable in that entire game. Able to kind of zone out a lot of the members from the side of Burmese Skills for being able to push into that Lord Pit and open up the opportunity for them to have these massive neutral objectives. But I'll also give credit over to Hiko, right? It didn't look really promising in the beginning for the carry. We saw the Natan just doing a little bit better over there with Stitch. But then after that Lord play, able to get 3 kills in a row, and then they were able to take the Lord off of that focus from Hiko, opened up the opportunity for the side of Deuce Volts to turn that around and led to a victory on top of that. Definitely some great execution, and shows you that even when they're behind in the game, they have a chance to turn it around. And now 1-0, possibly match point, may be able to take down Burmese Skills with another 2-0 sweep, which would be the second sweep of the day today. Or do we see Burmese Skills be able to kind of find a strategy and turn this back around in their favor? As we are now looking at some of the highlights that made the story for game 1 today. D-Lar finding Magister. Kid Bomba getting one, though, as a response back is going to take down Blink. Just a lot of explosive engagements between both of these World Series competitors, but it led with Deuce Volts overall having the slightest advantage. Stitch able to claim a turret, but on the top side, you see the response back. Kid Bomba trying to hold off. Sunset Lover joining the party, though, making up the difference. Down goes D-Lar, but then that's when Saksa rushes in, right? Kid Bomba trying to get away, and he was able to catch him in his tracks and burst him down.
Yeah, insanely good play by Kid Bomba, and there's the flicker first skill from the Minotaur being followed up. And the fights, like, I don't know, it felt like the teams like Deus Vult has some clearly idea of the draft, and they kind of following some kind of a plan, but Burmese Goals felt like they picked just what they wanted to pick. Like, I don't know, at least is it like me feeling that, or you think this way as well?
No, I definitely agree with you. And looking at the match with that Lord being pushed in, this is where we said some heavy presence over there from Kid Bomba. And you are seeing Hiko get that kill, shuts down D-Lar. And this looks like this is possibly winding up for that game ender, as they're able to close it out with those minions through the mid lane, able to pretty much shut down Burmese School on the 5v5 class, not even needing a Lord or the side lanes to pull it off. A good set, though, from Blink as a last-minute save, but not able to hold them off from pushing through the base Crystal. And that's when you see the wipeout go into the favor for Deus Vult, shutting down Burmese Schools. MVP going over to the man himself, Sunset Lover. 2-0 on 11 on the Nana. 25% damage dealt. Gold per minute sitting at 433.
A perfect no-death game. Went in from James Bond stats to 2-0-11, which is good. Obviously doing the mage stuff, which is like magic damage pressure and the stuns, with perfect position in this game, and his passive and the flicker help him to achieve that in this game. It worked super good, and it seems like Burmese Goals didn't have the initiation wasn't enough to kind of like make fast kills on the enemies, even though the carry had no purify, you can basically cash her and kill, but it wasn't the case because of the positioning.
Yeah, and I mean, look at Sunset Lover, just stacked up with the magic damage. Holy Crystal, Divine Glaive, Lightning Truncheon, Echo through the hearts of the Burmese Schools. Definitely showcasing why he got that MVP. 100% team fight participation to top that off. When you're looking at the side of Burmese Schools, though, Stitch definitely had a game plan. 100% of the turret damage went into his hands. Just not enough for Burmese Schools to be able to get that victory. Stepping into round 2, though, we got to see Burmese Schools step it up a notch if they want to have a chance to be able to push forward, or they're going to be tied up with the series that we saw in the last match with Lil Gun. So they're definitely going to want to find a way to find the slightest advantage, at least get a victory here would give them a slight advantage over Lil Gun, who got a 2-0 sweep. So looking at this series so far, I would say early game pressure did go into the hands of Burmese School. I think they did excellent on executing. But toward that mid game, when we seen Hiko get online, get that triple kill, he was able to kind of pick up the pieces. And he was 0-2 right before that, and then instantly got 3-2 and took a Lord. I think they got to find a way to just continue that pressure onto the back lane, and also find a way to keep their rhythm going. When you have that huge advantage, you have to also have a way to maintain it.
Yeah, I don't know. They need to fix the draft. Burmese Goals gotta fix the draft, because it was like either they got absolutely destroyed on the draft, which is like, I don't know, the team of this level should have a wide variety of hero picks on every role, so you should get anything. But it seems like all of heroes being picked are not working together. Like, it's bad with working together. Like, seems like Deus Vult are so much ahead in this department in the game that Burmese Ghost look kind of like weird in the fights. Like, Deus Vult could go like in and like go out, like go in, go out, and they like and they like nervous. They like, whoa, we should fight, we should go back, we should fight, we should go back. And yeah, you shouldn't play like this if you want to win team fight.
Yeah, and I would say it was interesting seeing the Martis in the XP lane. That's not something I see too often. Maybe that could have kind of played into it. We talked about the Martis, a really good jungler, definitely paves the way in the early game. I mean, we've seen it today with a Martis going 9-0 over there for Lil Gun, but still not able to claim the victory in the last series. But putting him in the XP lane kind of puts him at a disadvantage when it gets to the late game, right? I mean, he's not going to be able to kind of keep up to par with some of the other heroes that they could have slotted in place of him. Could that have been the reason that they fell? Definitely a possibility. But overall, like we said, not finding a way to keep that lead that they had in the beginning definitely costed them game number 1. But like we said, guys, it is a best of 3. Burmese Schools has a chance to be able to turn this around. Definitely shout out to everybody out from Myanmar, but you are seeing Deuce Volts have a slight advantage, pushing them to match point. And usually you see a lot of teams kind of have a little bit more pressure on their backs when they're at a 1-0 deficit, right? That means that Burmese Schools has to win this one, because if they don't, they have a chance of not making it through Group Stage A.
Yeah, that's extra pressure for the Burmese Girls. You don't want to feel if you are there. You need to like, kind of like, if we lose, we lose. Just play the game. Like no pressure. But yeah, I agree with you. I think they are feeling it this way. Like, oh no, we should win the game, guys. And like, what are we gonna do?
Yeah, I want to see how it kind of plays out. Especially in the next match. I wonder if they're going to still go in for the same strategy. Do they pull the Martis into the XP, or do they go for something that's a little bit more current meta, like a Ruby, like a Lapu Lapu, even a Yuzong, who, funny enough, we haven't really seen too often today, could be a definitely possible answer. We got to see Thomas, though, showcased in today. I haven't actually seen a Thomas in a while on the NA scene, but we have seen like a Terizla pop up here and there for NA. I will say, though, but the Martis, that's definitely a first, and I don't think we'll be able to see that showcasing again from the side of Burmese Schools.
Maybe Terizla. I would love to see Terizla, because I like this like initiation kind of heroes. By the way, rewinding back to our conversation about the meta, initiation is like so important. Initiation, just like the first game of the Araki Hoshi versus Lil Gun, it seems like Lil Gun have this like core of the 5 heroes that just stack around, and but RQ can like go in, try to initiate. If it fails, go out, go in, go out, go in, go out. And this is like bad when your enemy can rotate freely around you, like go in, go out, go in, go out. Eventually they're gonna successfully initiate the fight, and team is going to follow, and they gonna start the fight with 1 or 2 kills, and that's it. Not what you wanna not what you wanna get if you wanna win the team fight. And the initiation in this meta is a key component, because the defensive play style is working when enemy doing mistakes on the aggression. But what if they don't? What if they don't?
Yeah, it's definitely an excellent point. I mean, it's engage and disengage components that play a big part in these matches, right? Especially like how we saw the Guinevere. I think that's an excellent hero that can kind of do that. You said kind of go in, kind of go out. With the spatial migration, can kind of test the waters, even bait out some utility from the opponents, making them use some of those ultimates prior to the team fights, which is an opener for the side of Deuce Volt to be able to punish. And we saw that when they closed that game out, right? Picking up that Minotaur when that Diggy was banned out was huge. Able to get some massive Minoan Furies toward the end game, and nothing to really counteract it. Definitely was a downfall for Burmese Schools. But now jumping into the second draft, we're going to be able to see Deuce Volts have first priority in this one, which means we may see a little bit of a different hero selected on the board. But the Diggy, again, will be banned out. Looks like it's a response to Sawo. Looks like they don't want to see that in action again. So we're going to go ahead and see that Diggy banned out. But again, it opens up the opportunity for a possible Minotaur pickup. But maybe Burmese Schools will be able to pick that up as Deuce Volts solidifies that Guinevere.
Yeah, Guinevere first pick. Even though last game it was only like 7% damage, it's 1% above Minotaur. But still had a good control on the opponents. And it's still like CC you need to consider. When you playing, like you need to like always like, where is Guinevere? Where is Guinevere? If she catch like 5 people, what we gonna do? So it's always the factor, even though it was not that effective last game.
Yeah, and speaking of effective, there goes again the Claude slotted in. Deuce Volt looking stronger than ever in this draft, but I do like what Burmese School is doing here, right? They pick up the CC. We saw Kid Bomba on it last time, but this side is going to be on the opposite side of the table, and maybe D-Lar will be able to use it to his advantage. And we didn't see the best game, especially over there with the Martis, but again, we predicted it wouldn't kind of be slotted in this time around. The carry, definitely a wise option. Stitch will be able to pick that up, may be able to deal some massive damage. I mean, we saw him on the carry before, dealing some heavy hits, and I think you'll be able to do it again. Now, with these two current lineups, I like the way it's going. You kind of talked about meta, kind of talked about playing into the comfortability of the teams, and I believe that's what we're seeing here. But hey, first time seeing it today. Kid Bomba with the Yuzong.
Yuzong, it's insanely strong hero. Why nobody picks it? Just like Tamus, just like a lot of heroes in the game.
Yeah, I like nice, the Yuzong. He provides the mobility, the lifesteal. I mean, he can drop down, especially when there's a carry on the playing field. Normally, I like to get a Brody to go against him because you can use that corrosive strike, get the stun, kick back with the flicker. Because Yuzong loves to close the distance on the back line. He's definitely going to be focusing on Stitch.
And I have a question after the draft going on. So the Claude is being picked right after carry, right? And the Yuzong being picked right after CC. Are they going to like kind of counter them on the lanes? Is it like the counter picks?
Ooh, that's a good question. I mean, I feel like Yuzong has great mobility when it comes to the Black Dragon. And then he also has the Furious Dive, a little bit of that leap as well to work in his favor. But D-Lar, I mean, you know, on the CC, it's a very mobile XP laner. I mean, we got to see Kid Bomba pretty much zoning out the entire team of Burmese schools and had a really easy time getting these neutral objectives. So I will say that mobility-wise, they're kind of on par with each other. I think when the Black Dragon comes out, it'll be a little bit faster than the CC, but when the Black Dragon's not in effect, that's when you'll see D-Lar kind of shine. But when it comes to focusing onto the back lane, onto those backline targets such as the marksman with carry or the mage that's going to be slotted for Burmese schools, I think that's where Yuzong's going to do a little bit better. We are seeing the Martis though. He does have the motor course for the anti-CC, and we know he can kind of rack up those kills in the early phase. Hopefully though, like we said, this should be a jungle Martis this time around though, not the XP lane since the CC has been picked up, and we'll give Burmese schools a slightly easier chance possibly taking these neutral objectives.
Yeah, we'll see additional drafts is Bannon Aurora, actually, that we kind of wanted to see but didn't saw yet. But I guess in this tournament we will eventually see it. And Novaria and the Matilda is being banned as well. Novaria, yeah, that's a hero. Like, but you know, it need to be played good, not only in terms of the personal hero. Player who picking it, but also with the team, because when you ult, your team kind of need to react for your ultimate, because a lot of times we can see like Novaria ult and everybody like, okay, we can see the enemies and that's it. And they should use these improved hit boxes which heroes gets to their advantage, and that's what we saw from RRQ Hoshi.
Speaking of advantage, this is going to be the first Valentina that we have seen picked up today. And it is a possible ultimate that she can use at her disposal, which will be the Black Dragon. If she does want to hover around, give some zonage. Also can use that as an escape mechanism when things get a little tricky. Does have the Violet Requiem over there from the Guinevere if necessary for some group CC. I wouldn't say it's the best ultimates on the board, but definitely some that she can make use of so far. And we still haven't even seen the Roam slotted up for Deuce Fultz. I mean, when we're looking at the ban so far, a couple of supports got taken off the table. The Mathilda's gone, the Kaj is gone, but they're going to go in for some additional CC. Another first showcasing for today, as they are going to go ahead and lock up that Grok.
And the Valentina is there, just like you mentioned. It's a factor, because now if you pick like Minotaur, if you pick Grok, she gonna take this big ultimate, and she might even use it even better than you. So it's a factor. It's obviously big. And
yeah, and speaking of things, we need to see the Roamer slotted in for Burmese schools too. I wonder where this is gonna go. I mean, looking at what we still have on the table, I would say they need a little bit more additional CC. I guess you can go for support if you really want to, but I don't feel like Martis is tanky enough to be able to provide the CC needed in the frontline position. Diggy was banned out, so the Minotaur is going to get slotted in. Definitely going to be a wise decision. I was going to say, hey, there's no reason not to take this here. The group CC will be able to work in their disposal, but there is that disengage effect that you kind of talked about, going in, going out, that I think is going to work well for Deuce Fultz, especially with the Guinevere with the spatial migration, the Yuzong with the Black Dragon, and the Claude with the Battle Mirror Image.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, I was thinking about, like, Minotaur, are they going to pick Minotaur? But there's, like, 4 heroes who can dodge the ultimate, basically. 4 heroes. Like, Claude can easily react to the pam-pam spam, like, and the Yuzhong can pop the Black Dragon form and dodge like the counter attack the initiation. The Grok obviously and the Guinevere, like 2 of the skills can like dodge the ultimate. So it's pretty much only Vixana he can 100% ult on, and I don't know. So yeah, I was thinking about Minotaur, but there's a factor like it's hard to initiate on heroes.
Yeah, and speaking of
so maybe even
initiating,
Franco.
Jumping into Land of Dawn Virtual Arena, here we go. Deuce Fultz up against Burmese Ghouls, round number 2 for the Games of the Future 2024. Will we be able to see Deuce Fultz push forward and get the 2-0 sweep? Or will we see Burmese Ghouls even out this series 1-2-1? Definitely let us know what you guys think about it, but we are jumping into the Land of Dawn, and there can only be one victor in today's match.
Yeah, and immediately here we can see why Yuzhong is being picked after after Sisi, because Kid Bomba definitely knows something in terms of how to counter play on the lane, and immediately Blink is going to X-Plane to kind of like secure the safety of the Sisi probably, and yeah.
Yeah, you're seeing double Impure Rage picked up from Magister, Sunset Lover. We'll be able to deal some additional magic damage as this game goes on. On the opposite side of the table, though, you're seeing Nico pick up the Impure Rage. And Saksa, interesting enough, we'll pick that up on the Martis. We did see a Martis run a Concussive Blast, but this time around, since it is in the jungle, looks like he's going in more for the damage. But her early rotation so far from Deuceful, it looks like the Guinevere will be in the jungle this time. We want to kind of see how this plays into effect, but there's some decent CC so far for the side of Deuceful.
And the lane is being controlled by the Kid Bomba here, but way too far is going Magister on the Guinevere and gets picked off, and it might resolve the early turtle, and as well the second ultimate on the Martist decapitate even more person. Kind of way too aggressive plays by the Dios Wolf now, forcing them to play from behind.
Yeah, and you got to be careful when that Martis is on the table. He loves taking the early aggression, especially with the decimation and getting that level 4 within that first 2 minutes. And there you go, already up 2-0, opening up the opportunity for Saksa to be able to take this turtle with no contest. But you are seeing Kid Bomba trying to fight it out. The Terrify goes down from Sunset Lover on the D-Lar, but now the Shaw Essence activated, not able to keep him alive. D-Lar will be able to secure the kill. 3-kill lead for the side of Burmese Ghouls, and the battle on the top side on the way. Hiko very low, and Blink there for a possible setup if he tries to overextend.
Yeah, and now D-Lar getting his snowball into the game, and the Magister not going for, nobody goes for the lane. Lane is just being melted by the turret, which absolutely bad thing to happen in this kind of games, because there are almost 2k gold advantage already, and just because of the bottom lane, which is not being farmed by no one. Like Rixana tried to go for the bot lane, but being zoned out by the Sisi, and the Yuzhong as well proc the Sha Essence here, but I guess he cannot zone out anymore, this Sisi, because she got 1 level advantage.
Yeah, definitely gonna have a 1 level advantage, and these folks need to be careful, right? I mean, it's off to a great start from Burmese Ghouls, but honestly, even in the last match, this is kind of similar, right? Burmese Ghouls was leading the way in the early game, and these folks was able to find their rhythm and turn it around. So can Burmese Ghouls maintain this lead? That's where they kind of had a problem last match. Looking at a huge advantage, though, typically we're starting to see the Martis kind of scale a lot better in today's matches when it comes to the early phase. Now, looking at Magister, he's still running the Guinevere, could get some possible decent knockups. He has the spatial migration to be able to kind of test the boundaries on the side of Burmese Ghouls, but it wasn't really working in his favor, finding his first death, which he is slightly trailing behind inside of the jungle compared to Saksa. He is down by 1 level. Hiko Dale still trying to make up, hasn't fallen yet. He is running this Claude versus the carry on Stitch. Both of them late game damage dealers, and it's really just going to be dependent on how the neutral objectives go for who can scale a little bit better, or if either side can get a gank to the gold lane.
Yeah, but the gank is on X-Plane, probably being prioritized this time, even though the turtle is on top. On top is being contested by the Claude here with Demon Hunter's Sword, actually is already on, and the Flicker ult on Minotaur gonna stun 2 people, force Magister, which is Guinevere, used his ultimate defensively just to dodge the airborne effect, and the turtle being farmed, and both teams are disengaged, but it feels like Deus Volt is not slightly behind anymore.
Yeah, you already see Burmese Skills, some excellent execution right there. A battle of patience. Blink with a great flicker in Minoan and Fury for the setup to allow Soxa to be able to take that turtle. Looked like they were not going to be able to get it, and then at the last second, with the battle of patience and mastery, they're able to pull it off, extending their lead, like you mentioned, now up by 3,000 gold. But Soxa extending a mile away with the decimation. Is able to get one. Stitch gets another. Magister finds Stitch to respond, though. That's going to be a 2-for-1 trade on the top side. 6-1 on the scoreboard. Burmese Skills leading the way, but now the 2v1 matchup. Violent Requiem on the Magister. Not going to be able to get away, and Nico, with the power of the IMU, will take him down.
Yeah, and things are starting to look bad for Deus Vult, especially from Yuzhong. He can't kind of, like, back into the game, because he cannot stand on the lane being farmed, and Hiko jumping in actually on the bot lane, tried to defend and didn't pop his ultimate, but already lower than half of HP, eventually defend the turret, but it's dangerous to stay on the X lane now. Grok is coming in trying to help Pain with his health, and War Axe is added on the CC. Even more damage is going to be there. 6 minutes into the game only, but already ramping up.
Yeah, but a similar situation, even though Burmese Skills is up by 6 kills, they have a hard time translating this into turrets. They may be able to get the bot side, though. Looks like Sawo is not going to go in for the defensive stance. It's just going to let them take that one, but may be able to find an answer elsewhere, as you are seeing some heavy aggression, spatial migration going out from Magister. But again, Deus Vult finding a hard time engaging in these objectives and team fights up against the Burmese Schools for round 2.
Yeah, it's because of the Martis. It's like hard to play on the Martis here, and trying to go straight into the Grok, force him to use ultimate and just to run away, but the Flicker with the follow-up on the damage, first skill slowing down the Guinevere here, but she still catches up, stacking her passive really good, and on top of that ultimate with the airborne effect, but the Flicker ultimate on the Valentina was stolen from the Grok, insanely good.
Yeah, Stitch will fall. Soxa is going to get one as well. 2-for-1 trade. It's 9-2 right now. 7 kills up for the Burmese Ghouls, 3,000 gold lead, and 1 turret advantage. But it looks like D-Lar is trying to even this out. Going up against Kibamba on the top side, though, in the 1v1 matchup. Doing well defending his lane. Do we see Burmese Ghouls holding this lead, though? They were able to actually translate their kills into a turret this time around, which is where they fell short in the last match. As we are looking at some of the items popping up on the board, looking at the gold difference just from both marksmen's. 1,000 gold lead into the hands of Stitch up against Hiko so far. Hiko picking up that Demon Hunter sword. We'll be able to soak into the Minotaur, possibly the Martis as well. But when you're looking at the carry, picking up that golden staff, also has a swift boost for some additional attack speed and the corrosion scythe. We'll be able to deal some slow upon impact when battling it out in these 5v5 engagements.
Oh, and the Magister gonna try to catch up, but the absolutely aware, Stitch is absolutely aware of this kind of stuff, and just jump bottom side, and the top side is going to be pressured. The last, not last actually, it's only first tower on the bot lane, but the second tower on the top lane is being pressured as well, and yeah, the counter attack here on D-Lar, airborne effect is not enough, trying to slow with the first kill on the Grok, and eventually no damage, not enough damage.
Yeah, still unable to find a turret, losing both tier 1 turrets on the top and bot side for the side of Deus Vult. Stitch able to claim the tier 2. Burmese Ghouls dominating so far in the early game, but Magister may be able to take the mid, falling short, but 1 HP. If they can get that, this may be a turnaround, as that turret will open up the opportunity for Deus Vult to invade the orange and purple buff and the jungle for the side of Burmese Ghouls with a little bit more security.
Yeah, I just thinking that Valentina is such a huge pick for Burmese Ghouls, because it's almost every time. Okay, later there's the fight here. Carry is forced to use Purify just to run under turret. Black Dragon form is kind of tried to follow the fight, but fight didn't prolong enough.
Yeah, and you are still seeing that 7 kill lead for the side of Burmese Ghouls. Get Bamba trying to front line, deal some damage, is running this Yuzhong. Now, Lord has spawned in. Burmese Ghouls so far has been able to win pretty much every major objective so far. Can they get this turtle, or Lord, will we see Deus Vult turn this around? I mean, they are overly extending. They don't have any turrets on the top side to really run back to if things do go a little faulty for them. But they're not as scared to take this fight. You see them still wrapping around for a possible setup. Special migration going in for the knockup on the Soxa. But now the counterplay, the wild charge. Nico will find Magister using Salvo's ultimate against him. And that'll be the jungler down for the side of Deuce Volts and a free Lord to the Burmese Schools.
Yeah, Magister here on the Guinevere tried to follow up the first skill of the Vixana, and he did, but it was kind of premature here because all of the Burmese goals was there to like counter-attack this with the flicker and the stolen stolen Grok ultimate, like just such a big factor of this. And seems like Deus Vult couldn't adapt their draft on the or underestimated the Valentina here, because it's a big factor. She's gonna steal this big CC and gonna land it just on you.
Yeah, they're gonna have to trust in Hiko for the late game damage now, as we are now at the 10-minute mark. 6,000 gold lead for the Burmese Schools, increasing that by 2,000 just within the last 60 seconds. 4-0-2 on Soxa. Highest kills of this game, leading the way with the Martis in the jungle. Highest kills for the side of Deuce Volts will go to Magister. 2-4-0, down with 4 deaths though, having a little bit of a struggle this time around compared to the last game. Lord making his way on the top side to the inhibitor. 50% HP will get bursted down. And then it looks like Burmese Skills will not be able to take the tier 2 turrets or the inhibitor as well. Still holding on to the tier 2 for the bot side. Burmese Skills having the map advantage.
Yeah, and enjoying just the second turret being farmed here on the bot lane, probably gonna deft this one. A Mortal Coin being popped just to run away, and the the reflected damage on the Claude is pretty big as well. And still, Burmese Goals just like realize they can push it and like to return back just to finish the job off.
Yeah, now the question is, can Burmese Skills close this out? We see a lot of teams get to this point and not be able to close the game. Deuce Volts now in a position where they have to defend for their lives. They need to be able to stop Burmese Skills from pushing into their base and taking their base crystal and playing to the late game for Hiko to get those core items he's looking for. Already has the Demon Hunter Sword, the Golden Staff, and the Corrosion Scythe. 7,800 gold, slightly behind Stitch, who is 1,000 head. Just picked up the Wind of Nature to negate the physical damage. We are going to be seeing this lore spawn in the next 50 seconds. That's definitely going to be Burmese School's next major objective to kind of focus in on. They're not going to put pressure, though, onto the side of the jungle for Deuce Volts, which is a little bit interesting. I thought they would have kind of contested their buffs and tried to force them to come out so they could pick them off one by one, but Deuce Volt ready to take the fight to the mid lane.
Yeah, Burmese Goals seems like want to camp this like unorthodox spot, which is like side bush, and to super surprised attack, but nobody is there, but they are like AFK on this, because this is actually smart, because if you like having Lord on top, probably one hero is going to split push bot side, right? And they try to pick this hero up, but Deus Vult seems like understanding that nobody is there on the map, so they probably like can predict this kind of gank.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to go in for a possible Lord push. Does Burmese Schools bait out Deuce Volts? Is this a fight they can take, especially with the 5,000 gold deficit? This could be everything on the line if Deuce Volts tries to even contest this. You are looking at some great zoners, though, from the side of Burmese Schools, and it looks like they will be able to take it. Not the fight Deuce Volts can handle, and they notice it. Sawo, though, will be able to take the mid lane turret, trying to get a trade before this Lord will fall.
Yeah, pretty easy Lord, not even contested by the Deus Vult, because you can easily lose the game straight right here. Trying to wait just additional bit for extra items coming in. Don't care about the enemy items anymore, because they are heavily have a much better farm than them, but yeah, trying to defend this time. On the mid lane, way too far goes the Flood and gets ripped off a little bit and forced to use his second skill to go back.
Yeah, and you're starting to see Burmese Schools inch their way up the map to try and close this out. Their lanes are pretty much synced. Bot side a little short possibly, but Burmese Schools may try and find a way to open up the base here, as the Lord is going to crash into the inhibitor for the top side. Deuce Volts on the defense, trying to hold them off from evening out this series. There goes the Lord crashing in. Down goes the inhibitor for the top lane. Kid Bomba taking some massive hits though. Will be down to 50% HP. Needs to get back. Soxa on the chase. Soxa already leading with the highest kills of this game on the Martis in the jungle. Kid Bomba though not going to go back for the regen. Turns around, use the Soul Grip and the Furious Dive. Will be able to clear out the minions and force Burmese skills out of their base.
Yeah, pretty good defense though. I guess Burmese goals should go for the bottom lane in tower at least. I mean, you don't want to like hold it, okay? You don't want to hold the game. You want to get pressure enemy, and if they hold it, kind of like Ballista being farmed. Yeah, nobody push. They clearly could went for the bot tower here. They didn't. I don't know, but we'll see. It's too early to judge here.
Yeah, definitely too early to judge. Look at the damage on Blink. Almost shredded him. Melted him like some hot butter on a Sunday morning right there. Deuce Volts. 2 to 10 though, still behind.
That's Demon Hunter Sword for you. Against high HP target with low armor.
We kind of talked about it too. The later this game goes, the better it'll be for Hiko, who hasn't found a kill so far. But I mean, just looking at the damage he provided to Blink is looking very promising. And like you said, the later this game goes, once you're past that 45,000 gold mark, I mean, you're into the late game. Everybody's going to have full items available. And you're already seeing right there the Claw, Demon Hunter Sword, Golden Staff, Corrosion Scythe, and the Wind of Nature stacked up with the Malefic Roar. He is ready to take the fight to Burmese Skull's home turf.
And the Valentina with the Grok ultimate is going to be such a big factor, because now they get this double AoE CC here, and it's so hard to play against, even if you're a good player. Every time it's hard to play.
Ooh, Sawa though will spot out two in the bush. Wild Charge connecting, hitting Blink. Black Dragon from Kid Bomba calls out the play, dives in, gets Blink. Big stun, Furious Dive in, big knockup on the way. Now the focus onto Lord Kid Bomba, very low, able to get out the Shaw Essence, Eternal Guardian, zoning out the side of Burmese Ghouls, and both teams will disengage. Nobody will fall though.
Yeah, nobody will fall, but it's a good sign for Deus Vult. Actually gonna try to bait the Lord here. First skill going into it to bait some movement out of Soxa, and he's trying to understand what's going on here, and nothing's going on. Deus Vult doing the exact same thing they did last game, trying to bait out the enemies.
Yeah, but Kid Bomba top side, he is going to clear those minions, which means they don't have the numbers, and Burmese Ghouls does see him up there, so it looks like they are going to try and go for the Lord play, but it looks like Kid Bomba is going to be able to close that distance just in time to be able to take this fight. The question is who will be able to pull this off. Lord at about 30% HP, and Burmese Ghouls pulling the aggro. Deuce Volt's ready for the counterplay, wrapping around Sawo. We'll drop that Guardian's Barrier, but the knockup from Blink, but no, and Fury not going to connect though. Baited out the utility. Kid Bomba with the Black Dragon hovering around. We'll use it as an escape mechanism. Gonna battle it out patiently. Realize he's chunked pretty low, but there goes the Lord. 25% HP. Burmese Ghouls having ground control. Another knockup on the way. Kid Bomba in position. Magister will claim it for the Deuce Volt, but can they get away? D-Lar very low. Immortality has been proc. Sunset Lover on the chase. Guardian's Barriers drop down to block off the tunnel, and Burmese Ghouls will have to push back to their base. Deuce Volt claiming the Lord.
Yeah, and the Retribution game was so on point. Like, Martis, look at this, pam. Martis Smite, low HP, and the Retribution from the Magister finished them off. But even though Valentina went in with the Grok ultimate to stun Guinevere to not let her Retribution, and but the damage wasn't there, like Retribution wasn't enough from the Martis, and the Guinevere went out of stun and just finished off the Lord, and now the counterattack.
Yeah, the counterplay. Deuce Volt's finding the opportunity they were looking for, found the needle in the haystack, and now all they have to do is pull it out. They are going for a possible game ender to close out this series with a 2-0 sweep. They do have the Lord, but they don't have minions on the side lanes, and it will be bursted down by the side of Burmese Ghouls. Do they maintain the pressure, though, or do they pull back and take this fight again with the next neutral objective? They are going in for the clash. Kid Bomba, is this the play? Is this the move? Black Dragon's in to allow them to take the inhibitor for the bot side.
Yeah, kind of like showing the Burmese goals how you should go for the objectives, not like enjoying just like only one turret when you can push all three of them and end the game. And now they get what they asked for. Now it's like a late game, even gold, and yeah, equalized.
Yeah, it has been equalized, even though it's 2 kills for Deuce Volts. And it's still an even game. Like I said, now it's the late game. It's just going to boil down to who can kind of execute a little bit better in the 5v5 engagements and who will kind of step out of position first and make the mistake. Now, looking at Deuce Volts, the damage from Hiko is definitely there. Kid Bomba doing great on opening up with this Black Dragon. Sunset Lover, good spatial migrations in to be able to bait out some utility and also take some neutral objectives. Was able to steal that Lord, which kind of helped them turn this game around. But the question is, how long can they maintain this, right? I mean, even when you see Kid Bomba rushing with the Black Dragon, he's taking some serious blows from Stitch over there on the carry, and it's keeping him from being able to engage how he would like to. But speaking of engagement, no fear for the big knockup. Sunset Lover is going to find Stitch. Marksman will fall for the side of Burmese Ghouls. That is huge. Without the marksman, they can push, they can end, and they see the opportunity. Can still play called in. The Petrify, the knockup with the Furious Dive over there from Kid Bomba. Raising the banners for Russia, leading the way for Deuce Volts, trying to close out this game 2-0. Hiko will take down D-Lar though. 2 for none trade. Nico will find Hiko. He also just didn't fight it out though. Sawo in a great position, winding up with Power Nature. Saksa will find Kid Bomba. That is going to be a 2-for-2 trade. And Deuce Volts forced out of the base for the Bourbon Schools.
Yeah, it's not that a good trade-off, actually. They might went for the safe Lord, and now they are again even. Actually, not that even, because first hero Stitch is going to respawn kind of earlier. So Burmese Ghosts might go for the 4 versus 3 Lord here. Might at least try for that. But yeah, Nico find Hiko. Yeah, that's exactly what happened here. And kind of overextension here. Those Wolves should enjoy probably 1 or 2 kills and went for Lord, but you never know. Like, if you would know the future.
Yeah, now that's going to put Burmese Schools in a great position for a possible contest, but a knockup. Immortality being proc. Nico very low. Minnow Fury is going to go out. Sunset Lever takes down Nico. 1 member falling for the Burmese Schools. Lord at about 40% HP. And Deuce Volts taking it to the Lord pit. Ready to contest. All members have been spawned in. Kid Bomba making his way through the mid-river, trying to close the distance. Does have the Black Dragon. Is going to call it in. Watch Kid Bomba hovering around. Going to drop down with a Furious Dive. Goes for Stitch. Straight to the back line. Able to catch him. Furious Dive. Soul Grip. Able to connect with the nature, though. Negating the physical damage. Immortality's been proc. Kid Bomba now on the return. Trying to win a ray. Does get caught. Blink getting a kill. Magister will get the Lord for Deuce Volts, but they don't have their XP lane. No problem, though. They have Hiko to possibly be able to end this, and they have the numbers 4, 2, 3. Lord may not even be able to get there in time, as you are looking at Deuce Volts. Heavily aggressive, trying to close this out. 1 victory away from getting their first 2-0 sweep in Group Stage A. Up against the Burmese Schools, and here it goes. Guardians Berry dropping down, trying to zone out the team for Burmese Schools. Do they get the game ender? Massive damage on the D-Lar. Look at the base. Crystal, 1%. Deuce Volts has done it.
For the throne.
Shut down Myanmar, the Burmese Schools, and claim victory, a 2-0 sweep. Their first series in Group Stage A of Game of Futures 2024.
Oh, the revenge. The revenge for M2, I guess, group stage. Just happened to be there. But yeah, the difference, like, yeah, we saw some overextension from the Deuce Volt there when they pick up the gold laner on the top side of map and try to end the game straight away. It was kind of like way too overextended, but that's exactly what Burmese Ghosts was missing to actually win the game. When they went with the second Lord, they definitely should went way more aggressive, not enjoying only 1 turret. They should take all of 3 and try to end the game. Instead, they enjoyed 1 turret and go back. And I said that, like I've called it. Like, you don't want to play like that. You really want to squeeze all the juices that you can.
Yeah, definitely got to give credits over there to Deuce Volt, able to somehow turn around a 2-10 deficit. That entire game they were on the back end. That was over a 20-minute match, and somehow able to turn it around in the blink of an eye. Definitely shows you that even when their backs are against the wall, that's kind of when they shine the most, and able to pull off that victory with a 2-0 sweep. Not too many teams can pull that off. And definitely congratulations on winning your first series victory. Now, Burmese Ghouls still have another chance. They are currently tied up with Team Lil Gun, who did lose in their match as well, up against RQ Hoshi in another 2-0 sweep. Like we said, only one team will be able to make it out of Group Stage A. And so far, you are looking at Deuce Volts, looking very promising, able to claim that victory, and also RQ Hoshi all the way out from Indonesia.
Yeah, 2-0, 2-0. What can you add? Like both, but I think the Burmese Ghouls match in comparison to Deus Vult, Deus Vult and Burmese in comparison to Lil Gun versus RQ Hoshi was a little bit closer, like in terms of the skill. Felt like RQ Hoshi are like steps ahead of Lil Gun, but in this case, it was like slight advantage of Deus Vult in terms of macro understanding and where to go and where to not to go and how far. Yeah, so I felt it this way. What do you think about it?
Definitely. I mean, I feel like Burmese Schools needed to close it out when they had that advantage. And we talked about teams having a trouble, even when you're so far ahead, not finding a way to kind of pierce through the hearts into the base crystal. And that kind of bit them on the backside. And Deuce Volts was able to seize that opportunity from them not being able to end it early, waited to the late game and was able to close it out. As you are seeing that battle on the way. I mean, look at that. It was a 1-8. Deuce Volts definitely having a hard time. And you were seeing Burmese Schools just trailing so far ahead for majority of this game. Usually it's around a 2,000, 3,000 gold lead. It even got extended to like 5K at one point. But Deuce Volts again, just being patient. And Hiko, I got to give him credit. Didn't die too many times. Just kind of played passive, waited to get all those core items. And then he was ready to strike. Kid Bomba, frontlining a lot of that damage. I mean, look at him right there. 15% HP, goes back, gets a little bit of that regen from the Shaw Essence, and ready to take the fight again with the Black Dragon hovering around. There was one moment when we saw Kid Bomba just go completely across the map trying to catch Stitch out of position on a Lord play. Magister, though, speaking of Lord play, that's where they got the steal. Deuce Volts was able to get it with the spatial migration, and this is where they turned the game around.
And here the wall, if he just placed the wall a little bit further, it's probably one to be would be a kill on the CC as well.
Yeah, definitely have to pay attention to these objectives, especially when it gets to late game.
Did you saw the amount of HP reflected on Hiko? Sorry.
Yeah, massive.
Like,
and you are going to see, speaking of massive things, this is where they try and close it out, try and be overly aggressive, but have to push back. Burmese Schools with some great defense, but a little bit of an early recall spam not working in their favor. Yeah. The later this game went. D-Lar with the Immortality proc. This is where the chase goes. Look at Kid Bomba. Look at Stitch.
But
look at the target prioritization. He did, and then he used the Wind of Nature, forced out the Immortality, and they were able to take him down. And that was Blink who did get that kill on top of that. But nonetheless, it opened up the opportunity for Deuce Volts to be able to take that Lord and close out that game. And there you have it. Sunset Lover, more than any other, able to get the MVP 4-0-1.
I absolutely agree with this one. I just wanted to address the Vixana plays here, like with perfect positioning, both of the games. Perfect positioning. It's not way far away, it's not too close, it's right where it needs to be. And there was some slight mistakes which was covered by the flicker, and that's it. Like, so I would love to address the Sunset Lover gameplay. Insane positioning with like low mobility hero. I repeat, low mobility hero Nana and Vixana, like low mobility. One mistake and you're dead, basically. Which with like a lot of CC, a lot of heroes who can close the distance easily and stun you. He plays with like 0 death both of the games, with almost highest damage in the game, and this game almost 40%. Every time following up his teammates with CC.
Yeah, definitely some great gameplay toward the end of today's match for the side of Deuce Volts. A little shaky in the beginning, but they were able to find the resolve and follow through for a 2-0 sweep up against the Burmese Ghouls. And like we said, this just happens from practice, synergy, and also knowing how to kind of play under a hyper-focused, pressured environment. And Deuce Volts performed. They did really well, and I look forward to seeing them progress in Group Stage A. But now, having a huge advantage with a 2-0 sweep is going to tie them with RRQ Hoshi. That's going to put Team Lil Gun and also their opponent losing that one for that match, Burmese Ghouls, in the last position so far for Group Stage A. And only 3 are going to make it out of there. So Burmese Schools, Team Lil Gun, I can't wait to see how these two teams do progressing forward. But so far from what we've seen, it's looking pretty promising, at least for Deuce Volts and RRQ Hoshi out of Indonesia.
Yeah, super good games, both of the teams. Just like you asked, the meta was there, like meta fights, kinda. Like first game, Burmese Goals didn't like worked at all, the draft, but the second game was insanely good, and that's not the draft this time. It's like understanding of where to go and where not to go.
Yeah, and speaking of that, just to kind of put some emphasis on what these teams are competing for, guys. This is $1 million cash prize to be able to close this game out, right? Or close out this match. And honestly, that's a lot on the line. This is the biggest prize pool that we've had in the MLBB scene. You have a lot of casters that you'll be seeing throughout the Game of Futures event as well, from all different regions. Like I said, you got me from North America, NACT, and then you also have got War Barbie all the way out from Ukraine as well. Definitely two totally different sides of the world, able to kind of be able to enjoy today's matches with you guys inside of the chat. And honestly, it's been a pleasure being able to watch these games. There's still a lot of great matches going on. Like we said, Deuce Volts able to make it a little bit more forward, which I'm kind of going to expect them to walk to the next phase of this, especially with the 2-0 sweep. That's a really good start. Now, Burmese Schools, I got to see where they go. I feel like their drafting was okay. Their early game was decent. But their game-ending closing procedures on the way they could close these games out when they have the mass advantage is where they're kind of lacking. When it came to Team Lil Gun, I felt like it was a little different. They were not able to kind of keep up with the play style, at least from the Indonesian team, RQ Hoshi, when it came to the high mobility on the Benedetta, and also Skylar rotating around with his marksmen, such as that Claude. It looked like the side lanes were just a little bit more synchronized to be able to get to those neutral objectives in time and create that opportunity. So hopefully these teams can kind of fill these gaps up as they progress in the group stage A. But nonetheless, we definitely have some great matches ahead of us.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I'm waiting for them. But this time I'm gonna just spectator, just gonna spectate them and enjoy the matches. But yeah, these so far matches are great. But you can clearly see the differences with like the skill and the understanding of the heroes. Like Deus Vult, a stronger point is understanding when to go and when to retreat, and kind of like all team understands it pretty good. I would say maybe Kid Bomba a little bit sometimes goes in when he shouldn't, but otherwise is pretty good. And but this first game, yeah, I like the first game because RRQ looks like they on a different level of gameplay in terms of efficiency, like their movement. Their farmability, like how fast are they? It's unmatchable. Like they are a couple steps ahead already. You can't read them because it's so fast. It happens so fast. You kill there, you wanna push. There is nothing to push. you already lane is closed because of the Lancelot, and they just split, farm, split, and Lil Gun just slowly realizing that they being overwhelmed by these actions.
And speaking of overwhelming things, as we look a little bit further in today's matches, we're going to have a winner's match and an elimination match for Group Stage A now. Winner's match is going to be RQ Hoshi, who did take down Team Lil Gun, and they're going to be going up against Deuce Volts, who we just watched take down the Burmese Schools. So let me know what you guys think about those matches. It will be, again, another amazing best of 3. And then the elimination match is going to be Lil Gun up against Burmese Schools. Well, only one team will be able to make it out of that. Lil Gun, like we said, having a hard time keeping up with the rotations over there from RQ Hoshi. And Burmese Schools, good at rotating, great early game, but just a little bit of lacking in synergy from closing these games out. But will it be Lil Gun pushing forward, or will we see the team all the way out from Myanmar be able to take that victory with the Burmese Schools?
I don't know. Both matches, I'm waiting for the RQ Hoshi versus Deus Vult. Like, that's gonna be so interesting. It's gonna be like just like you said, this one game is going to be more like draft dependent. I feel like half of the game, or even bigger part, is going to be decided by the draft, and more than another games. And the Burmese Goals and Lil Gun is going to who brings the better meta. I feel like because goals are, in my opinion, I mean, felt like they are not that big of a tempo as RRQ Hoshi, and the strategy with Baratza's test might work against them, so they might try it again. I don't know, it's hard to predict.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to predict, but I will say you are looking at Indonesia, which is a really strong meta pool. Definitely one of the hardest regions to go against, especially, you know, with them stacked against the Philippines. Definitely two top respective regions, usually above everybody else. But to see Deuce Volts performing, like I said, this is one of those teams that just continues to shock the world with how good they are. Like I said, they placed 4th in the M Series, and now may have a chance to be able to close this game out. So guys, enjoyed spending our time with you today. For those who don't know, my name is Steph Weezy. I am an NACT caster, and hopefully I get to catch you guys on some more future games. But we will be switching desks here momentarily. So I just want to kind of close out and say thank you to everybody that's been tuning into the stream. Shout out to everybody from the NA region too, representing. I'm glad to be able to be a part of this show and to be able to cast alongside War Barbie on top of that for today's amazing matches.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a pleasure for me as well. The great casting and the great games. It's so good to cast good games with the good casters. Good, interesting games. It's like there are some games when you need to like feel like, okay, the minions are fighting on the lanes, like the purple buff is standing there in the jungle. It's not like that. It's so active and it's so fast, and a lot of things are happening and interesting stuff. Teams are trying to be in their best versions of themselves, and yeah, it's always great.
Yeah, it's always great to see the way prospective regions kind of shift their meta. As we do get the other teams prepared, though, guys, like we said, some spicy matches are going to be ahead of us. Appreciate War Barbie all the way from Ukraine stepping up into the scene and providing that amazing commentary for these castings. Myself as well, guys. Thank you so much for tuning into the Game of Futures. Biggest prize pool in Mobile Legends ever, with $1 million on the line. So definitely make sure you guys catch the next matches for the winners match and also the elimination for Group Stage A. But me and War Barbie will be signing out, and we'll see you guys on the next one. Peace.
Гармония – мощнейшая энергия созидания, способная объединять народы, вселенные и сохранять баланс мироздания. С развитием технологий люди стали больше погружаться в виртуальные миры, забывая про мир физический, обрекая гармонию на угасание. Чтобы восстановить баланс, гармония переродилась жар птицы мира отправилась сквозь вселенные в поисках героев, способных вернуть утраченную энергию. Избрав 5 сильнейших представителей, Мира собрала их у Куба Советов, наделив их уникальной силой. Они стали хранителями гармонии, чья задача — охранять и поддерживать баланс. Советом было принято решение провести турнир, победитель которого распространит гармонию по свету. Для этой цели Куб преобразовал частицу гармонии во Flame, древний артефакт для сбора энергии. Хранителями было выбрано место для проведения турнира — город с самым сильным соприкосновением энергии. Именно здесь миллионы зрителей и сильнейшие атлеты примут участие в величайших играх всех времен, чтобы определить достойнейших и восстановить баланс миров. Да начнутся игры будущего! Гармония – мощнейшая энергия созидания, способная объединять народы, вселенные и сохранять баланс мироздания. С развитием технологий люди стали больше погружаться в виртуальные миры, забывая про мир физический, обрекая гармонию на угасание. Чтобы восстановить баланс, гармония переродилась жар птицы мира отправилась сквозь вселенные в поисках героев, способных вернуть утраченную энергию. Избрав 5 сильнейших представителей, Мира собрала их у Куба Советов, наделив их уникальной силой. Они стали хранителями гармонии, чья задача — охранять и поддерживать баланс. Советом было принято решение провести турнир, победитель которого распространит гармонию по свету. Для этой цели Куб преобразовал частицу гармонии во Flame — древний артефакт для сбора энергии. Хранителями было выбрано место для проведения турнира — город с самым сильным соприкосновением энергии. Именно здесь миллионы зрителей и сильнейшие атлеты примут участие в величайших играх всех времен, чтобы определить достойнейших и восстановить баланс миров. Да начнутся игры будущего!
How's it going, everybody? Welcome to Group C of the Games of the Future. I am G the Ico. Alongside me, I have War Barbie. How you feeling, War Barbie?
I'm pretty good. Feeling pretty good, waiting for the games. Like, first two games was extremely good, and I'm waiting for next one.
Hey, true. You're coming back to cast alongside me. You just witnessed some crazy games in Group A, right? We've seen a little bit of Deuce Vaults, RRQ, Hoshi, Burmese Ghouls, and Team Little Gone go at it. Kind of looking at what's going down here. In Group A, we see that Deuce Vaults moves on, and we see that RRQ Hoshi moves on. In Group B, we're seeing AP Bryn winning there, as well as Twisted Minds. So we got a lot of good games. Both of those look like they were 2-0. So crazy games in Group A and Group B, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I absolutely agree. I kind of couldn't enjoy the Group B games. I can only watch the results. But I bet there was a good games as well. But this time we're gonna see the RCC versus Nightmare.
Yeah, we got some good games coming up. Nightmare Esports versus RCC. I can't wait to see them go. I think Nightmare Esports is not. I'm not too familiar with them. Are they kind of new on the scene?
They was participating in M5 from the Laos. This is team, as far as I know, and they are quite good as well.
Okay, well, yeah, true. As I can see, they kind of finished around the 17th to 8th place, 18th place in M5. So I want to see what they can bring to this fight here against RCC from Russia, if I'm not mistaken. So a little bit of a home field advantage that is going to be taking place in Group C. But there's also going to be a lot of good games coming later as well. I think we'll be seeing Blacklist International, as well as a few other maybe Fireflux esports as well. So I can't wait to see those games. I was kind of watching a little bit, in the background. I had both the Group A and B up at the same time, and I was scoping some things out, and some tide turners in a lot of these games.
Especially, I mean, maybe RRQ Hoshi and Team Lil Gun was kind of like one scenario, like RRQ Hoshi just wait a little bit wait, and the like strong point of Team Lil Gun passes off, and the mid-late game they start to act, and like same scenario, and they come back as well in the next games.
Yeah, the comebacks were crazy. I mean, no matter what I've seen, it was leaning left and right. One was winning over the other, and then there would just be a flick of a switch, and the other team, I mean, RRQ was just, and once it met that late game, it was GG's. They kind of again, like I said, flipped that switch and kept it going. So it was wild to see that. Kind of looking on to moving on to Nightmare Esports, though. We can kind of see some of these players here, War Barbie.
Yeah, not much to say there. I'm interested in pool of these players actually, like how many heroes on their roles they can bring up on the highest level. That's the secret for me.
Yeah, are most of these players, they're actually coming from M5, right? Like a lot of them, there's not too many subs that are happening here. We do see RCC here, a formidable foe as well. I mean, what did they finish here? They actually didn't compete in M5, so they're coming up in a $1 million prize pool tournament, and this is their time to shine.
Yeah, this is definitely the time to shine. First game in the tournament for them. They need to let everybody know that they are on the field with the victory on the Nightmare, hopefully, for them.
Hey, they're going to be bringing the Nightmare to Nightmare, right? Let's see if they can, show us what we've seen from the last group, right? Ark, Yohoshi being able to turn tides. And then Team Little Gun having a little bit of a struggle, and so did Burmese Ghouls. But Deuce Volts showed that even though they're behind, they can turn tides as well. So I want to see that coming up in this game as well. What are some of your takes on these teams? Do you have anything spicy to throw out? Do you?
Yeah, I played with 3 players from the RCC back in the days, so there are quite good players, but they have strong points and they have weak points. Like they have some weak points in terms of if they go, for example, like Vizier this thing, when he goes in, he sometimes don't understand when to stop and might to overextend way too far away. We might see this kind of stuff. One Shot is like super versatile player, can play any role, super good, and he's more like of a, I would say, like hyped hero. Like I don't know, not hero, player. He needs to, like, yeah, come on, you're gonna do this, and he gonna like feed up this energy and gonna play really good. And the Kupi is good strategic player as well, but sometimes gets frustrated. But so just like any other players, I guess. But
okay.
They're good. They're really good.
All right, so for RCC, we got to look out for a little bit of maybe greediness from them, and see what they can bring to the field. I mean, we got to watch out for that, because we've seen quite a few matches. It did look like Team Little Gun was getting a little bit too greedy. I've seen a couple plays that were a little questionable in some of the last games that kind of just, again, turned the tides. And that's what I want to see here. Can RCC, bring something to the playing field? Again, they got a little bit of a home field advantage that I would say against the team like Nightmare. If I'm not mistaken, they are from Laos. I hope I'm saying that right. Laos.
Yeah, I hope as well.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean,
Laos.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a region thing there. So I'm hoping that they bring some fight into this. That we'll have a good game.
I want to add about 2 other players which stepped up in the team, which is Castle and Troublemaker. I was actually not playing with them, but coaching them in the later stages. But Castle is extremely good explainer. He's like, he's playing with like a good spirit. I like this kind of gameplay. He tries to win the lane instead of just like farm it. He super active and he goes for the kills a lot. And the Troublemaker has the same mentality on the mid lane. He has the unorthodox picks on the mid lane, which is Gushen with a Petrify. He played on a wild card M2, super good with it, showed a lot with it. Eventually almost winning the wild card, losing like almost in the later stages. And these 2 players might carry the game, hold the game.
Okay, and they were from Umbrella, right?
Yeah.
They were like the second. Were they from Mongolia as well? If I'm not mistaken, they were like the competitors against Little Gun and
yeah.
M5,
They
like they were like
against Little Gun.
runner up. Yeah.
Runner-up of their group, but they lost to Lilgan, and then Lilgan played versus Team SMG, and SMG won and won the wild card.
So RCC actually has some heavy hitters in there that you know have that experience that they can bring to the Land of Dawn. So that's going to be something that we definitely want to watch out for. Watch out for Castle. Watch out for Troublemaker. Let's see what they can bring for the side of Nightmare. Again, I mean they've kind of just they competed at M5. Again, they lost to Team Little Gun, which Team Little Gun isn't in their group stage, so they got something to show here. You know, this is a new meta. Things have been, you know, changing up and swapping around. We've been seeing a lot of Claude being played on the field. We're kind of getting into the bans and picks here, though. Let's take a gander.
Meanwhile, Bavaria is getting picked for the first pick for Team RCC, and Nightmare Sports respond with immediately Arlot and plus one something. CC, by the way, being banned. Again, like super strong hero in other games being picked like every time is a problem hero. And being banned for a reason. And then Nolan, like what do you think about Nolan ban? Even though he got nerfed and now he don't have a Purify in his ultimate, still a dangerous hero being banned here and there.
Yeah, I mean, he still has his viabilities onto the playing field. He brings a lot of that backline just peel, you know. He's almost like Lancelot. He's able to get in there, utilize quite a bit of burst, and to be able to get out hopefully in time. So I like the ban. I like the Claw ban. We've been seeing CC pop off in the tournament, but we are seeing some new faces here. We got an Akai and a Paquito.
That's pretty good, Paquito. It's again like you can go with on X-Plane or on jungle, so it's like common things these days for teams do this kind of stuff. I call it like a fork in the draft. Like I don't know why, but because it can go like different directions and you need to guess. I mean, fork is kind of not fitting this, but like whatever. And yeah, this is what might happen right now because it seems like it's a jungle Paquito, but it might be explained swapped at the last second.
Yeah, I like the mobility that we're seeing from RCC. From Nightmare, we're seeing quite a few of the meta picks coming through, you know, getting the Arlot onto the field, getting the Lilia, as well as pairing up with the Minnow. Definitely a good combo here. We're seeing a lot of control in CC from the side of Nightmare, a little bit of that from RCC. Again, you were saying watch out for Troublemaker. I mean, he's got a mid lane that shines, right? A little bit into the mid to the late game. The Navaria can be a menace, clears lanes really fast, and I think is a great counter. Maybe not counter, but a great sustain to be able to go against the Lilia.
Yeah, it's always on the range, and Lilia can basically hit and yeah, and have a lot of burst damage to clear the lane fast. But actually, if Lilia knows what to do, she can maybe tank second skill of Novaria, don't let the clear lane and kind of pressure. I mean, we'll see. It depends on the personal skill, 1 versus 1 matchup.
True. The 1v1 in the mid is something I think we're gonna have to watch out for. The question I have is RCC, are they gonna, like, I know it's kind of like a tank jungle, but are we going to be seeing the Paquito in the jungle, or are we going to be seeing the Akai in the jungle?
Yeah, again, like, or we're going to see Akai roam, and
exactly.
And jungle is not yet picked. Yeah, that's just, but you know, like, a lot of times I saw this strategy being used, but it's actually not that effective. I mean, it gives you some advantage in the draft, but it's always comes down to execution. I mean, you can win draft 10 out of 10 and it will not result the win in the game, because in the game win results your execution, like how efficient are you, how you use your time effectively, how you hit your skills, how you're not doing mistakes. So this all good and stuff, but like don't tell much.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see. I like the carry pickup from the side of Nightmare. Definitely definitely a marksman that excels at taking out a little bit of the tankier heroes. So that actually might be a key indicator that we might see the Kai maybe going for more of the roam instead of the jungle. But we'll see. I mean, again, carries can go either way. They are going to be picking up. Yeah, so the Kai is probably going to be at the jungle aspect here. Paquito, EXP, Kaja, roam. Bruno. So I like it. Again, it's going to come down to, like what you said, execution, the skill behind the players and these heroes. Can they execute it correctly?
But I really like Akai and Kaja combo because it's always gives you this like first strike advantage. You always can like threat the divine judgment and maybe kill somebody, and then you threat the heavy spin and maybe kill somebody, and you potentially can start a fight with like 2 kills. Oh, but the Barat peak is solid here. You can dodge the ultimate of Akai.
I was about to say that, right? Like Akai, he really exceeds at being able to secure those neutral objectives, being able to go in there and, you know, push out the other jungle and be able to hit that red tree. But a Barrett's there is going to be able to use that Daytona's welcome to then maybe even counter the Akai. So I think it's gonna be a spicy battle over neutral objectives like turtles and lords.
Yeah, that's for sure. And then, yeah, turrets. And then maybe in the jungle as well, trying to invade something. But yeah, I would love to see Paquito actually jungle. But I know the castle is going to build probably the damage build, no tanky items, maybe one. And trying to play as assassin on the X plane. That's my expectation.
I like it. But we're going to be getting into Group C, the first match of the night. Nightmare Esports versus RCC. Who is going to bring the fire in this match here? As they have already started to engage. 30 seconds in. War Barbie, break down. What do you think their win conditions are here?
That's level 4 probably is going to get farmed pretty steady, I would say. There's their aggression right away. Paquito using his stacks on Minotaur, trying to get some pressure on the red buff here. Being punished by the Lilia, that's not the hero you want to invade against because of the amounts of damage she can output, and that's exactly what we can see here. Trying to flick in and to finish the kill, but no, low HP Kaja going out. Yeah, I mean, the game delivered straight away. What's about to happen?
It's definitely been a little fast-paced there, a little bit of an engage by the Kaja from the side of RCC. Putting on that pressure, I like. Look, we can already see the Too Easy is kind of invading the enemy jungle at this point. Again, I think it's going to come down to neutral objectives. Each player's kind of, you know, zoning pretty well, keeping it at bay. Where the rotations are going to lead is something that I want to keep an eye on, right? Because you can already see that the presence is around the turtle, which you would expect. But a little bit of an engage here in the mid lane. Who's going to secure this first turtle?
Yeah, there are a lot of chances to RCC to secure the turtle. Heavy spin. Go on.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, whatever. Daytona didn't quite deliver the ultimate here to dodge all of this. Way too fast jumping in with the first skill and the heavy spin, and about stun him into this like narrow angle, which is hard to do, and yeah, but still managed to make a kill and eventually get the turtle.
Yeah, I'm liking the tenacity behind RCC at this point. Great utilization of the heavy spin prior to the turtle spawning allowed RCC to just, you know, take that early pick into this mode, into this game, and that allowed them to secure the turtle uncontested. From the side of Nightmare Esports, we're going to have to see them turn a little bit of a tide and be a little bit aggressive, but you can kind of see they got to stay passive at this point, as carry's already having to go back, and the gold is definitely leading towards the side of RCC.
Yeah, it's a good start, and now RCC might snowball out of this, because if they pressure the buffs here or uses another ultimates on this time Divine Judgment probably, or even 2 ultimates to make 1 kill and secure the objective, it would be their next goal, I think.
True. And I mean, we can already see each team trying to fill each other out, trying to possibly get a pick. Again, the game is a little bit passive, kind of looking at some of the items. We do see Bruno picking up the Hawes Claws early on, utilizing that to get the sustainability up in the gold lane. And I think that's kind of where the carry's having a trouble here, right? The Bruno's able to sustain and keep himself sustained in the gold lane, and carry just doesn't have that aspect picked up just yet. And if it overextended, could be a problem for the side of Nightmare Esports. We do see too easy. Heavy spin puts him against the wall. 3 collapse onto him. Are they able to secure the kill? They are. And it's going to keep going here. A little bit of a double kill action for the side of Nightmare. The heavy spin did excel, but 2 of them from the side of RCC fall.
Yeah, it's kind of like too tanky target, because Divine Judgment was forced to use right after heavy spin on the same exact target, and eventually resulted a kill for him. But the counter attack was there, eventually taking 2 of the RCC players again, and the turtle is probably gonna get to the side Nightmare now, but who knows?
Yeah. I mean, I think that's where the Arlot shines, right? Alongside the Divine Judgment and just being able to sweep them into that tower. I think the heavy spin was way too close to home for Nightmare Esports, and they took advantage of that.
Yeah, and the turtle being farmed, the second skill of comes of Novaria, but not resulted anything, and the retribution is there, securing the turtle for Nightmare Esports.
Yeah, definitely. The tide's a little changing, leading towards the side of Nightmare Esports. They've definitely, I think that one engage in the middle has kind of gave them a little bit of a boost. We see a little bit of an engage here in the top tower. It was a good clear. I love how Troublemaker was able to utilize just his easy clear, right? He cleared that lane, kept it a bit at bay, but Castle gonna have a trouble here against 2-1 in the top.
Yeah, but RCC need to make work of this Divine Judgment and heavy spin as frequently as possible, because now they kind of don't kill anyone. I mean, okay, there's a try. Basic attacks not hitting the Barats here might be a problem for the RCC, surviving on a 1000 HP going out because of Bruno, and didn't result anything because Bruno was auto-attacking the wave instead of following the Barats.
Ooh, and I mean, one shot is doing a lot of damage. We do see the retry coming out on the Lily, but is there going to be a follow-up by anybody else on his team? He's really doing everything by himself at this point. RCC is going to have to... I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's a miscommunication on the team, but I think some proper call-outs need to be given. Nightmare Esports definitely taking advantage of those mistakes that RCC is bringing to this Land of the Dawn.
Yeah, but on the other hand, we didn't saw like good ultimates from Minotaur yet, and but Lilia is such a big factor. If Susol can play on the Lilia on expert level, he might carry the game on his own, because kinda it's a good setup for him.
True. We do see 4 rotating into the mid. We're gonna see a play here. 1 shot, trying to look for an advantage to take. First turtle's up. I wonder who's gonna initiate the engage. We see a conceal play on a Soul. Trying to get a little bit of an vision here. I'm not quite sure what they were gonna attempt. They're kind of just keeping them at bay right now. War Barbie. Who is gonna take this turtle? Heavy spin comes out onto JV. Is it gonna be anything? As looks like no, it's not. 1 shot, not able to secure a kill because of his team. No one's following up.
And the Divine Judgment comes on Barats, kind of wasted, but the castle is going up from the top lane and doing all the damage needed to finish up the Barats kill, but the top tower is being sacrificed for that. The turtle kill or the top tower. What do you think is better?
I mean, losing a tower is rough, but it equals out the playing field at this point. We do see a little bit of an invade happening here. RCC being aggressive against Nightmare Esports. We can kind of see that one shot's doing good. I like the aggression. I like the tenacity he's bringing here, but I need to see a little bit more of a follow-up from the side of RCC. Phigytal doing a good job as well. You know, they traded the top tower and I mean the turtle, so we'll see. Kind of taking a look at some of these items though, Bobby.
Yeah, the items are pretty standard, I would say. Like last game Monitor, we saw the Flask of the Oasis being built with first item, which kind of surprised me. Like, you know, instead of tanky items, and now Minotaur goes for like this I call this a pieces build, because he don't build any solid item yet, and I'm not sure it's a good idea though to build like that.
True, but true. I mean, we don't see a Flask of Oasis just yet. I mean, he's gonna need that for the sustainability. I think we're approaching the mid game, and I think that's kind of where that'll come into play, is that he'll have all these pieces and then he'll be able to put them together, right? And I think it'll stack up good for Nightmare Esports. But I got to give it up to RCC. Their economic lead, they've been keeping it. They've been applying that pressure and just taking as much as they can from Nightmare Esports.
Yeah, but no actual pressure on the objective here. Like here and there somebody takes some towers and the invade on a blue buff, but the Lord is being farmed on the top lane. Might be a mistake by one shot, but trying to get to the Lord as soon as possible, and he be able to Bruno ultimate going in, Divine Judgment into the Lilia, and makes a good kill, and didn't quite read that, and didn't quite manage to dodge with her ultimate. Arlord jumping in, ultimate 4 people, pretty good stun on top of that, running around, healing up, barely surviving, and finally being picked up by the Bruno. And seems like Nightmare don't have like damage on the RCC.
Ooh, but they're gonna keep going as K-Hammy falls there as well. I mean, that was, I feel like, well executed by RCC at this point. They zoned out, got a pick on to the Lord fight, and then took down 4 of Nightmare. We can kind of see a little bit of a replay here. The heavy spin came out. The Daytona was welcome to intercept that, but it wasn't enough, as Wiser was able to, you know, utilize that left flank, put a lot of pressure onto Nightmare Esports, and they just didn't have enough CC or stun. Wiser being aggressive here. I want to come back to what you were saying,
unnecessary aggression, huh?
Yeah, like, I mean, they have the lead. I like it. I mean, he's showing that he's a formidable foe, but we need to see something from Benz here on this minnow, right?
Yeah, mid lane is being farmed, and not quite enough because of the, I guess, Wider. He should be on the mid lane instead of the bot lane, but Lord is going on under
oh my.
The heavy spin-ins, counters by the Minotaur's rage, and not quite enough to defend the turret.
Yeah, not enough. Able to reach into Nightmare Esports' base, and they're looking to take a little bit more, be it a pick or be it another tower. It does look like they're going to back out. Now, I like this. I mean, we've seen this from a lot of the bigger teams into the first series, is that they'll actively back out. Won't be too greedy on a Lord take like this, as they've already taken a lot. I mean, they've cleared they cleared all of the first and second tier towers, and they breached into the base. It's now their time to clear the jungle. I do think teams need to focus on, you know, not losing it, and we can see RCC is keeping control of the upper jungle, not allowing Nightmare Esports to breathe and, you know, leave the base.
Yeah, that's true, but on the other hand, I feel like Nightmare Esports are not doing enough to kind of counter that. It feels for me that yes, RCC pressuring, but Nightmare could kind of counter it, but they not going for it. They like backing up all the time. They not trying to make some smart counter attacks. Instead, they just letting them go and going back.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. They're just not setting up a plan or engaging on something. We can kind of see that they want to do something on the left side, and you see the TPs coming out by Castle, a little bit of maybe a fake to bring them out. a little bit of a mind game going on by Castle. Again, I feel like what you were saying, Nightmare Esports has to come together, take a strategic approach at doing something in this game.
Yeah, that's true, and that's I can feel like Minotaur is, I mean, he don't want to ult because he is thinking that Kaja gonna interrupt his ult, so he kind of playing passive at this point because of that. Wow, there's a lot of numbers popped out of Novaria here. That's a big crit, I guess, on the 3 people. And Divine Judgment comes into Barat, right in front. One shot in 2 tanks. Like, yeah, that's a farm. Like 10k gold advantage, almost 9k. And probably gonna go straight for the crystal at this point. When you can one-shot tanks, like let's see this, like half HP like bursted down, and the Minotaur is obliterated.
Yeah, it's a tough game right now for Nightmare Esports. They're gonna have to turtle up and to mount up a great defense. Lord did fall into the hands of RCC, and they're looking to take even more. Castle diving deep back into the back line, taking one from the side of Nightmare. They're gonna have to hold and mount up a great defense here. War Barbie.
Yeah, I mean, they trying to kill. Wow, nice second skill on the Barats on the heavy spin to finish off the Panda here. Chubby Panda, not fat. And but the still attack is still going on. Bruno working on that minions. Divine Judgment right on the face of Lilia here, and the just basic attack. Bruno is trying to get something like basically basic attack, whatever he can. Minions, heroes, crystals, like, yeah, it's his diet.
100%. I mean, that was a great executed game by RCC, taking out Nightmare Esports into game 1. It was just an overall battle, right? Like Nightmare, they were having a tough time. Though they had some of those tankier heroes, they just weren't able to execute it well enough. And the moment they would come in, RCC just took advantage of that and just immediately melt them. One shot might have been on an Akai, but he could still one-shot you.
Yeah, and even though they could pick the 1 kill out of RCC, which is Akai, and didn't defend anything. Like, I mean, I feel like it's like the first game, and then they didn't like warm up, and this is like a warm-up game for them. I saw that quite a lot of times from the teams. Like, you know, first game is like kind of rusty, and the second game will show. But I don't think they can match the amount of pressure that RCC puts on them and think what to do. It's just too much for them.
Yeah, I think it just kind of came down into that mid game. Like, I felt like both teams were equal into the early game. They were kind of filling each other out, and then it snowballed from some of the major objectives. I actually thought RCC made a couple bad plays into the mid lane. You know, when the heavy spin came out, Nightmare Esports was able to execute it. As we can see, kind of one of the turning points here, as RCC is able to secure a first blood there by Troublemaker. And this was a sticky situation that I thought was a problem, because you see the middle range and the flicker in definitely secured 2 kills for the side of Nightmare Esports, but RCC didn't give up. As we can kind of see the heavy spin coming out here onto one of the turtle takes. This was again one of the turning points. The Retry comes out by 1 shot to secure that, and then a Divine Judgment under the Brats, and Castle just following up. It was great. Kind of seeing into this as well. This was into the mid to the late game. Divine Judgment after Divine Judgment coming out by Koopy, just securing so many kills. And look, this is where Nightmare kind of fell apart. They dived in. The Daytona was welcome to stop that heavy spin, but it wasn't enough, as Wiser and Troublemaker paired together were just going insane. 1 shot able to secure the Lord. Koopy it was just too nasty for Nightmare on that Lord take.
Yeah, but I feel like Nightmare Esports like doing not doing nothing. They absolutely don't know what to do with the heavy spin and the Divine Judgment, and that is the reason why they are kind of not doing anything in this game. Just backing up, scared of the ultimates.
And then you got to give it up to Troublemaker. I mean, you said to keep an eye out for him, but look at him hit almost every shot. Paired with the Divine Judgments and Wiser, they just had so much burst damage coming into this late game. Lord barreling down, and not only that, Castle controlling a lot of the left lane. Just, I think ultimately allowed RCC to change that tide into the, and then bam, we see an MVP that is, it looked like it was Troublemaker there, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
You can kind of see some of the items. I definitely would give it to Troublemaker. Again, one of those silent spoken people in the back line that you don't really see too much, but they are sniping left and right. Yeah, and you can see that.
Agree.
6-0 and 9.
Yeah. I absolutely agree with you. You can see like the fireworks impact, like wow, he kills, but he damage here, damage there, damage here, damage there, and like a lot of pressure because of that.
Yeah, it's all about landing those shots when you're playing a Novaria. And look at, I mean, 100% team fight participation, like well executed, 40% of his team's damage. That is crazy. That is the tank killer right there.
Yeah, and actually Kaja out damaging the Akai, but the Akai, I would give the credit to Akai. Every single ultimate worked. It was just good. All the ultimates worked. Even on the bot lane, he just ulted just to take the turret, but he baited on top of that Manon's Rage, and which is perfect, which is opens up to even more pressure, and so Akai went good as well this game.
True. I mean, it was the Phygytal and the Kai were some wild picks that we haven't seen so far. Again, it's still early into the tournament, but you can still see their viable picks. If you're able to ban out some of the meta heroes like the Claude, you're still being able to bring a viable hero in like the Bruno. Against the carry, I was suspecting the carry to scale a little bit more, but again, I think it came down to what you were saying earlier, War Barbie. It comes down to the strategic advantage of the player themselves bringing their skill to the game.
Yeah, and that was RCC this game, because mid lane rotations was there, completely break the Nightmares rotations on the mid lane was absent this game, absolutely. Like they just went back, and they was like shocked with the amount of pressure RCC putting on them, and don't understand what to do with this kind of pressure, just trying to do the kills here and there, but always threatened by Divine's Judgment and the heavy spin, and they like okay, we go back, and you're gonna just lose the game, but wherever that's experience come from.
True. I think coming into the next game, I think Nightmare, they really have to come up with a strategic plan, right? Like it kind of seemed like you were saying earlier, like you had a lot of great points. Nightmare just didn't, like they were kind of just vibing, allowing the flow of RCC to just do whatever they want. They didn't really have like a counter to it. They just kind of tuckered in and really just like hoped for the best.
Yeah. It's the kind of gameplay, like, you know, you just let enemy attack and hope they gonna like miss the skills, and you somehow overextend way too far, and you get the kills. That's like not what you're gonna do here, because not much mistakes you're gonna see here. So yeah, exactly. Let's call it a rusty #1 game for Nightmare, but super good game for RCC.
Yeah, RCC brought a little bit of diversity to it. I liked it. Pulling up the Kai against the carry. I suspected the carry to, you know, come in, put a little bit of damage, but I think that's where the Kaja came from, you know. The executions of those Divine Judgments came into a great key play for RCC, and I think paired again with Troublemaker and Wiser, they just burnt apart Nightmare. And I think they can, if they can continue that, keep with the stride that they're going on, you know, maybe play a little passive in the early games and then, you know, flick the switch into the mid to the late game. If they can do that again, I think they'll take Nightmare out. I feel like Nightmare really has to go back to the drawing board and find a new approach to take out RCC.
Yeah, they need to like drink a coffee, I guess, and just play faster, play more aggressive, try to get more damage. Like, I don't know, like the one aggression on the early game, when the Kaja overextended to the jungle, Lilia tried to punish him, wasted flicker for no reason, because like she couldn't get the kill. I mean, even if she get the explosion of the second skill of the gloom, it wouldn't be enough. Why you try that? So I don't know, let's maybe like nervous, maybe like I don't know, this kind of stuff, and need to play more games to kind of feel the flow of the tournament. But like, you need to act here and there, you have no time.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have the skill and the experience, but just from competing in M5 and now coming into the games of the future, they got to really step it up, right? This is a $1 million USD prize pool, and it just that they have to think about that, right? Like, again, like you were saying, maybe drink a coffee, kind of slap the face, splash some water on yourself. And turn some tides. You bring the experience, and I kind of like how RCC is a little bit of a mix of experienced players as well. So you just can't sleep on them.
Yeah, they start a bit slowly, but when your opponent is kind of like not aggressing at you, not doing any attacks on you, you kind of start to attack yourself, and they like open all these windows for all these divine judgments like for free, in my opinion. Like, they couldn't like wait in here to counter attack, they just stand here and wait for you to start first. So why wouldn't you start first, right? And that's what RCC did.
No, exactly. And I think they can bring that same game to the playing field. Again, I think that they looked a little rusty, you know. Both teams were, I seen a couple mistakes happening from both sides, right? But RCC able to capitalize on them a little bit more than Nightmare. And I think it just happened to be that the heavy spin and the divine judgment was something. I love that combo, you know, like putting those two together was crazy, because you'll hit a heavy spin, and then you think everything's okay, you're like, we survived the heavy spin, and then a divine judgment out of nowhere, and then just rips you right back into the playing field when you're trying to passively back up and, you know, reposition. And they just didn't allow that to happen. So I'm excited to see what Nightmare brings to this second game, and I'm excited to see if RCC can keep up that pressure coming into the Phygital games. We can, I think we're diving straight into the drafting phase here.
Yeah, and I really think Akai should be banned here for the RCC, but on the other hand, you might count on the factor that maybe they not going to pick the same heroes in the game number 2, right? Because a lot of players are actually not doing it, so maybe no ban. Yeah, no ban on Akai, but the Ruby is being banned.
Yeah, Ruby. One thing I'm seeing from that's different from the first is that Claude seems to be open as well. Nightmare does have the first pick in this drafting phase, so it could be a wise decision to scoop up that Claude early, but I mean, this could be a bait from RCC to be able to pick up that Claude as well. Being second pick, that gives you a huge advantage to take two meta picks out of one.
No, RCC not gonna go for the Claude. They're gonna go, I guess, my guess is Bruno, Leslie, maybe 1-1, like no Claude. Like I can bet no Claude. Maybe Carry, like, but not
Carry.
Claude.
Yeah, I like the Nightmare, seeing how well RCC played with the Navaria, so they're gonna pick that up first. I did like the damage output from Navaria. RCC coming back with a Guinevere.
And the second pick is going to be, like, I don't know, they might go for Bruno straight away, because it's like, oh, Trizla. I like that. I like this hero.
Yeah, I mean, they have, out of the get-go, they picked two heroes that have that backline pressure that could, essentially counter Navaria, right? Navaria is going to definitely have to be on her P's and Q's on watching where Castle and, well, I don't think one shot's going to be the Terizla here, but you know what I mean. They're going to have to watch out for the EXP and possibly Gwen Roam, Gwen Jungle. We'll find out.
And this hero is actually winning all the matchups because of the damage. I mean, there are, I don't know, maybe Tamus can do something if he dodge some phases of the second skill, maybe first skill, and maybe trying to win the lane, but I don't know who can win the lane. And the picks, when you use picks as bans, nice.
Yeah, I mean, true, right? You were suspecting maybe an Akai ban coming out or something like that, but they're flipping the script here. They're like, Nightmare's like, you know what? I'm kind of spicy right now. Let me show you what your comp did to us.
Yeah, it might work, but the Brody might be picked by the RCC, which I don't even know. If he's going to, it's gonna go down to the personal skill of the Bruno, because it's not like it seems like an easy hero, but you know, like every easy hero have his own like micro things, like micro movements, which make you more effective, and you gotta know them.
Yeah, personally, Bruno to me is a little bit too complicated. Coming from North America, we don't see him coming out too often. That could just be because North America is maybe not the most technically, country. We'll see. But coming from Nightmare Esports, again, I want to see if Cammy can pull that out. I do like RCC picking up this Fair Mist, though. Not only are they going to have sustainability, they're going to be able to constantly keep up the battle. So I kind of want to see what are they going to do here, right?
Yeah, we'll see. Farmis obviously is there to counter heavy spin, which is really good counter for it. I like that they didn't go with like Diggy to counter Akai, because I mean I personally don't like when they go like Diggy to counter Akai, because it's gonna go down to the amount of pressure you can put on the team without using ult. And if you can do pressure without using ult, Diggy is going to be in trouble, because he's going to be forced ult from different reason, and then heavy spin gonna come.
True. And I think it's we're kind of seeing the second phase of bans coming out. They're still, I could possibly be lacking their tank. You know, the Guinevere could again be, flexed into that roam role, but they are filling it out, getting rid of the minnow. That's something you probably don't want to see, as well as the carry. So again, you were kind of thinking RCC might pick up the carry, but again, the Bruno. So I want to see what they're going to bring out. I want to see. I mean, they got 2 dives. Do they go for more? Or are they going to play a little bit passive, have a backline hero, which I think would be the best choice here?
Yeah, we'll see how they execute on the heroes, because I kind of wondering how good are they playing on these heroes, because if it's the case of taking enemy heroes and you don't know how to play them perfectly yourself, it's not gonna work. Pick as ban not gonna work if you don't. I mean, we pretty much discussed this last Phygital games with you, as far as I can recall. And so I'm interested to see. Ooh, the Khufra.
Yeah. Ooh. I mean, the Khufra into quite a few of the dashiest heroes here. We have the Guinevere. Oh, Weiser picking up.
Oh, the
okay. Yeah, the Lixia. I mean, Lixia, she's that backline that I suspected they needed, right? The Bruno would have filled it as well, but I like it. I mean, she's almost like Yve. She's like a marksman Yve. Like, as long as you know how to position, you'll be able to execute so many key plays. So I like the draft that both of these teams have, and I can't wait to see what they're going to be bringing to it. It's going to be interesting. Can Nightmare bring some strategic value to the game, or can RCC, you know, counter that and keep that pressure up? Nightmare does have almost a similar draft that RCC did pull off last time.
Yeah, but three tanky heroes, it might be a problem for RCC to handle, because like level 4, level 5, 6, and they might have not enough damage to outdamage all of this sustainability. So we saw this kind of meta earlier, like when you pick a lot of sustain heroes, might work for the Nightmare.
True, true. We're kind of getting into game 2 of Group C here, of Nightmare versus RCC.
Oh, it's Rome.
Who's gonna come out victorious here?
It's Rome Terizla going on, and that works really good. That's good. I like that. That's super good.
I feel like that's spicy. That's nothing that I see in North America. So seeing if it gets executed correctly is what I want to see. I mean, I don't think you got to see it earlier, but in Group B we seen a Hellkurt come out and a Bratz go into an EXP lane. So anything can work.
Yeah, anything can work. Absolutely agree on this one. And yeah, that's what we are looking for here. So working so far, I would say, and the Ixia is actually getting good farm, not being now the trades are going in stun to conceal basic attack, and works pretty good. But now the rotation is go for the gold lane because of the low HP, and the attack on the Novaria goes in with Guinevere. Just damage ultimate was enough.
Yeah, I mean, Gwen coming in with the Divine, it was just too much for Nightmare's Mage paired with the Fairness, and Troublemaker securing that kill, right? That's huge. Troublemaker got their first blood last game. Can they keep it up? We do see, ooh, Koopy low, able to flicker out though.
Yeah, it was a risky flicker, clutch flicker. I mean, there was a chance him flicking and dying and wasting flicker, but it worked very good for him.
True. Now, kind of looking at what's going to be going on this turtle here. We do see it kind of being baited out from both sides. Does look like Nightmare had a little bit of a number advantage there, but in the top lane, they're just battling it out. Who's going to get the correct position here?
Yeah, they kind of retreating to farm the red buff on Akai here. Novaria helps him to farm it and goes to the turtle. Turtle being farmed, 7k HP left and slowly being melted by the Guinevere. Akai trying to go in, half HP. Ult goes in from Terizla, trying to focus down Akai. Akai ult, slow HP, might die during the ultimate, but Faramis ult to peel his team, and the flickers with ultimate on Castle, which is Paquito, finish off the jungler of Nightmare Esports.
Yeah, one shot falling there, but again, I mean, you got to give it up to Castle with the tenacity and that little bit of an aggressive play to take down one of Nightmare Esports. And I mean, that was just a good take there. That was a good take. I loved it. The turtle is still ongoing. Both teams did lose their jungles. We see Castle coming in. Ooh, the Tyrant's Rage comes out. One shot able to secure the retry under the turtle though, as well as take down one of Nightmare.
The shadow boxing here from the Hoopra. I guess he was seeing the enemies there, and wow, wherever, you know, like the main thing after this kind of skill usage is to not get frustrated. Just keep playing, like, you know, what can I say?
Penalty zone utilized here. Does look like that Kai might be in trouble. One shot.
Forced to use heavy spin to kind of purify from the Guinevere's ult to run away, and that's exactly what he did, and go straight to the red buff.
I like that both Castle and Jay right here are just they're battling it out. They're not even in lane. They're just over here battling out, kind of taking a look at some of the items. Wouldn't say there's anything that I particularly see out of the ordinary. Guinevere picking up a little bit of physical defense, so is Terizla, and Uranus. So a lot of physical defense being picked up by all sides. Bruno picking up the Hawk's Claws early. We do see a little bit of a play happening here. Koopy low. Nightmare. They're just struggling a little bit here, War Barbie.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's almost 3k gold advantage, and it seems like scenario of the last game, two people being knocked up and the ultimate right on top of it, but it resulted anything, trying to pressure Ixia here, which actually counter attacks and could take one kill. And the second kill is going on from the mid lane rotation. It's gonna resolve the turret, but Soul is gonna try to snipe someone, snipe his own turret probably, and invade on the blue buff. Yeah, RCC are all over the place now.
Yeah, they're definitely controlling a lot of this match. It's kind of almost like a chessboard for RCC. They have pressure and presence, and both lanes, given that vision, you can already see they're zoning for the turtle here. Terizla keeping Kufra at bay. Don't allow him in the penalty zone. Able to secure that there. Able to take out Jay. That was a rough play for Kufra. He was trying to get the presence and the vision, but nothing really executed there besides a death.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels like RCC are toying with them right now. I mean, they could push like straight away, like bot, mid, top, prioritize the turrets. Like they have the advantage on the tempo here, and they are so scared to make mistake and not trying to do anything. Like, I don't know, the rotation to defend, 4 people going for the mid lane, not being farmed, counter attack, and the dodge with his own ultimate on top of Farmy's ultimate. Wow, the blunder here, but the flicker ultimate to extend to take 1 kill, potentially 3 kills, but no crits, I guess, and resulted to only 1 kill.
Yeah, that was a 1-for-1 on both sides, but RCC definitely coming out on top, being able to take out that mid turret. We did see a little bit of an engage down in the bottom lane there by Castle. I think they're going to opt to go down there and secure that turret as well. We got to give it up to Weiser. That position with the flicker and that assault barrage coming in was just too much for Nightmare Esports.
Yeah, soon it's going to like melt them down because of the farm he going to get. Because he ult and it's 1 shot on Novaria, I guess. And the Bruno as well.
Yeah, he definitely, it was the patience behind Weiser. Just he waited. Most of them were low. They thought they could escape, and then just paired with that flicker was enough to I mean, it wasn't too many, didn't fall from Nightmare, but it was enough for RCC to take advantage. We do see a Divine Requiem coming in there. Nothing too much out of it besides pressure. We do see a 1-to-1 turtle possible take.
Trying to steal the turtle, I guess, to not let Lord spawn 8 minutes, because RCC gonna take the Lord 8 minutes, and Paquito here zoned out the Akai, and the Lord is going to get spawned and potentially going into the favor of RCC because of like 6k gold advantage already just on the rotations, and seems like Nightmare need a miracle here.
Yeah, it seems like One Shot has a decent amount of knowledge on being able to keep that at bay. We do see a little bit of an engage here. Assault comes out. Weiser able to secure the kill onto the Kufra. Heavy spin trying to escape, but Castle not going to allow that, as One Shot was able to take the Lord. 2 fall for Nightmare. RCC coming out on top.
Yeah, but 1 sneaky turret on the bot lane from the Bruno in exchange on the Lord and Kufra. Like, it's at least something for the Nightmare Esports.
Yeah, again, they got to take it where they can. Ooh. Little poke and peel here by One Shot. I love that. That's what the Gwen can really excel at, and they're going to bring it here. I think they're going to utilize this Lord to clear up all of the tier 2 towers that are left standing for Nightmare Esports, and then my guess is RCC wants to crack into Nightmare Esports base.
The Lord is marching on top lane, and the mid lane is being farmed with the mega minions already, and the third tower passive gonna proc probably. Yes, passive is being farmed as well, and the attack is probably going to Kufra, actually using his first skill straight into the Kupi's face and didn't result anything, didn't decide to attack, and they are kind of backing up now and giving the turret, and passive is proc but not affected by the Lord. Almost getting one shot. Bruno, 2% HP going into the fountain to region. Half HP turret is there. Nobody farmed mid wave, and it seems like Nightmare Esports are overwhelmed just by minions.
Yeah, overwhelmed and just trying to take something. I've seen a conceal play be utilized, nothing really out of it. I think they just popped it a little bit too early, like the Novarius damage, but they might collapse on her. No one wanted to commit a flicker there on an engage. And I see this quite often, right, is that if you get too greedy on Lord pushes, it can definitely be a tide turner for the other team. Nightmare could have taken advantage of that mistake, but RCC, I like it. They backed up. They didn't become too greedy.
And I don't quite like that. It felt like the RCC not like, obviously they don't want to go on the CC of Akai and Hufra. I get it. But on the other hand, you have almost 10k gold advantage. You have the Lord. I mean, you want to get the turrets. True.
I think that's a wonderful take, right? I mean, I can see it. The kind of playing passive sometimes can lead into Nightmare maybe taking an advantage of a mistake that RCC could do, and that's the one thing you want to do is the faster you can end a game, the less likely you're going to be making any mistakes. They do look like they are zoning properly for this Lord. You can kind of see Castle pushing that left side in.
And they're not waiting for the 12-minute mark, which makes it level 2 Lord, and he's not gonna be casting to the turrets if they farm it right now.
Yeah, I think right now, since again I think they have the positioning advantage, instead of taking the enhanced Lord, they're just gonna take the Lord. Heavy spin in. They attempted to try to get some type of play. Conceal play is made though. RCC wants this. Castle coming in, able to take out Cammy. They want more. The Divine Requiem comes in. The last assault coming in, paired with a Flicker. Wiser trying to take more from the side of Nightmare Esports to fall.
The emblems or the glowing one that did finish the last kill, like on the burn, which was the Hufra. And now they're gonna pressure mid lane, I guess. And the first kill trying to drag in the Uranus, who's we're not quite see in the game. He just running around. Have actually 2 kills, 0 deaths. It's 100% kills for the Nightmare Esports, and Akai is being killed as well because of his ultimate was on cooldown, I guess, while he didn't purify from the Guinevere ult, but it seems so bad for Nightmare Esports. And good, and the penalty zone with the flicker finish off the Novaria here resulted the crystal explosion here. RCC 2-0.
Yeah, again, RCC able to take this game home as well. A 2-0 against Nightmare Esports. Rough for them, but hey, I mean, they showed tenacity. They tried to take some of the games. The drafts were looking pretty decent. I think, again, they just got to bring a little bit more strategy to the game. RCC, though, coming out on top. I love the aggression. They played a little passive. They did again, they took that Lord, and then they seen that one moment, that one key moment that heavy spin was utilized, and they were like, we got this. Everybody, full steam.
And the kills was there, and the overextension, and Paquito uses his flicker to use his double second skill and finish off 1 kill, and they like, okay, go now, we don't need to wait for the Lord, just go, and resulted a lot of kills and eventually won the game. Yeah, congrats to RCC.
It did. Yeah. RCC advancing into the group stage C. That's huge, right? I mean, there's still some other heavy teams in Group C, which is Blacklist International and Fireflux. So I want to see what they do against those teams. I think, again, they could bring anything to this playing field. RCC has the experience. I like their tenacity. Nightmare Esports, they're going to be sent back to the drawing board. I mean, they're not out of it just yet, but they're definitely going to have to think about what their next move is.
Yeah, and we're gonna wait for the next games where the opponents from the for the current teams going to be decided. Like, I don't know, we can speculate who is gonna be there.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. I mean, when we're looking at these games, it's anybody. And then earlier stages, we've seen Group A and Group B, which was Deuce Vaults, RRQ, Burmese Ghouls, and Team Little Gun. And Group A, Group B was AP Bryn, Twisted Minds, and S2 Esports and Homeboys. But kind of taking a look at some of the highlights that was coming from our game here. Again, a lot of the heavy spins coming from the second game. They just weren't there to utilize and be executed by Nightmare Esports, and RCC just taking quite advantage of that. Castle on this Phygytal is something you don't want to see. Koopy in that Roam Terizla was definitely a wild choice, but well executed. And Wiser, just an absolute madman on this Lixia.
Yeah, did perform very good. A lot of flicker ults were used to finish off the kills who was running backwards, and now in this moment playing way to save, and this might result a save, which was a pretty good dodge of the ultimate with his own ultimate on the Guinevere. On top of that, Faramis, but leave the zone and eventually leave the immunability after the shield procs. And the Phygytal doing a lot of kills with his flicker. He flicks in like second for second, and resulted a lot of kills for Phygytal.
Yeah, and look, Wiser coming out with the MVP of that game, RCC. Wiser, just look at it, 4-0-6, 32% damage. Kind of almost looking like Troublemaker in that last game. But again, what a great go here. Congrats to Wiser.
Yeah, congrats. What a good game for him. And yeah, I would call it like an easy game, because it's like Hufra's been picked for Guinevere, I guess, because it's like very hard to good counter for Guinevere, because like a second skill you can counter like 2 phases of it, and also the passive is gonna bump into the second skill of Hufra, and still didn't work.
Yeah. And again, we just seen well placements by Wiser, utilizing that flicker combo, kind of looking at what happened in this game. Castle, just a menace. Wiser, Troublemaker, those 3 combo together were just nasty. One shot there to secure the turtles, and then a Terizla Roam. Pretty decent, right? I mean, 3-1-7. I think a little bit more than decent. Something that might be a trendsetter coming into some of the other regions.
Yeah, maybe, but the amount of counter offense was kind of low, so this was a part of reason why the Terizla could roam so freely and pressuring so good. It's because he's not being punished off of anything he's doing, so that's why he's like kind of like diving top tower and finish off the kill, and then he's on a mid lane like penalties on a Kai, so yeah, he's doing like whatever he wants.
True. I mean, we did see that RCC had great control and positioning over the map in both games, to be honest. Like it wasn't like a complete domination, but they controlled the tide of the battle.
Yeah, that's for sure. But Nightmare gonna get a lot of experience out of these games. When they analyze it, they gonna realize that they should just act more, like more tries instead of like going back. No, going back. They need to counter the action which is going to take part in the future. Like, you know, you need to like 20 seconds in the past, you need to like do something, stay here and damage someone to result a good fight in 30 seconds, like kind of like this way.
True. And we can already see kind of on the screen here 2 heavy hitters going at it, right? We got Blacklist International going against Fireflux Esports. This is going to be a game, I think, to watch, right? Like, Who do you have? What's your predictions here? I know we don't got caster predictions on the screen.
I remember, I guess it's M3. Blacklist was playing against Fireflux, and Fireflux actually won them 3-2 and advanced even further on the upper bracket, if I'm not mistaken. If it was Turkish team as far as I can recall, and maybe it's different, but we might see here. But eventually Blacklist won whole tournament though, and but there was some games, so we might see some interesting gameplay. I like the Fireflux gaming like mentality. They playing like super aggressive. They are on the edge of what they can do, maximum what they can do, not like overextending, but doing like a lot to attack. They might lack in macro gameplay, like understanding what to do after you make the kill, kind of like doing the kills just to make kills sometimes, but we'll see. Maybe they fix it. That's what I can remember about these teams. And the Blacklist needs no introduction, I guess.
They're just too well known. Well, a little bit of history I got as well is that they did compete in M5, both of them, right? But Blacklist International did 3-1 Fireflux esports. So I think this is kind of like a revenge match coming up, right? Fireflux looking to get revenge onto Blacklist International and taking them out of M5. So I think they're going to have to come prepared, right? Blacklist International. I think there's some subs in Blacklist International. We're not seeing some of the original lineups that we're normally used to. We do see that, if I'm not mistaken, they have a new jungler, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
right?
Jungle and Rome, as far as I remember, Jungle and Rome left the team to take a break, and I didn't saw how they perform with the new players, to be honest, but we're gonna have a chance to see it right there.
Yeah, true, right? So a little bit of a different Blacklist International, but we still have Edward, still have Oheb, still have Haji. So again, I've been a fan of Blacklist since me going to M4, right? While I was at M4, it was such a pleasant experience to be able to meet some of these teams, and Blacklist International was one of them. I don't think I'm pretty sure I didn't get to meet Fireflux in esports, so I'm not. We'll see. You know, I might be a little bit one-sided towards the side of Blacklist International.
Yeah, if the teams are playing the way I saw them play earlier, Blacklist, they are the favorite, but Fireflux has a chances. They can sneak out the games. These are my predictions.
Yeah, I mean they have experience, right? Coming in first place in the MTC Turkey Championship Season 2. Also, they came in third place in the Phygital Games number 9. So I mean they have experience. They got that high tenacity that they can bring. I think it's more what are we gonna see from Blacklist International? I mean a Filipino team. With I'm pretty sure all Filipinos at this point. Can Fireflux beat that?
Yeah, we'll see. But I expect the Fanny from the Fireflux. I hope they're gonna pick it, and it's a wild card hero. You can pick it, and it might carry all the game, might break all the tempo of the opponents. So. You know, when you play against team that kind of caliber, I mean, most likely they gonna expect you to pressure here, pressure there, and you can't surprise them with kind of like macro things, like one person on the bottom, 4 person on the top, and you trying to get the objective. They see everything of that, so you need to basically break the rotation, break the tempo somehow. So that's why I'm thinking Fanny might be good against this kind of unfavorable matchup.
I can see it. I was kind of doing a little bit of a history check as well, just again still still trying to figure out what these teams are bringing to the playing field. Looks like Fireflux Esports actually picked up quite a bit of Incendio supremacy, which I did see at M4. So they, again, though the team name might have not been to M4, the players definitely have the history there to make plays, to change sides here. Blacklist International, though, probably the favorite in this matchup.
Yeah, and I rechecked as well, and I was mistaken. There was a Bloodthirsty Kings who won the Blacklist actually 3-2. It was kind of unexpected, and the other Turkish team was Bidel at that point. So yeah, I was kind of wrong, but there was an unexpected victory on the Blacklist.
Yeah, Blacklist, again, they've shined. They either, from what I'm seeing here, either come in first place or second place. So Fireflux definitely has a battle ahead of them. They're going to have to counter as much as they possibly can against Blacklist International. I just want to know if maybe, is this Fireflux's meta or is this Blacklist International's meta?
Yeah, I would love to see the Blacklist International again, like Stas Barats. I mean, from the first game of today, we saw it have a lot of potential. This gameplay have a lot of potential, but as RRQ showed that you can split push this kind of setup, like and take advantage of low mobility of your opponent. So yeah.
Definitely. There's a lot to come, and I think this is going to be probably, again, we've seen some pretty good matches today with AP Bryn and some of the other teams, but we can already see, we've been talking about it non-stop. This will be round 1, Group C, Blacklist International against Fireflux Esports. Who's going to come out on top? We'll have to stay tuned to find out, that's for sure. But, I mean, my caster prediction, you know, I'll throw a little spicy one out there. I'm going to just go with Blacklist International here.
Yeah, I kind of might do it as well, but yeah, let's say like 78% to Blacklist and 22 to Fireflux. Let's say.
I like that approach. I like that approach. You're like, they have Fireflux got a chance, but you know, I'm leaning a little bit more towards Blacklist. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I wonder if the sub out is going to be a problem or not. I mean, it seems like they're still. I mean, they still look good. Blacklist International does, but Fireflux has that experience as well. And again, the meta's kind of shifted up a little bit. So, and being one of the biggest international games this season in 2024, it could be anybody's game. I mean, I think that's what all of us casters are looking for, is we want to see, you know, someone just come out of the blue and show us that they came to play.
Yeah, I really hope so. We're gonna see this kind of gameplay, and we can see the players from the Blacklist now.
Yeah, we can see that. Looks like Haji now into the roam spot, you into the mid, Sensu into the roam, if I'm not mistaken. And then Edward and Oheb. So, again, crazy, but it could be anybody's game at this point.
Yeah, just like any different game, like, you know, theoretically speaking, there are both team can win, right? So that's what we about to see. I hope so. But Oheb is playing insanely good on the gold lane. Still playing a gold lane. It was shining with that insane Beatrix gameplay a lot of the times, and the Fireflux impunity. Not impunity anymore, just esports have pretty much the same setup which they had every single games. It's a solid team, in my opinion. It's a solid team. It's in the, like, let's say upper middle on the teams, in my opinion. Not weak, but not the top side, but still can put a fight.
True. And I mean, we do see Alien, Rosa, Apex 47, and Sunshine, which, if I'm not mistaken, are all from Incendio Supremacy. So again, players that have the synergy that could bring something to the playing field that, I mean, could sweep something out from under someone. I do gotta give a shout out. I do like both of the team's jerseys. If you want to send me one, let me know.
Yeah, looking great. And yeah, we might see a Fanny. I'm thinking of it. I mean, we already saw the Fanny from the Fireflags, and big chances, big chances. I mean, maybe there's going to be like support picked here, and the squishy heroes, and the Fanny is going to be good. I just want to see the Fanny. You don't want to see the Fanny?
I was about to say, I was like, you and Fanny, you know. I mean, I'd like to see a Fanny. I'd like to see a Fanny. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see if a team brings it out. I mean, in this current meta, I feel like Fanny's a tough hero to utilize, just because they're normally always going against like a tank, and you know, when you're trying to utilize a Fanny in the jungle, it's a little bit harder to take an objective or do that neutral objective dance for a turtle or a lord. But you know, we might see it. Yeah, but
we are going to see the basic stuff, I guess. Like CC on the X plane, like I don't know, jungle is going to be an assassin, like I don't know, Hayabusa. Let's let them pick Hayabusa. I would like to see the Gord as well. Like, he's pretty buffed with now he makes no stops while he casting his first and second skill, which is pretty strong. It kind of reminds Iritel, and
yeah, I mean, definitely something we could see. To be honest, like, teams have been just throwing out whatever nowadays. I mean, we've seen that Turisla roam again. Like I was saying, if you didn't catch it, if I'm not mistaken, AP and Homeboys ended up throwing out like a Hellcurt, and I was like, you know, and then they went Bratz EXP. I was like, this is a little spicy. What are you bringing to the playing field? So I want to see what Fireflux and Blacklist can bring to this game. I think, again, they could show us something different here. Metas are wild right now.
Yeah, Hellcurt is like, I don't know. I would like to see the Hellcurt, but all Hellcarts that I saw, I felt like they played good, but it was still not enough. Hellcurt seems like more of weaker heroes, because he pretty much can attack only with his ultimate, and that's it. If you somehow make the draft around Hellcurt not using the ultimate, so you basically need to like CC someone and Hellcurt like follow up and damage, yeah, maybe he can work. If he gonna rotate super actively, like farm one buff, farm another buff, and go straight away to fights, maybe somehow he is going to work. But from what I saw, he have like huge cooldown on his ultimate. His ultimate used with his team not that effectively. Probably it's kind of like Navaria ultimate in comparison, like deals no damage but provides different kind of benefits, and not every team can understand how to use properly these kind of benefits. Like, what comes to mind is Novaria, Yisun Shin, and Hellcurt is more of like vision stuff, heroes. So if the team can somehow use these benefits, we would see the Hellcurt probably played better. Like on M3, I guess, I realized that teams uses Yisun Shin to basically like ult and advance on map, basically. That's it. Just ult and get position, and now you know where opponents are and opponents don't know where you are. So this is like an advantage. So if somehow they're gonna use it this way, it might work, but yeah, that's way too hard to circle around one hero.
Yeah, no, and it comes to that. I've seen that in the meta, right? Is that it's difficult for some teams to pull out assassins. We've seen earlier against RQ, Hoshi, and I think it was Team Little Gun. They pulled out a Lancelot. The Lancelot was excelling, but the problem is that the burst meta is kind of there. Like when they get in, like if you have a Bruno, like you're gonna get hit by a couple balls and then you're gonna feel it, right?
Yeah.
And then you gotta escape, and I feel like that's the hardest aspect that assassins are having, is the get in and get out aspect.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, just the basic attacks. Like I mean, you know, when Hayabusa like jump in, even when he like cast his ultimate, he need to like do this kind of stuff and then like jump in. He might get like one ball, then like second skill on top of it, which gonna conceal it, and second ball, and he's like pretty much dead. So it's hard to do even anything. I mean, how can you skip the cast time of your ultimate?
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's why we're seeing more of a tank meta in some of the aspects of games we are seeing tonight in Group B and Group A, even in Group C. I mean, we've seen nothing but Akai's being pulled out, Brat's pulled out, and you know, it was just like, it was rough. And you were saying,
but Lancelot worked.
True. Lancelot did work. It did work, but I think it was more that the team utilized it to its top performance, you know, and it takes that. It takes you not making any mistakes in order to use an assassin.
And that's the performance exactly what we saw. Like, did you saw like the chase on the bottom turret, bottom third turret? Like there was a lot of like punctures going on, like around the whole base, just go in, go out. Like, what is this? Like, it's insane.
Yeah, no, that's what they have to bring. Kinda. I mean, again, this is the first time that we're gonna be seeing these teams participate on the international stage. And again, I think they're just bringing everything that they possibly can. Each team trying to fill out the meta, seeing how it reacts to the other team. And I can't wait till Blacklist International and Fireflux go at it. Hopefully it's soon.
Yeah, it's going to be soon. And I kind of want to see the like Roger in the jungle. I mean, he's pretty strong right now because he got his buffs, and he pretty much get Demon Hunter Sword in his like basic attacks without the wolf form, and with wolf form it's like reverse effect from the lost HP gets more damage, and from the like maximum HP. No, sorry. When full target is full HP, he gonna deal more damage without wolf. But if he's low HP, wolf gonna get additional damage, right?
Yeah. Now, another little spicy pick. You like to see Roger. I've actually seen something going around on a lot of the social medias and, you know, YouTube. We've seen that the combination of a Matilda and an Odette has been nasty.
Oh.
You know, a little bit of a wild play. A little bit of a wild play. You normally don't ever see Odette's coming in, but paired with her ultimate and Matilda's, it brings something nasty to the playing field.
Yeah, but you know, like you gotta pick Odette when you kind of see the draft of the opponent and they don't have like a lot of mobility. Because if they do, like Odette not gonna work. And but yeah, I would love to see the Odette as well. And
yeah, she's been banned in one of the games, which is kind of what brought it to my attention. I was like, what? Like, why are you banning an Odette in an international tournament? That kind of just seems a little like, I was like, what are you doing here? And then come to find out, it's some teams are pulling out some crazy picks and some crazy plays now that Matilda is in the meta.
But I still like the classy Johnson Odetta gameplay. I don't know. Can you hide Odetta like you could do now, or is it not working? You remember, like when you so you get Odetta into the Johnson, and he runs in the circles enough time to get second ultimate, so he rides in, explodes, Odette ults, he uses his second ultimates, and Odette while casting ultimate gets into the car. So there is no animation of her ultimate, but ultimate actually does damage still, and so he hides Odette and makes her use all of her ultimate uninterruptible.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit of the older meta. Because right now, if I'm not mistaken, Johnson has the they put a little bit of a nerf on him. They essentially, while he's in his car, his ultimate cooldown doesn't start. Yeah. So that used to be good. I mean, they could be still a viable pick depending on what you want to do. I know that Johnson, you can get in the car while he's passing you now. So it's not like you don't have to be there at the initial launch, but I mean, we're probably not going to see that out of Blacklist and Fireflux.
Yeah, for sure out of Blacklist we're not gonna see it. I agree with you. I think the same way. But Odette now have uninterruptible ultimate. I mean, you can only interrupt it with airborne and the suppression effects, and maybe silence. Silence can interrupt it. Like I don't quite remember, but the stuns are not working.
Yeah. And I think that's kind of paired with the Matilda is what we've been seeing. Now, not gonna lie, we've been seeing either the picks by Claude being 100% ban or 100% pick, right? So, I mean, in these games coming, if the carry or the Claude's not picked, we might end up seeing that. I know we've seen AP Bryn and Team Little Gun either ban that or pick it up. If I'm not mistaken, I even seen same thing with RRQ. It was just one of those two marksmen are just devastating at this point. So is Bruno. So we'll see. Navaria's also been a pick that's been utilized quite a bit here. I did see that maybe the first pick got swapped to Fireflux at this point. I'm not quite sure if the emblems mean that initial that initial point. But hey, we're in Group C, round 1. The second round already taking place. That was Nightmare Esports versus RCC. RCC coming out on top, 2-0 in Nightmare. But finally, we're going to be getting into the drafting phase of Fireflux Esports against Blacklist International. I did suspect with the emblems, the team logos being flopped, that Fireflux got the first pick. So I want to see what they utilize to their advantage. Are they going to ban certain heroes to force Blacklist International to ban others? We're actually already diving into insane bans.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's a standard, but in terms of current meta, I guess these are good bans, and every team's prioritizing their own hero to ban, which they are uncomfortable to play against. And Joy, I completely understand the Joy. It's for me personally, it's so uncomfortable to play against this hero because of the immunity and amounts of damage and the HP regen and mobility. So understandable ban, Matilda as well, and the Navaria on top of it, actually, just like you mentioned. And now we're going to see the Vixana versus Nana. Like, imagine predicting this like earlier, like, hey, they going to pick Vixana versus Nana in the like esports games tournaments. You're like, what?
They're gonna first pick the Ruby though. Definitely a great utilization. Brings a little bit of utility to the playing field for the side of Fireflux, but Edward opting to go ahead and pick up the R-Lot. To be honest, I'm not sure what your take on it is, but I believe the R-Lot shines a little bit more than the Ruby.
Yeah, in my opinion as well, but Ruby punishing the heroes who need to like go for the back lane, like assassins mostly. So R-Lot can't punish them this way. So yeah, they are having their ups and downs.
I do like the second pick by Blacklist International. Picking up that Claude, it's just such a strong marksman into the late game. Again, you just have to build that early game security and don't show too, just playing yourself in the early game. You know, you're going to want to go for that mid to late game. For the side of Fireflux, I want to see the response here. Do they pick up a gold lane? I mean, they could go, you were speaking about it earlier, Leslie's a great counter to Claude, but they're not going to go for it. They're going to pick up the carry. I mean, those are the two top marksmen in the ban and pick phase at this point.
Yeah, that's to be expected again, like game number 1 today's as well went for Claude and carry. So I'm not that surprised. Our lot is super annoying, just like you said. If he's good with his ultimates, he's like we saw previous game, RCC versus Nightmare. You remember how Arlott was spamming his second skill after ultimate, and he was like regening his HP, and he was like on 10%, 5%, 10%, 5%, and he's like surviving here. So he has a great sustain during the fight if you let him rotate freely with his second skill.
True. And I mean, his final slash can just displace teams like no tomorrow. And not only that, if utilized very well, able to put a whole team into your own turret or take them out of a turret. So I like our lot. Again, we might see the side of Fireflux be able to utilize the I'm Offended on the Ruby to do about almost the same thing. But again, there's only one of those where our lot has a little bit more of diverse ability in his skill set. Now, Blacklist International picking up the Akai. This is, again, they picked up the Akai, banned the Diggy, you know? Interesting, we haven't seen a lot of teams banning the Diggy or even picking it up, but they're anticipating that they don't want to have to deal with that.
Yeah, Akai is, just like we saw the previous games, Akai can be pretty annoying, at least to say, and but they already had the Barats on the other hand, which is not that good. If you react fast enough, you can counter Akai, but it's pretty hard to do.
Yeah, I would say that the thing about Barats is that, like, when you're utilizing the Daytona's welcome, it puts you in a situation where you're very stational. And you don't want that, especially now that we're seeing Edward being on the R lot and, you know, the Claude being picked up. That could be a little bit of a problem for Fireflux. So I think they need to get something that could secure the kill onto Claude, and something that kind of fits into my mind would be a Kaja, right? Like, are they gonna opt to go Ruby Roam and maybe pick up another EXP? Again, I think they're gonna really have to think about this Claude.
Yeah, I don't know about the Kaja, but maybe like regular stun is going to work. Maybe you just react to Ruby stunning and ulting him and bursting down straight away. I mean, but to be able to do that, you need to expect the Claude. You need to like expect his position and where he is, and predict where he is going to kind of jump on you.
True. I mean, we'll definitely have to see that here. Now, kind of going into it, they did ban the CC, which I kind of like the CC. That's a good target. We still don't know if ultimately the Ruby is going to be in Roam or EXP. It's still such a good flex pick, and I like, it's good picking those flex picks early because it keeps the teams thinking.
Yeah, but just like previous game, it not necessarily means that you won the draft if enemy kind of took your bait in terms of draft of this kind of stuff. I mean, it might be Akai X playing, for example, yeah, and the R lot is Roam, so stuff like that. But it's not securing the game still. But it's like small victories. Like, I guess you gotta start from somewhere.
True. Now, Fireflux definitely. Now they're gonna have to respond to this Nana. I was actually gonna say that Nana is probably one of the best counters to Akai because she's able to actually use Melina to stop the heavy spin that he does bring. So huge that Blacklist picks this up. They didn't ban it out. That allowed them to pick Akai's counter, and is a really good mage in the mid lane right now.
And you used to freeze from Aurora could interrupt Akai ultimate as well, but now Aurora is reworked, and I don't even know is it available.
Yeah, I think maybe a Vexana could be a good go here for the side of Fireflux. I kind of liked your take on that earlier.
No, Vexana.
We'll see. We'll see. They're definitely pending on the take. I don't know. I still think.
Oh, the jungle. What? Lunox jungle.
Yes.
I don't even know. Yeah. Explain Barats and roam Ruby and the jungle Lunox. I guess that's what we're seeing here, and that's good. Just like you saw, they in the draft they couldn't predict. So yeah, I like the Aurora pick. Finally, we're gonna see an Aurora. Pretty strong hero. Rework is insanely strong.
Yeah, you were just bringing her up. I mean, her CCs are phenomenal, and I think that's why they're picking the Lunox as well. Paired with the CCs, I think the Lunox burst damage will bring out quite a bit in the side of Fireflux, and I think that's kind of something they needed. Ooh, a Tigreal being picked up by Blacklist International, though. Again, a very technical tank. Gonna have to utilize those implosions on big team fights, and I think that's what Fireflux was kind of building for, is to counter the Claude in team fights. But we'll see. I think it all comes down to synergy, strategy, and skill.
Yeah, just like you said, it's so hard to catch the Claude. Good Claude player never going to be catched. It's so hard to put him down. Even if Divine Judgment is it is a factor, but now he just gonna not initiate with Claude. His team initiate, and he gonna wait for the good opportunity to join the fight. It's not like Kazan secures a counter for Claude.
That is true, but we're going to be jumping into game one here. Blacklist International going against Fireflux. Who can be the winner of the first round of Group C of these two teams? We can already see, I kind of wanted to see, you are right here. We have that Lunox into the roam position, the Barats into the EXP, and it does look like we see a little bit of an invade. Tig might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, but on the red buff there is some information trying to get by Tigreal, and he sneak up on Lunox, but gets his flicker baited out immediately, and double buff Akai goes to probably help the mid lane, but gets quite a small amount of damage, going to the river minion, going to farm it, and yes, no, not enough, but a good try. He still didn't use his retribution to farm faster. Go into the X-Plane rotation yet again, trying to probably gonna kill that Barats, but we'll see.
Yeah, and we are seeing by the side of Fireflux, I think their ultimate win conditions here are that they want to utilize a lot of that team fight, that sustainability, and a little bit of their CC and burst ability to take out and control Blacklist International. Now Blacklist International, they're ready to utilize this heavy spin to secure neutral objectives, as well as the Tigreal to be able to displace the team of Fireflux. And again, Nana is going to be an absolute menace. I think we're going to have to watch out for her. Passive is just a lot to deal with.
Yeah, I would wanted to credit the second skill of Ruby here. Absolutely, concealing. First skill of Akai didn't even connect. So wow, that's such a great reaction. Akai tried to, in my opinion, go for a Ruby kill there, but was denied.
It was denied. We do see a little bit of a final slash happen. Ruby come in. The Daytona welcomed connects. Stuns 2 against the wall for Blacklist International. We do see the Retry come out, though. Rose able to secure a kill onto Haji. And Tinzy able to kill Sensu there. Edward diving in deep, trying to get Tinzy. They're able to. You able to secure the kill. The passive by Nana's procced, but Fireflux not opting to go for it.
Yeah, but a good impact from Lunox there, full light ultimate, and the Edward gets picked off. On top of that, being greedy with trying to go for the lane and farm some more minions instead of going to the base, lose some minions but not feeding. Eventually, he is going to lose a lot of minions.
It is true. I mean, that was definitely quite the fight there. Again, I think Fireflux definitely coming out on top. 3 kills and the gold lead there. Kind of taking a look at some of the items. Not too much to talk about here. I mean, we're seeing a little bit of physical defense being picked up by both Arlott and Barat at this point. So they're trying to sustain each other in their lane. And again, it does look like, I mean, Fireflux in the lead economically, but Blacklist International still don't count them out yet.
Yeah, and the 4 heroes are one of them trying to defend these small minion who just give the vision, and the other one trying to kill it. And good start from Fireflux Esports. I mean, Lunox might be a big deal here because she's gonna melt the front lane. I mean, you cannot build any items to kind of tank her. You need to like more of kill her instead of like tanking her. So I like the pick very much, and the turtle going for Fireflux. And going back to that fight, the brilliance was used just for damage people, and then the kills, and nice harass on the Cloud. Like, it seems like Blacklist not dodging any skills, like they just going straight onto it. As well, Lunox opens up fast kill on the Lord, by the way. This is might be a big factor.
Oh. And you can see the rotation and the cutoff here. They're trying to keep Oheb at bay. Are they going to be able to push him back? They are stealing a little bit of this gold plating off this tower. Now, I think what Blacklist International is doing is great. They're, again, trying to keep Fireflux at bay, trying to stifle that snowball effect that Fireflux is trying to initiate. And ultimately, I think it's good. Again, they have that Claude for that late game, but so does Fireflux on their side to have the carry for the late game. I think what really threw Blacklist International for a loop here is that that Lunox in the roam, or not the roam, the jungle.
Yeah, and they kind of not expecting it, and but they saw it earlier. I mean, Todak played with Lunox jungle, so I guess at least saw the Lunox jungle, and the initiation on the Akai here gonna force to use his heavy spin defensively just to purify himself and run away out of this, and going back to the jungle straight away. But the double ultimates are traded.
Yeah, Oheb being a little sneaky as well, putting on a lot of pressure under that top tower. They've already swapped the lanes 6 minutes in. Does look like the Tigreal's a little low here. Blacklist International going to be missing their tank at this point. Looks like maybe choking off Oheb in this top lane. Seems like this is the play by Fireflux, is to keep Oheb at bay.
And don't let him farm. It's a very good strategy because you don't want to have Claude snowballed and run around and clear the minions, clear the heroes, and just using maximum potential of his ultimate. And that's pretty good. I mean, Fireflux is pressuring, but the gold advantage is not that high, only 1.5k, and the heavy spin is going out, trying to spin out the Barats here. Barats didn't proc his own ultimate yet, but used the flicker and
the glacier.
Super good
and I'm offended.
for people. And but is it enough damage though? Low HP, everyone just running around. Flicker used to run away by Arlott, trying to clean up carry, trying to clean up all of the kills, and successfully doing it. 3 people dead. Gonna go straight for the turtle, or no, Lord? No,
I think
they don't want to go without
Look at that Glacier Freeze paired with the I'm Offended there by Apex 47, and then Tenzi just following up just massive amounts of damage from Fireflux, as well as, look, Rosa coming in from the right flank to stop that escape. Fireflux on fire at this point. Blacklist International being put onto the back foot.
Yeah, but the gold advantage is not that high. Yes, they win in fights, but it's only like 2.5k. One bad mistake and it's all going to be reversed. You don't need to like chill because of these good moments.
It is true. Again, both teams have that late game security. The Claude can pop off at any point. Oheb, no deaths yet, and if you can keep that up, I do think that is the winning factor that Blacklist International has. Now Fireflux, they just got to keep this pressure up, you know, utilizing that I'm Offended, baiting out those heavy spins and stopping it. Edward getting caught by the Tonos, welcome straight into all of Fireflux there. The heavy spin to kind of zone them out to hopefully save Edward's life. The Phygital Slash comes out. Rosa, though, able to take out Edward. We do see a little bit of an implosion here as Apex are able to secure the kill onto you. Now gonna allow them to zone out Blacklist International and take that mid turret.
Yeah, and Tigreal was trying to CC here. The Linux successfully did it, but no follow-up, absolutely not. And Black Ultimate going in and almost killing him, zoning out of the turret, and wow, the three turrets gonna fall now. Two of them are full, and the Lord in 65 seconds probably shouldn't even farm the turtle earlier, because now they would go straight for the Lord.
Yeah, I mean, Fireflux, they're on a snowball. They got to keep this pressure heavy on Blacklist International. That, I believe that's their win condition, is just to keep this momentum going, and we'll see that tide that they're bringing clash against Blacklist International. Now Blacklist, they're trying to fight back. You see what they're doing here. A little bit of a play, flicker and an implosion coming in, not having to utilize that heavy spin just yet, but Fireflux fighting back. Oheb taking the turret. We do see you able to secure the kill on the Alien. I'm telling you, she just brings that damage for Barbie.
Yeah, the damage is there. Oheb is 201. It means he have a lot of gold here, and the damage was there. But like Linux could actually use the brilliance prematurely when she saw the Tigreal going in. I mean, kind of predictable. So maybe they are, I mean, Fireflux already like chilling. We'll see.
Yeah. I mean, they're definitely feeling it out. I feel like Blacklist International kind of needs to catch Rosa off guard. But again, if Rosa doesn't make any mistakes, then that could be tough for Blacklist International. We're going to be probably seeing a little bit of a Lord dance here. Heavy spin still available. Pretty much everything on both teams besides Haji's flicker is down, and you can kind of see the placement of him. He's in that back line waiting for something to come out. I mean, he has his implosion ready, but Apex finds him out. Haji now being displaced all alone on the right side. Lord is reset though.
Yeah, the Lord dance is continuing. Top lane is being pushed by the Blacklist minions.
Yeah, I want to say, a little bit of a final slash and a heavy spin onto Apex.
Oh, the ult is wasted on the Claude prematurely.
Yeah.
And the flicker and the passive just jumped out. Was trying to finish the Ruby here, and might open the window for the Lord here for Fireflux, but it's too early to make a call. And the ultimate is going in. They're going in from the Lord burst, but the retribution of the Akai jumped in, and still the Lord, 2 people down, 3 people down from Fireflux impunity, and the counter attack from the Fireflux carry going in, but the tanky build is not doing enough damage, but it's going to be enough.
Sunshine!
But the movement speed is insane. They're gonna finish him off, maybe. No ultimate on Nana though. Nobody is going to counter, but the low damage, so low. Tanky build, but yeah, finish off the Arlot, but the Aurora is dead on the other hand. I don't know, was it worth it?
It was crazy. I mean, we can kind of look at this. Haji trying to utilize the implosion before he dies, but Sunshine not letting up on the pressure as Edward utilizes that final slash coming up right here, swoops both of them in, able to secure the kill onto Rosa. Was huge for Blacklist International in that team fight. They made it out on top, right? They got the Lord. Both teams lost 4 players, but again, they were able to secure the Lord, so that was the breathing room that Blacklist needed.
Yeah, that's for sure. And Mega Minions is still in the mid lane. You can kind of try to work on them, but no risks here taken from the Blacklist. Just safely go back, even though Mega Minions, you can try to push something, not risking anything, just farm a little bit this 2.5 gold gap, trying to close it, and eventually might go to the turret here. Heavy Spinner going on to the Baratsu, who could use his own ultimate on the opposite team, but didn't result him surviving.
It is true. Now, I mean, we are seeing that heavy pressure being put down onto the map now on Fireflux. Fireflux a little bit onto the back line. Sensu a little overextended, but no problem. Just getting that vision of final slash onto Apex. Blacklist International not opting to go for that take yet. Edward utilizing that final slash. It does have a pretty fast cooldown, so I get it, but I think Blacklist could have got a little aggressive there.
Yeah, I think so, but they don't want to make any mistakes, I guess, and just casually waiting for the Lord and securing their map control, I think, and trying to catch some kills, I think, with the Aurora or Ruby.
Yeah, coming into this mid game, my suspect is that Blacklist is now kind of countering a lot of that magic damage, but Sunshine left all alone. Retry does come out onto him, but Apex able to slow him down. Sunshine all alone. Blacklist International wants to take him down. You able to secure that unstoppable and take out Sunshine on Fireflux.
Ooh, yeah, that's huge. That's huge. And I have the question. I had this question earlier, but didn't ask him. Is it me or like tanky build on carry? It seems like bad. Like,
yeah, I mean, it was definitely running into a little bit of a problem. I think it's coming down to the Sunshine's being majorly aggressive. See some of these takes, trying to make those risky plays against Blacklist.
For me, from my perspective, it seems like he has no damage, but he's not tanky. So
yeah,
I don't understand the purpose of this build. Like, you have no damage and you're not that tanky. I mean, you ran fast. Yeah. Nice. But what? You gotta have the damage. I mean, he would probably, in that exchange of when he died, he would probably kill Tigreal and die if he would use damage build. But now he didn't kill him and die. So I don't understand.
Ooh, I like the play there by Sensu. I mean, he utilized that retry to zone out Rosa, keeping them at bay. Does reset him back. They're trying to utilize this Lord to crack into Fireflux's base. Still clearing up the tier 2 turret there. The Lord is now coming in. It is an enhanced Lord, so it's going to crash into that tower. What is Blacklist going to do? They're kind of playing a little bit passive. Maybe opting to go for Rosa. Yeah, there it is. The heavy spin. Coming in, looking for Rosa. Nothing, though. A Daytona's welcome onto you. The passive proc. Is he going to be able to escape the flicker out?
Wow. Such a good initiation, but such a good like defense play here. And I was just thinking about like how Blacklist went for the kind of this part from the middle and the top tower, and then like all of them realized, oh man, we should push bot, and they like went for bot. Like, guys, you got to understand this like 10 seconds earlier. Why?
Yeah.
So
I was about to say
that. I'm surprised seeing these kind of mistakes from the top teams. I'm really surprised.
The moment you pointed out that bottom lane, I was like, my God, they probably should have done it that moment you said it. But again, they were just a couple seconds too late. Decisions not made in time. We do see Carry now opting to go for the Demon Hunter Sword to kind of put a little bit of that damage in. They just have the Brute Force and the Thunder Belt to secure a little bit of the tankiness. Maybe that might be what they need to change it, but Immortalities are definitely bought by Blacklist International. And again, they're kind of holding the left side of the map a little interesting from my perspective, because I mean, the Lord's got 27 seconds. They're looking for a play here. Apex gets it cut off guard. It gets shooted in. Edward looking for the chase. Shut down by Tenzi onto you. The blazing duet come out by Oheb. But is it enough? Fireflux putting on that aggression. Able to set down and possibly take down Edward. We do see Rosa on the hunt, trying to take out Sensu and Oheb, putting them at bay. Haji, a little bit displaced on the right side of the map. Blacklist International scattered, while Fireflux now has the proper time to be able to take this Lord. Look at this fight here.
Yeah, look at this Lunox, like insanely good assassination on the Nana here, which no passive because of the last time, and double immortality procced. One of them killed second time, and that's gonna secure the Lord for Fireflux, I think. And is it?
It is. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Maybe?
Yeah.
I'm not quite. I can't really tell.
Yeah.
We were at the highlights. It is. Okay, there we go.
Maybe. There was
somehow Blacklist just gets the Lord.
Yeah, that was Tigreal with the flicker, and I don't know.
Yeah.
So
Fireflux now definitely has the Lord barreling down onto the right side. You can kind of see they're playing passive. I liked all lanes are synced. Blacklist International gonna have to mount up a great defense here. Alien looking for a little bit of a cheeky play. Lord crashing down, all towers being pressured. Fireflux, what are you gonna do here? I am offended on the Sensu. None yet. Final slash and an implosion on the 4-5, and Fireflux with a blazing duet into the back line of Fireflux. Fireflux now on the retreat as Blacklist International applying heavy pressure. 3 have fallen, 4 have fallen. Ooh. It's all up to Sunshine at this point. What a play by Blacklist International, giving it up to Haji. That implosion was nasty, securing 4 deaths on a Fireflux. Sunshine left all alone. The Melina Blitz to be able to secure the kill. You, Blacklist International, going to push in this final tower, and it looks like they're going to win the game here, War Barbie.
Oh man, that's insanely huge. Like, but
wow.
just the second I just thought, like, what are you waiting, guys? Like, I mean, pressure the enemy, attack somehow, like at least some damage, and then they didn't, and they immediately get a huge counterattack.
Match 2 of Group C, Blacklist International versus Fireflux. Blacklist coming out with a crazy play there in the end. The Lord barely down on their side. All lanes being pressured. Just when they're pushed back against the wall, the flick of the switch. Haji coming out of nowhere with that implosion to seal the deal. Oheb with the blazing duet coming in. It was just nasty. Fireflux not anticipating that split-second aggression by Blacklist International, and my God.
Yeah. This is exactly what we needed here, and they delivered. Like, who would have thought that Tigreal would work so good? I mean, Fireflux was stunned. They couldn't like predict anything. He just ran in and like flick ult, and that's it. Like no brilliance, no nothing. Nobody trying to stop him. He's working. And on the mid lane he killed Lunox. On the a lot of time he just keep ulting this Lunox, who actually carried the game. So yeah. Lunox was so good at this game, and the carry build, like, I don't get it. It's just a throw game build. I don't get it. Like, you're not gonna tank the implosion plus heavy spin, even if you build all of the like defense items. But on top of that, you're not gonna have any damage. And still like and still no Athena shield, so Nana could still burst down. So I think there was like hard mistakes made here in the carry.
Yeah, I mean, we can kind of see some of the early game initiation here by Fireflux when the tide was looking definitely in their favor, putting Blacklist International against the wall. And look, just you coming out of nowhere, able to secure a couple kills here. But again, still Fireflux coming out on top and into this early game. Rosa, an absolute monster in the mid lane, sealing the deal. But Haji coming in with these implosions. Again, 6 minutes in, the Blazing Duet. Not enough, doesn't have the damage just yet, as Fireflux taking advantage of that and being able to take out a couple of Blacklist International. And it was rough. Sunshine kind of coming online at this point, but again, Fireflux still having that heavy pressure against Blacklist International. Some final slashes coming out here. Rosa, Stool, just nasty. Haji coming in with Implosion, no follow-up by Blacklist International. And again, I think this is kind of where the turning point started to come. We can kind of see that the glacier's coming down, but it's not enough, as we see you coming online, utilizing that Molina's blitz. And again, another great play by Blacklist International. I think this is where Blacklist ended up stealing the first Lord and turning the tides. Just look at Blacklist. It was key.
And the moment.
Exactly. Rosa and Sunshine didn't want to give up, though, even though it was 3 down on both sides. Blacklist International stole Edward, being able to get that little bit of a play, that final slash that pushed Fireflux into the tower. 4 down. And then even coming into the 14-minute mark is when I think things have definitely changed. Blacklist had the Lord, but definitely didn't get too much out of that play. This was just crazy, War Barbie.
Yeah, but such a good fight here, not being able to capitalize on this huge immortality procs, double kill, went for the Lord, but now we're gonna get this
was the turning moment right here.
Huge implosion, just from the base, like, come on, not even from the bush, from the behind, just straight away from the base to the face. Yeah, that's kind of like leaves some questions, but yeah, it is what it is. And congrats to Blacklist winning game number 1.
Yeah, definitely. Oheb coming out on top again. I think Haji's just on this Tigreal was what Oheb needed, but Oheb securing that MVP on initiating those follow-ups. 6-1 and 7, 31% team damage dealt for his team. It was just the Claude is a menace. To be honest, I recommend definitely don't allow the Claude on the playing field or to take it for yourself.
Yeah, I don't know, take it for yourself. It's like, it's so hard to play good with Cloud. It's like, actually, if you just pick this hero, he's like, from my personal experience, he's not doing anything. So I'm like questioning myself, wow, how are they actually able to like carry the games with this guy? Yeah, late game, I get it, you have a lot of damage, but you need to be able to find these small windows where you're gonna deal the damage, where you're gonna jump, and it's like, wow, too much for me. Maybe just hero not for me. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, kind of looking at some of these stats here too, like just an absolute menace on this this Nana here. Again, 37% team damage, so the most team damage there, had 7 kills, and it kind of just seems like Fireflux just couldn't anticipate that Molina's blitz in time, and I think it just paired with Haji's implosion, it just came out on top.
Yeah, wombo combo.
Wombo combo. I
just like that, and it was there, like 5 people ultimate basically. One of them was like purified, I guess, and but they didn't be able to reverse this kind of initiation. It was too much for the Fireflux.
Yeah, Fireflux though, they were so good into the early and the mid game. It was just like they were doing so well. They just, that one play and you said it. All it takes is one play into the late game, into the early late game, that can just completely turn tides.
Yeah, you should. But it's a good experience for Fireflux to not chill. You know, when you have the pressure, when you have the kills, when you have more damage, more tankiness. I mean, come on, the crystal is there. That's what I'm coaching when I'm coaching. Like, I'm like telling you, it doesn't matter. Like 20-0, it doesn't matter. The crystal is there. Your goal is to like destroy the crystal. So you gotta think how you use effectively your like advantage, and how you use it. You take the turrets, you take the map control, you go to basically destroy the crystal. And that's what's not there from Fireflux kinda. And the Blacklist gaming was the part of it. It was always threatening with that implosions and heavy space.
Yeah, again, I think it just came down to that one moment. Then I think Blacklist was like, they were just like fishing for that one moment that they needed. They were pushed back against the wall, and I kind of like your approach as well. Fireflux, they at the end there, they like tunnel visioned. Like they were pushing that mid so hard when they could have split. All the pressure was on all the towers, so they could have, you know, but they were, all they could think about was team fight. We're hot, we're ready, let's get them, let's take Blacklist out, and then Blacklist swoops in.
And I wanted to mention kind-of, I didn't felt the Aurora presence into the game, and I don't know, carry wasn't enough, but like on the other hand, Blacklist was working good. Like every single hero you can point where he is effective. He's effective at this, he's doing this, he's doing this, he's doing damage. And you can't tell such thing about Fireflux. I mean, you can see Lunox like doing a lot. You can see like Ruby doing a lot. You can sometimes see Aurora is effective, but not like every time. And the carry as well, like I just don't get why you getting this like double defensive item. I mean, I get it, the belt is not that, it's like half defensive, half aggressive, but the endless battle as well, I wouldn't say it's like super attack item. It's more like 65% attack, 35% utility, and so there is no damage in ADC. Like you really want to, like when you snowball, you have to pressure with the damage, but you have this like fast tank running around and just slowing everybody down, but that's not his role. Like his role is to deal damage, like, and kill people, not to slow down everyone. So I had this like bitter feeling about like why he's doing that. So
yeah, I mean, he was, again, maybe you could have been popping off a little bit more, but I felt like he was doing a little decent, you know. I mean, he was 5-1.
Yeah,
I think what ended up happening was that he just got a little too greedy, you know. Like at that Lord take, my guess is that his, like, Sunshine's initial thought was like, we can team wipe Blacklist International. I got this. Let's go, Rosa. And so then they push. But again, I think it came down to Edward just baiting and waiting on that final slash. It could have been like moments, seconds that he needed to utilize it, and able to push Fireflux into that tower in the top right-hand corner just allowed them to, again, fight back. I mean, it was an equal ground, but Blacklist International came out on top. But again, we're going to be going into match 2 here. Blacklist International 1-up. Fireflux looking to get that revenge against Blacklist International for taking them out of M5. I think this is, again, a game of the future. $1 million prize pool. They're fighting for it.
Yeah, that's a wealthy prize. And yeah, but the draft side is pretty much the similar from the last game. Novaria and Joy being banned. Absolutely agree on this one, especially on Joy. And on the other hand, they like mirror bans from the previous games.
Yeah, get Gwen out of there, get Matilda out of there. We, again, pretty flexible heroes, but Matilda's just an absolute monster in the roam. I do like that the fear effect isn't coming on to Fireflux, right? They're not banning out things that they just anticipated, because I felt like they did good against Blacklist International. Their lineup, like they were responding very well. I think again it just came down to a couple mistakes that caused, and again Blacklist just being pushed back against the wall like a predator and capitalize on that. So I think Fireflux is, you know, maybe not be the happiest with their take in that last game, but I do think that they're okay with what they did. I mean, all they have to do is get the correct mindset and let's go.
Yeah. Overall, it was like not grouping up against AOECC, and that was a mistake, and you can fix that pretty easily just of the awareness, overall awareness on the map.
Yeah.
Like
kind of looking at.
Sorry, it happens when you like underestimate your opponent, and that's it.
True. I think that's well said. Well said. Now, kind of looking at a Ruby pick, that's something Fireflux picked. I think it was pretty good. I mean, the Ruby excelled. We've seen quite a few IM offendeds land on a decent bit of the team. Kind of trying to think what they're going for right here. Blacklist International not wanting to deal with Arlot. I like that. Get that out of there. They didn't want to first pick it, but they didn't want to allow it to be a second pick for Fireflux. Again, I personally think Arlot is more viable than Ruby. But again, it can be a trade-off depending on like how you're building, right? So like maybe Blacklist International comp right now really can scale with the Ruby instead of the Arlot. So we'll see. I got a little friend here.
Hi. So Ruby picked again, but for the different reasons this time for Blacklist International. I guess it's going to be either Rome and or Explain, and the Valentina. I like the Valentina pick, and again Carry being picked. I mean, they performed pretty good, so why wouldn't you go for them again? There is no Arlot this time around, and the farm is being banned as well, by the way.
It is true. The fair mist, but again, you picking up this Nana was definitely a little bit of a troublesome for Fireflux into the mid to late game. So definitely going to have to keep an eye on that. A response that Fireflux is kind of, I mean, the not the Vexana, the Valentina is a good go. I mean, but it is still a frontal damage. It's just a frontal damage dealer mage, right? And Nana definitely is a little bit into the back line, so we'll have to see how Rosa plays.
But the Nana from the different side proved that this is worthy hero to being picked this time, because the damage output is just insanely big. If you're thinking about old Nana, it's like what? It's like no damage. It's like what, 70% full burst combo, like, and what? And now it's like first skill like half HP. and this overall control, CC, I mean crowd control is wow. Now it's a hero to play.
That is true. I mean, Nana definitely brings that annoying aspect to the team fights that if you just let it slip, it could be a problem for you. I do kind of talking about what Fireflux is doing as a response, picking up the TIG. They've seen how well that was utilized by Blacklist International. They want to attempt to try to bring that to their comp at this point. Now, building off of something you're not a fan of is that they did pick up the carry once again. Can they utilize that? Do you think they're gonna take your approach and not go tank this time?
I mean, look, I thinking about what, like, if you attack like properly and you land your CC properly, enemy will not be able to hit you. So why would you build tanky in this case? Like, because like half of the fights we saw like carry full HP, so nobody like attacking you. So why would you build tankiness? That's my question. And this is like kinda you don't want to tank anything playing ADC, right? You don't want to tank like something. Maybe okay, maybe you can go for claws, harsh claws, and maybe some exchanges you're gonna win. But this is not the case. Like you just your team is attacking and you just add to this attack. But yeah, like that's just me. So as you said, she went 5-0, she went good, and eventually it was not the build mistake losing the game.
Yeah, it just wasn't enough. Kind of like what, you know, it wasn't what we wanted to see. It just didn't have that power output. And I think that paired with a little bit of the greediness that Sunshine was emitting there. But hey, it's all right. Sometimes you gotta come back to the game, get out of that tunnel zone, you know. Focus on main objective isn't killing that person, it's destroying that crystal.
Yeah, and I was thinking about if Blacklist gonna play early game just the way they did, they're gonna lose this game. Like they're gonna lose this game. If they're gonna play again like that, I mean, they was kind of like felt rust a little bit, but then they flipped the switch, like you said, and started to like ganking up, trying to kill people. Nana started to working, Tigreal started to working, and yeah, they just wake up.
Yeah, the flick of the switch is what some teams just need sometimes, and that's what I like. I like to see the teams that don't back down from a tough interaction is what we need to see from a tournament like this, especially with $1 million on the line. Blacklist International, though, picking up a Rafaela and also the Bruno. Now, I kind of want to talk about this Fire Flux pick. So they picked up Xborg. That's something I see in North America a lot. The true damage that Xborg can exert is something to be feared. And I think Blacklist International might have to watch out for it. If it's in the jungle, I could be tentative as there's not 2 EXP picks yet.
Yeah, about Xborg, I think it's like, you know this thing when somebody take like fighter hero and he either damage a lot, have a decent damage, and he's like can't be killed, like but sometimes they pick these fighters and they are like no damage and no tankiness, so it's in between of those two. So yeah. We can see both of the Xborgs, but the Leomord is being picked, so the Xborg is for the X-Plane, I guess, and this is quite interesting. I like the Leomord pick, but again, is he going to like damage build and he's going to one-shot, or he's going to have tanky build? Like, let's see. That's interesting games.
Right. I mean, what we're going to see here, if we're just comparing last game to this game to what could come, is that Fire Flux definitely likes that aggressive approach, but we're going to be getting into the second round of Blacklist International versus Fire Flux. Can Fire Flux bring that same aggression that we've seen into the first game? Can Blacklist fight back that aggression and keep this win going? Match point, Blacklist International.
Yeah, and start just like the previous game, like solo on the mid lane and trying to harass the gold lane straight away. Rafaela already rotating on the gold lane to help her Bruno, gold laner, and the it's Ruby for the X-Plane, actually. Again, I didn't mention that, and the X-Plane is being zoned out completely, trying to get this Ballista for the X and successfully doing it, but the lane control is on the Fire Flux side.
Yeah, true. I mean, again, it's just the little bit of the engage in the middle, a little bit of a play here by Apex. Haji a little low. Gonna definitely have to rotate back now, but Oheb utilizing the soccer balls to put a lot of pressure on the Fire Flux here. Again, we're seeing about the similar game. I will say that Fireflux, based on their overall picks, that they're looking for an aggressive game, utilizing that export to use that last insanity to dive, while also allowing the Leomord's Phantom Steed to spiral into Blacklist International and just mess them up. I think right now Fireflux is going to have to keep an eye on Haji. Maybe the focus might be on stopping him and killing him first before they do anything.
Yeah, I would love to see the Leomord spiraling out of control, absolutely, but there's like, seems like there's way too much CC here.
Ooh.
Trying to go for the Ruby and the counterattacks of the counterattacks. Like, I guess it was not going for the Ruby, he was trying to save it, but his Expert ultimate on top of that, Firaga being popped and the roll is not working. He's being dragged back, and this double kill for the Blacklist International on top of the turtle.
I'm offended on a Haji, but only Tig there to follow up. Kind of, you know, talking about what just happened there, right? Fireflux, I think what I'm seeing here is that I don't know if they anticipated how much control a Ruby brings to the playing field. As soon as TNZ was there, oh my god, the Molina's Blitz just blitzed Apex down. Implosion! TNZ looking for a play here. Nice. Forced to use that flicker. But back to what I was saying, I believe that the Leomord is going to have quite the trouble unless he's like, that Ruby was nasty. He didn't have a chance paired with the Molina. Phantom Steed's coming out onto Haji, not able to escape as Tinzy able to secure that kill there.
Yeah, at this point he just needs gold, so he ulted just for gold, and yeah, not being able to do something extra with his ultimate, but the gold is fine for this point because he really need that farm. With this kind of hero, you really want to, like, first two ultimates kind of successfully kill 1-2 people and objective, and you're good, and you're gonna get in the position when you are like almost one shot in everything. But now what? He's going to follow the implosion probably, and trying to shave off this gold, and the second skill plus flicker on top of that, trying to go on the Nana here, proccing passive. Second skill of Brass, good, dragging 2 people back, and the yes, this is finish of this nasty finish, but the counter attack of the Barats on top of that, this is like back and forth, and the ultimate on Leomord again had a cooldown, being able to use it, and I don't know, can you call this a win for Fireflux, or is it even?
I mean, we see that Blacklist International able to take all of that gold plating and a tower down on the EXP. I do think that the aggression by Alien was a little bit too much. You know, utilizing that last insanity and that flicker to dive in, it secured the kill onto you, but again, not really causing a shutdown, not really getting too much out of it, losing your lane. You know, Fireflux, the aggression. Again, I said that they wanted to be aggressive, but look at this. I'm offended onto onto Apex from Edward there. And we see a little bit of a play here today. Fireflux now down 1 person for this turtle take. I don't think they're gonna have what it needs to take this turtle.
Yeah, and the turtle is going for the Blacklist yet again, and almost 2k gold advantage already. And here Leomord trying to snipe someone, but he actually uses his ultimate to just run back, I guess, and enjoying this river minion only, and that's not what you want to get from the Leomord ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, he could have been in a stickier situation as Blacklist International utilized the river to sprint all the way down. Oheb able to take the tower, though, against Sunshine. We do see a Daytona's welcome on to Alien. Alien's shield procced. A retry comes out. Does look like Sensu wants to. But he didn't commit. Again, I like it. I mean, don't be too aggressive. Fireflux shown that aggression. The economic lead is definitely in Blacklist's favor.
Yeah, that is for sure. And kind of Blacklist looking like looking strong in the game number 2, but maybe it's going to be something like mirror situation from the previous game when Tigreal is going to 5 people implosion and just sneak up all the game. We're gonna know soon.
True. I mean, we did see a great implosion by Apex. I think with what Fireflux really needs to watch out for is Edward. Edward is 2-0-1, and he has so much control over a lot of those team fights. Again, you don't want to allow him to do too much into that. Now we do have 24 seconds onto the next turtle. We do see Blacklist looking for a little bit of a play, but Fireflux kind of setting up maybe something a little strategic here.
Yeah, but it seems like this is kind of like plateau situation, and forced to use his ultimate Xborg just to run away. I mean, it felt like a little bit prematurely. He could try to just go, but it shows that Fireflux are starting to play like super safe, and it's bad sign in terms of confidence.
Yeah, but look, and I'm offended, able to secure a kill. You able to take out Apex. Blacklist International looking to take more here. Turtle is low. Edward being spicy, hitting the TPs onto TNZ, keeping him zoned out of the turtle zone. Blacklist International feeling comfortable.
Yeah, no turrets, almost no turrets get from Blacklist didn't lost, and mid lane is being pushed like everyone just farming, in my opinion, like 4k gold advantage, but it's not a lot of pressure from the Blacklist. This is kind of like classic Blacklist gameplay, slow, steady, and just go at some moments. Like Tigreal went in, didn't quite manage to do something and just died. Like 4 people explosion, no, 3 people explosion, that's huge, but not enough damage. Rafaela easily out heals these amounts of damage with the Flask of Oasis probably being built first item, and yeah, this is going to be hard for Fireflux.
You can see Apex coming in there, utilizing the implosion, but no follow-up by the side of Fireflux Impunity, or Fireflux Esports here. Last Insanity comes out, but like you were saying, just Haji's just sustainability was just too much for Fireflux at this point.
Yeah, and the Blacklist seems like they find their rhythm, what they was looking for game number 1, and game number 2 looks like more in terms of, here again, he went for the positioning, Tigreal went for the positioning, and gets picked off right away. They don't let this Tigreal to shine.
Yeah, I mean, Blacklist International definitely on the snowball here, but let's not count Fireflux out just yet. As we've seen in prior games, all it takes is one play. I do think that Apex is struggling on this TIG. We can already see it's 0-4-1. I think Apex really has to wait for his team for a follow-up. Not quite sure where the miscommunication is coming. We've just seen so many implosions come out and nothing for it, but we do see a little bit of a conceal play. This is what I'm saying. They're going to count on taking down Haji. We do see the Divine Judgment coming out there, though. Tenzi trying to put on a lot of pressure. Can they take him down as the Melina's Blitz does come in? TNZ low. We do see the implosion coming in, but it's not enough as Oheb was able to secure the kill. The Last Insanity comes out, used, passive procced. Fireflux looking for the plays, but Oheb coming in from the left flank, able to take out Rosa. Look at the damage as Sunset trying to get out of there, but a Maniac secured by Oheb. Alien, 1 HP. They are on the hunt. Can he escape? It's all up to him, but look, we can see a little bit of the replay here. The Last Insanity coming in, able to secure the kill onto you. But again, we kind of see down here at the lane, I don't know if Blacklist International has enough time to be able to just take the turret. But again, they're able to secure the Lord. They won that team fight there. And Fireflux, I think they just overextended. Blacklist International was backing up, and the response by the team was just too much. Oheb, an absolute monster right now.
And now they're gonna try to finish the game, but the implosion finally work on the Rubians. Might be the sign of the defense, but the Barats is not thinking that way, pushing tier 3 turret with his team. 4 people left, but it doesn't mean the attack is stopped. The 1-to-1 on the kills score, and the extra big wave of minions going into the mid lane, or have trying to work on the crystal. And the Barats good initiation, the counter attack by the Leomord, trying to zone out all of the team and do it successfully. But the crits, but the damage is insane. 10k gold advantage, 10k gold advantage is there. Is not.
They're just going for kills at this point. They don't even care. Oheb, unstoppable. Blacklist International looking to end it here, but they're just holding out to stack the kills up onto Fireflux. Blacklist International taking the 2-0 against Fireflux into Group C. My God.
Yeah, good gameplay. And the second game was more like the Blacklist game. It was like more like of a Blacklist game play. Like, you know, they just group up, take objective, group up, take objective, map control, take objective, and it's more like a Blacklist, like textbook play style. Maybe they first game they went for some experiments with like initiation and control, but this is like more of Blacklist gameplay with support kind of heroes shines more.
Yeah, I mean, in that game, it felt like Blacklist International found their comfort zone. They felt out Fireflux. They seen that they were pushed back against the wall into game 1, and then going into game 2, they said, "Forget this. We're gonna push you back against the wall." And then they kind of tried to humiliate them in the end there, and they just kept stacking up kills. So. Again, Blacklist International, oh man, well executed. Like you were saying, even though they were down one person, they didn't give up that pressure, didn't allow Fireflux to breathe, and just kept taking them down. I'm pretty sure the MVP is probably gonna go to Hoheb.
Yeah, the MVP is going to be, let's predict the MVP. Nah,
I'm thinking Oheb.
I don't know, Bruno. Yeah, I think Oheb as well. Just nobody like maybe Nana can sneak out the MVP. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it was aggressions on both sides. Fireflux kind of bringing out that Leomord was a little bit of a cheeky play, but I think Edward, again, I think that Ruby was just a direct counter to it, and maybe Fireflux didn't think about it at the time. They just, you know, again, had that tunnel vision, was too aggressive. They had that, let's keep the pressure on the Blacklist International, and then we might turn the tides here. We can kind of look at some of the highlights in this game.
The game kind of went bad for Fireflux from the start, and this is like good ultimate, but don't result anything here. But this finish off, but like this is a trade, still it's not gonna work. The team tried to save the Xborg but didn't manage to. Tigreal yet again, he's in position, but Blacklist just go into Tigreal and kill him. In this case, Fireflux need to counter attack straight away, and they are not aware of this.
Yeah, no, I mean, this was the turning moment for sure. I mean, they just kept up the pressure. As you can see, Alien just didn't have the damage. Apex still trying to get another implosion paired with the last Insanity. Does able, I think they were able to take out you here, but maybe not. I think it was the burn that got it, but Oheb here was the triple kill into a Maniac and dropping the emote there. Oheb just a monster on this Pruno. And then this is where they were down one person, Edward, but they still weren't letting up. Phantom Steed comes out, but it wasn't enough as he gets dragged back, and then Oheb's damage is just too much for Fireflux. There it is, Blacklist International. Oheb able to secure that MVP in this match. 9-1-4, 31% damage. Definitely well-deserved.
Yeah, surely well-deserved too. I was just thinking maybe, but no, when I saw the scoreboard, it's impossible. And the damage, like, and this is a good draft for Blacklist in terms of they kind of find a key against Fireflux, that Fireflux is like trying to play like ultra aggressively, and they just pick Ruby and Rafaela for that. So if they go in, Ruby stops them, Rafaela stops them, speed them up. So the positioning is on the side of Blacklist, and Fireflux was just like aggressive, but it didn't work because Blacklist was aware of the play style they chose.
True. I mean, again, I kind of thinking about what you said earlier on. It was just maybe Blacklist International in that first game was just a little rusty. You know, they were dusting off a little bit, and then they just came back and absolutely dominated. And again, I think they just got the feel for Fireflux. Fireflux had that aggression. They had the burning passion of the fire inside of them, but it just wasn't enough as Blacklist International was able to snuff it out. It was just, man, it was a great match.
Yeah, absolutely agree on that one. But it felt like as well that Fireflux are kinda felt this bitterness of the previous game, this unfortunate loss, and on the other hand, Blacklist kinda like had felt the power because of it. So like one team start to play a little bit worse, and second team start to play better because of that.
For sure. I mean, it was just TNZ. I mean, he had the team fight participation that I would say you'd probably need from a Lemord a Leomord. So I just, again, I think Edward was able to take advantage. He was everywhere that TNZ was, and he wasn't able to execute any of the Phantom Steeds into correct positions. I was hyping up the X-Borg that Alien picked, as it's a North American special, but again it didn't excel. It didn't make it into the late game.
Yeah, and she didn't build the Queen's Wand. It is felt this is a freeze. Didn't build it. Didn't even try to. He went for the sword. That means he went for the Blade of Despair, probably next item. So
yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure he felt that he just didn't have the damage. I mean, and I think it comes down to it that like he took that moment to come all the way from the up lane to then attack Blacklist International into that early stage, forcing himself to use that flicker and that last insanity and that bottom tower to, I'm guessing he was hoping to take out two of them, but was only able to take out one. And then again, Blacklist International responding, the Daytona's welcome, able to secure the kill onto him. And then Edward just able to scale so much by taking all the gold plating and the tower. So it was just one mistake after another that Fireflux initiated, and it was Blacklist took advantage of it.
Yeah, these games. I mean, second game was showed. Second game was actually more like that I would have expect against this kind of matchup. And the first game was a surprise for me. Like wow. And the reasons Fireflux didn't close up the first game, I think, are somewhere like oh my god, we're winning. It's something like that, like, oh my god, we're actually winning, like, so didn't believe in that what they winning, and stop like pushing side lane, start grouping up, start to the priorities starting to change in the game, and you shouldn't ever do this. You should have like all the priorities, like minion push, like stack the minion, go all the map. You need to control all of the map, not only like group up on the one side and trying to do. That's what you do when you start to like, yeah, we're winning, let's go, and stop pushing side lanes. That's a mistakes.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I believe that, again, I think they lost sight of the foundation that they built, and then they just, again, had that tunnel vision, and Fireflux, Blacklist took advantage of it, right? I mean, Fireflux just trying to go all in. They were probably happy, hyped. They were, the VC was probably off the charts. And then Blacklist International just taking advantage of them all funneling into one area.
I mean, taking advantage, that's least to say. like eventually all the game was ended just because of that. That's...
One play. One play. It only takes one play when it comes to these teams that are so big into the international stage. And again, I think that's something that if teams are watching, they just got to think about it, right? Don't lose sight of the fundamentals that you've built throughout the whole game, especially if you're on such a fury path, a fire path. You just want to keep it going. But again, you gotta understand when to dial it back and then to engage again. So, I mean, it's the games of the future. $1 million prize pool. So you gotta remember, you gotta bring everything.
Yeah, you gotta bring everything. And this is kind of like one of the reasons why teams cannot keep their composure, just like you said, where to go in, where to go back, and this is very hard to do, because if you are nervous, if you're stressed, this is impossible to do. You have only one switch, like it's either this way or that way. That's it. You can't do it like this way. It's very hard to control the rhythm. Is the hardest thing to do.
Yeah, most definitely. And again, I Blacklist I felt like, that first game was the fill it out game. They seen how aggressive Fireflux was, and I did like their comp into the second game. The Ruby, Edward on the Ruby was phenomenal. Oheb, phenomenal. I mean, the Bruno just scaled so heavy. I think it kind of comes down to how you were talking about the carry, right? Like the carry just, again, really didn't show out as Blacklist. They already knew what the carry was going to bring, right? Like they just faced that in round one. Like they knew, again, they just learned, they took notes, a coach, analysis. They knew what to do coming into game two.
Yeah, and it delivered, like on the draft, basically.
Oh, yeah.
They won on the draft. Like it felt like Fireflux was like, oh, what are we gonna pick? Oh, it's like unexpected Rafaela. Like what? Oh, it's first pick Ruby. Like we didn't expect that. We hope they didn't do that, and we're gonna take Ruby. Something like that felt like. And what are we gonna do with Ruby now? And the Xborg, like. I mean, he had a lot of damage here, and but it felt like they just tilted from the first game, how it went. They was winning almost all the game, and just get obliterated, wiped out absolutely, and finished out of nowhere. So I feel like they couldn't reload and bring this similar energy to the second game, and that's why the second game was left a lot of questions.
True. I mean, it definitely. I guess I could see it there, because again, we've seen, if we talk about on the side of Fireflux, Apex, like there so many times he went in, but no one else followed up. Like I don't know if he was making the call outs and like, I'm about to use Implosion, or maybe it was just pure instinct and he was hoping the team was going to pure instinct it up as well, but it didn't happen that way. The last Insanity, it wasn't there because Haji on the Rafaela was just the sustainability. They were already at that peak point that it was really hard to beat what she brought to team fights.
Yeah, it was like just Xborg exploding like 3 people, Tigreal trying to ult 3 people, and like Rafael like 1 heal, 2 heal, everybody full HP. And the attack is continuing, and the Bruno damage as well, like insanely strong, just like you said, double ball, and that's it. That's all you gotta do, is to stack one first skill and then have another one to like kind of juggle them, and Yeah, that's insane amount of damage. Like, Leo Mord is, what are you gonna do if you Leo Mord? Like, you ult, you second skill, you first skill charging, you proc it, and you 20% already. Like, you got a second skill out now. This is insanely hard to play against.
Yeah, I think that was the matter of a fact, right? Like, because Alpha's about the same way. Is that like you use your ultimate to get in, but like unless you have that speed to get out, like that's and you're going against like full teams like Blacklist International, you're running into a brick wall, and sometimes like getting out of that accident is a little bit harder than it would seem. Normally you like to see like an Angela or something else paired with Leo that allows him the ability to escape, but again we had a Tigreal instead. So I think Fireflux in the second round, like you said, their mindset might have been a little bit displaced.
Absolutely. And the Leo Mord is like so risky hero, like, you know, he have no comeback ability, because if he uses not having a snowball, or at least a little bit more farm, a little bit ahead of an enemy team, he's suddenly not tanky, not doing any damage, and like pretty much useless hero. So it's a risky hero. Like this is one of those heroes who you wanna like at least first and second ultimate need to be effective, and that's it. I mean, you gotta take a kill, take a turtle for it, take a tilt, take a kill, take a tower for it, and now you're kind of good. But it's hard to do on competitive scene.
Yeah, most definitely. I think it happened to come down that way, right? So again, I think the Bruno definitely a top pick in the gold lane, as well as we kind of see the Claude coming out. The carry has been kind of iffy. I'm kind of coming to the same conclusion as you are. Like the carry, I don't know, it just doesn't seem to be exceeding expectations when you have the Bruno available, you have the Claude available. There could have, you know, I don't know. Blacklist definitely took advantage of multiple avenues against Fireflux.
You know, like a lot of times it comes just to the damage you can output, and that's it. Like you can do whatever the strategy is. Like let me have an example. You for sure played against feeded Leslie or feeded Layla. Like Layla, imagine like not being able to close the distance, and this hero just taps the axe, and it deals a lot of damage, and you can play how you want, and you're just gonna get out damaged out of the fight. And that's exactly why you shouldn't build, like, I don't know, these tanky builds. I mean, I get the tanky items, but why don't you build them later? Why would you go first item and second item and third item, which is like half of damage items? It's gonna work only in the case if enemy run out of you. I mean, not out of you, running from you, and you need to like chase them and slow them down. It actually, I was thinking about that against Bruno 1v1. It might work as well. It might, but it's not 1v1 game, guys.
Yeah. Now, kind of looking at the tournament schedule coming up, we do see tomorrow, the February 27th, we're going to be having our second day of group stages. Today, the 26th, the first group stage is already done. We've seen quite a bit of the matches today, but that's not all. We have the February 28th. We have 1/8 finals, and then we have the February 29th, which is the 1/4 finals. March 1st being the semifinals, and March 2nd being the grand finals and third place. So a lot of good games to come. Now you can kind of see what might be up. I think this is what was done. No, this is what's coming up tomorrow. We'll be seeing tomorrow Team Little Gun goes versus Burmese Ghouls, as well as Zeus Vaults versus RRQ Hoshi, Nightmare versus Fireflux, RCC versus Blacklist International. So there are some spicy games coming up. This is Group A and Group C.
insanely good games, like the bangers, basically. Like I would love to see the Deus Volt against RQ Hoshi and RCC against Blacklist, I guess, but the Deus Volt against RQ Hoshi is going to be in, and the Lil Gun against Burmese Goals. Why? Because they seems like equal level and seems like it's going to be an interesting matchup. That's why.
Definitely. I mean, definitely some spicy games to come here. And so this is the end of day 1, group stage 1 of the Phygital Games of the Future with the $1 million prize pool. I'm G the Ico. War Barbie, do you have any last words?
What a great day. Good luck.
Good luck to the teams, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Games of the Future.